made their way towards the site here.
Khan did manage to do some damage with the shorty. No heal available either, and there's already a flank as well. This wraparound from somebody through short has to find some value here. Let's spot out that first player, but the timing, the trigger discipline not working out here for somebody. Now a 2v4. They look to aggress on the side. Kachao able to find that first opener. Stun doesn't connect, and Piety finds the kill off the back of that. Now just Piety though in a 1v2, and Yamro denies even that much. Really nice pistol coming out of NEONS to start them off here. And this is exactly what they need to really jump back into it. You talked about the 9-3 score being a factor yesterday.
Yeah, the other day, 9-3 is a thing apparently here in LCQ. But superstitions aside, this was NEONS braving the setup there of NYX. The fact that as soon as the smoke dissipated, it was an awkward moment with the shorty in hand.
Hello
the
there.
rest of NEONS too. They just funneled in. They just said, okay, we can actually take this side. And I'd love to see more of that. Confident plays are what will bring NEONS success in this series. And it seems like Coyote dash in already. Platform position though, courtesy of Delbisky. Aftershock will be there too. And Yoki and Yamro on the board yet again. Overwhelming here from NEONS. This round is pretty much over.
Yeah, the stack didn't really work out in favor of NYX there, so just gotta be Khan in a 1v5 Sheriff in hand. Might be better to just try to find some damage and maybe try to die to the spike here. That seems to be the plan, but talking about that particular round, right? The thing I want to count so far is how many kills that Yoki gets with her Aftershock. So far, she's 2 for 2 in this half. So that's what I've been intrigued about. Turret giving away Khan's location as well. Timing not in her favor, looks the other way, and KitKat will not be someone to let an opportunity like that go by. 5-9, the gap really narrowing here, and if NEONS can somehow convert this bonus round, that's going to be something that NYX might have to be worried about.
Yeah, she's trying to make it a stealth game. It's one of those games where the blind zone of the camera is right under it, but the turret is not like that. It's like, no, what are you doing here? Not allowed. Still, I like the start here from NEONS. They have a good arsenal to play into the bonus. And interesting enough, KitKat has a lot of money. She's not going to go for the rifle buy right now. Willing to just save for the next round, if ever. Because of it, NEONS, they hustle towards B instead.
They managed to make their way inside as well. No one really contesting them for it, although you can see that NYX want to take these ranged fights with the kind of weaponry they have. Plan gonna come down as Yamro gets it down. And the problem with that is that there's just so much utility available for NEONS in this post plant.
Yeah, I mean, NYX, they have the angles though, and the window is what we want to watch out for. Kachao here, checking out the backside. Flash already, go for the play, counteracted by the flash of the opposition. Mirror image basically, with Yamro finding some bodies to begin with. Yoki also going for the spray down into the takedown. Piety though on the board yet again. Always a threat, always a menace. KitKat and Felsi answer back. So no more window opportunity here for NEONS. It's up to Piety to just clutch it out for the team. 3 already for her here. The 1v2, looking to pick up another gun along the way. Smokes out the spike, maybe can go. One more target, KitKat will fall. And Piety, she found so many targets of opportunity, but she's run out of time. Well done here by NEONS to win out the bonus.
Piety able to save the gun at least, but momentum sliding back in NEONS' favor here after that round win. They realized that with the weaponry they had, it was better to just try to go in for that quick B plant. And once they get it in, they took full advantage of those close corners to be able to fight and duke it out to get those kills, especially towards the flank. You mentioned it, the push through garage and spawn just not paying off, as with just mere sheriffs, NEONS were able to shut it down. 6-9 now. NYX forced into an eco situation. No ults, no Bladestorm to really work with. Only that hero rifle on Piety. It's gotta have to be enough for them in this round.
I mean, she got 4 a while ago. Anyone else can do it. It would be Piety here. But besides that, that's only the hope here for NYX. NEONS is absolutely in control of this second half so far. With the rifles at the ready. Play towards the garage. Flank possible. Courtesy of Con. And I love this here from NEONS. If they can make the short angle work and overrun, perhaps they can actually bring people to the sidelights of Yamro. I'm worried though. His Con's there, sticking around towards lobby still. KitKat looking to check things out. Towards short as well. Eventually though, the Killjoy gonna be in charge of the flank. The rest of the team for NEONS, They're moving towards C here. Smokes out for Piety. Paranoia is ready as well. Somebody coming out from the garage. There we have the scan into the kill. Doesn't really matter here for Neons. They're just gonna flush out all the opposition so far. This is their site to take.
Excellent utility usage once again. Too much to deal with. The flaying seems to be expected as well. Khan spotting out the players, still gets the kill, but left with only 1 HP. Kelsey is able to trade it out quite easily here. 2v4 situation now as the remaining players from NYX, they struggle to make any kind of headway onto site.
Enemy remaining.
Gambrel's ready, and there you go. Struggle is an understatement. It is an absolute stoppage here, courtesy of Neons. This was 9-3, now it's 9-7. Again, what is superstition here in LCQ? It's looking very possible for Neons.
Just talking about these executes, right? The utility that's being bombarded onto site is just not anything that NYX can really fight against. The corners being cleared up by the aftershock, the recon onto site for Coyote to try and find those entries off of. They're playing this to perfection when it comes to executes. NYX, they were able to find rounds off the back of them actually finding picks in that previous half, but with the side switch incoming, they're just struggling against the kind of pressure that Neons are exerting in their attack half.
It just feels like they are lacking the priority in position. There is always a potential for NYX to find kills, to find these angles, but if they're not ready for this, and Neons instead, overall the numbers, we've seen that to be one of the biggest, I'd say, Achilles heels of NYX as a whole. So Neons playing towards mid for the time being. KitKat just snuggling her way towards the cubby itself. Now the swarm is there too. But Neons, they're cutting noise for the time being, keeping NYX guessing.
Smoke comes out to cover that alarm bot being broken. KitKat still kind of lurking around towards this mid area. Might be that first point of contact here. But the rest of the squad, they look to once again go towards the C site. Fake Omen ult to boot to maybe give away some kind of information. But this time around, the smoke and the recon combination doesn't work, and Delbisky finds that first blood.
And Yoki though, another aftershock for her. The body though, and Delbisky. This is what I was talking about, Zach. If NYX is ready, NYX will go get him. And Kachao now moving towards window. KitKat versus World. This scenario behind her. Kachao still just spraying her down and taking her down. Finally, double digits here for NYX. And it's such a statement made when they are able to play prediction. When they're prepared for a side take, it is such a night and day difference.
Yeah, they were just really waiting for it. In particular, the kind of mistake that Coyote made in getting out of her own smoke that early was not expecting the position from Delbisky there. Piety still goes down to that aftershock, but that additional backup from somebody from Garage was what really kind of changed the way the round played out towards the end. NYX now 3 rounds away from taking their map pick home. And Neons, they continue their aggressive push this time around towards this A site.
Economy though to work with Delbisky will catch Coyote napping there. Great help courtesy of Kachao. NYX now with advantage here. And they're expecting this A push to happen, so over onto short and long. Neons, the plan now. Try to find a way of entering through the split push. They have the Rolling Thunder to work with especially. Here comes the aftershock, courtesy of Kachao as well. And NYX is just holding steadfast, trying to imply a lot of presence here on A side. And perhaps force Neons to rotate away.
Rotate away they will. They hear and feel all the utility being tossed in that A side, and they decide like, yeah, no, we're okay. We'll just go somewhere else on the map. Have a nice day, guys. And they make a break for that C site. The site is empty though, to be fair. Piety, the only one kind of playing around this garage area, hoping to see if she can find anybody. Rolling Thunder considering to be invested here, but instead gonna be safe for that post plan. A good call by Yoki because there's nobody really here.
Yeah, exactly.
30 seconds left.
They had an idea that this is an empty site. And NYX is playing with the expectation that the Rolling Thunder is going to be used that way. But Neons staying one step ahead of the competition. Now they get the site for free. And from this point on, it's gonna be the retake courtesy of NYX. Paranoia gets connection. Here comes the lockdown into play from NEONS as well. From the shadows, gonna be the call here. And as somebody wants to play the long angle, you can see Yamroll has repositioned to try and play towards Link instead. Good find from Felsi as well as Yamroll. NEONS here turning things around. And as Quan is gonna go for defuse. Now we have the Rolling Thunder 2 down though, courtesy of NYX. It's 3v2 for the time being. And from the long angle, it's Yoki and Felsi trying to get things done. One shock dart still to use. There's the bolt line and there's the kills! Yoki and Felsi, they're so ready for it! And NEONS, what's around to win?
Excellent post plan coming out of them. Like you mentioned, that Rolling Thunder that they saved kind of coming in clutch at the end. Half the diffuse does get stuck, but with that dark cover going away, there's just no way for the remainder of the diffuse to really come in. And despite some of these kills going in NYX's direction, the two players towards long, the double initiator setup was just too much for them to deal with. And NYX once again gonna be at an economic deficit. They still do have the ult advantage, so in particular, the Rolling Thunder and the Lockdown both going to be available for this round.
Just always good to see those kind of plays, and now NEONS full of confidence to keep the moment going. It is an eco here for NYX. One here, Guardian to fight back with, but Yamroll gets away with her life. Con, at least, does get the kill across the map. But this is a 4v2. This is NEONS taking the site yet again as the Kachao can't find any value here. He only has a classic even. You can see the difficulty already, Zap. NEONS gonna get the plant down. Regroup for Kachao and Quan. Maybe pick up a gun along the way. Not gonna happen, I guess. Still, over onto window. The site's being held here by NEONS. And overall, it's already how NEONS has been playing this attack. They're just so ready for whatever NYX is gonna throw their way. Dart meets fault line onto the site, and okay, Yamroll kill thanks to TP. From this point on, it's 2v1. Quan making it happen with a Guardian. But no dice. Coyote's ready. NEONS have crawled their way back, clawed their way back, and we are one round away from getting things tied up.
9-10. That lead from NYX suddenly looking narrower and narrower as we head further into these rounds. A nice try coming out from Con to be able to find 3 there, but unfortunately just not gonna be enough by the end. Guardian not able to quite close out the clutch here. And now NYX, they're gonna be taking their second timeout to try and prevent us from slipping out of their hands. No money for an operator either, unfortunately, for Delbisky, so it's just going to be rifles across the board. They do have those 2 huge ultimates and are only one off of that Hunter's Fury for Con, so might see those come into play, especially since for NEONS, they only have one Hunter's Fury of their own for that post plant or for denying the Killjoy ultimate so far. So for NYX, they gotta figure out how to really deny NEONS the aggression that they're slowly but surely building up. A lot of these rounds where NYX try to get that early pick, they're so often punished for it. And I feel like NEONS, they're just getting the read of their opponents round after round after round.
I agree with you because we've been hyping up this to be pretty much the hallmark of NYX greatness, but we still remember how they had to go for that comeback versus the Event Topaz when they struggled on the defense, and it's all about the dictation of position. They tried to be proactive, NEONS is prepared for them. They tried to play a bit defensive, they're gonna get overwhelmed by the numbers of NEONS and the utility setup. And it's been the problem here for NYX Kyosei on the defense. They were able to figure it out a while ago. First is the Hero KD on the defensive half, and they continue on into the second from there. But now the struggles that we saw from the other day, it's rearing its ugly head, unfortunately.
Yeah, just another time, another thing that they really don't want to face. And this was kind of what got them down into the lower bracket in the first place. So something that you really don't have a chance of doing against. There's no lower bracket from here on. It's either up or out. That's the call. And the utility barrage this time around, not quite finding the damage that it usually does. A little bit of a slower change of pace coming out of NEONS towards this side. They really don't want to make any mistakes here, and that hesitation might be something for NYX to capitalize off of if they play their cards right.
I mean, the Aldron already gets intel, and NYX here with an inkling of what's going on as NEONS has taken that mid position. They do rotate now towards A. KitKat has been waiting. Here comes the aftershock used early on by Kachao to just stem the tide for the time being. And smokes are out as well. Somebody though, smoked off from heaven. Still has utility work with Nanoswarms into play. Coyote seeking for a target. But it seems like NYX will be happy to give up the site. They have ultimate to work with. Okay, Con, that's dangerous, and KitKat will punish her accordingly.
Just tries to walk in to find the timing, but yeah, the paranoia, it's impeccable. Now they're gonna be the ultimates that we talked about for the retake. Very quick, very efficient, but they don't clear on Coyote. Already able to find that first kill. Now the remainder, they're being pushed away from this spike. 3v3 situation. The flash comes out, the kill is there, and it's just going to be a 1v2. Yamro having to close it out. Piety though looking very low, has to be their coverage coming in. It's not gonna really connect, and it will be somebody to find that final kill. 11-9 here, Daxon. This was by far probably the most crappy round we've seen today.
I mean, they had the plan of action, and while they were surprised there by Coyote staying on site, the rest of the flow of that round, it was part of the NYX playbook. Look at how their motions were moving towards long and short, clearing out those angles as much as possible, and when it came down to it, they are the ones on site, they were the ones already defusing that spike, and NYX, this is what we want to see from them on the defense. A more meticulous plan rather than just trying to find those picks early on.
Economy still in a bit of a dicey spot here, but at least everybody is able to buy up for that NYX squad. Hunter's Fury still online for Felcher as it is for Khan as well. So that round was won because of NYX's ultimates. Now without it, they're gonna have to still figure out a way to really finish off this series. Delvisky already being spotted out, pushed back thanks to that Sova drone and Garage. It's an area that has to be completely re-cleared and held onto from this point.
Yeah, Link's being held here also by Kachao, so even if NEONS pivots towards B, NYX will still have a good handle of the situation anyway. So instead now, Spike being brought towards that C site. Yamroll so strong on the long angles, willing to challenge Piety if ever. But KitKat instead over mid. That's the opening they're looking for. Small lull allows Neon to take opportunity. Smokes out there as well. As Delbisky tries to be cheeky, staying on the inside of it. Hunter's Fury also the call. Suppressing from Khan, looking for a target to line up for. Coyote trying to use that footwork to get away from Delbisky. We find her, and Delbisky gets a second even. Felsi though answers back. It's 3v2 for the time being. Khan still here on side, gets the catch onto Yoki. Time running out here for NEONS, and seems like the Hunter's Fury is out for desperation, but Sapani gets the flank at the angle. All left now to KitKat on side. 2v1 scenario over on Cubby. You have somebody. There's a turret being broken as well. Time running out here for KitKat, getting staggered too. And Timmy the turret being a menace. Spike has been retrieved. Somebody calling the attention, and from that point on, the backstab will bring NYX to match point.
Backstab being the kind of ace in the key for the side of NYX here to be able to cast that spike off guard and hold on to it, and of course deny the Hunter's Fury value. Incredible play by Khan. The awareness that the wraparound is already coming in from KitKat towards that spawn to be able to walk into Garage and maintain that pseudo crossfire as well as that spike control. Excellent work coming out of NYX here. Match point for them on their map pick, one away from moving it on to bind. The thing though for NEONS is that we've seen them in this position before. They've been able to push it to overtime multiple times, and they only need 3 rounds. The problem here is the economy mainly, because after that round, they're kind of broke.
Yeah, that's the problem here. You have the blades for Coyote. She can buy a gun for someone else, but truthfully here for NEONS, it seems like the problem is still how that first half really went. Here in the second, they've looked so strong. They've looked to be better on the execute so far, but the weight of that early lead really putting them in predicaments that affects their decision making, not just in terms of the rounds themselves, right, Zach, but in terms of the economy. So perhaps here for NEONS, a hero is needed. KitKat's went away from the lockdown, and I feel like that's where NEONS is going to play from if ever they get that ultimate online.
They would really need it, that's for sure. The way that this game is shaping out, every single piece of utility that they have in their pocket will probably help them a little more, especially with the rejuvenated NYX kind of coming off of those couple of rounds wins. Aggressive push early on from NEONS though towards this ace side, which apart from the Killjoy presence is looking almost completely empty. 1 for 1.
Yeah, somebody gets one, and KitKat will answer back. That's the lockdown now available. this point on, I do wonder if they can funnel a few ults towards Yoki instead. Because she's 2 away from the Rolling Thunder. Here comes the lockdown now. Delbisky though on the flank. And does she dare actually pick this? KitKat though holding things down still. Kyosei on the board. And NYX at least make it 4v3. Seems like Kyosei with the fight back. She's just holding on to heaven and holding on to her dear life. KitKat will eventually find her. So in the mad scramble across the map, A is where NEONS will take this.
Yamro and KitKat both on site. 2v3 situation. KitKat though, not much HP to work with, so a lot of his heavy lifting, it's gonna fall on Yamro's shoulders here. They're gonna be starting to come back into the side. Already the flank being red though. KitKat with a 3rd kill on the round. 2v2. They gotta sweep on, and Yamro, she finishes them, brings it to a 1v1. Heidi, we've seen her be insane in the past, but now she has to close out this particular simulator. The Molly's buying more than enough time. She pushes through the smoke, but not able to find the kill. KitKat, the clutch, the 4K for the round, and NEONS, they stay in this.
Yeah, that lockdown though to flush out whoever is still holding perhaps towards short if ever, and just the pressure towards Delbisky. NYX, they had to make that call right then, right there. Do they dare push? Do they just back on away? And from that point on, the whole round was all about NEONS pivoting back towards that A site. So some great movement around the map. It was a very spicy lockdown to say the least from KitKat. But then again, NEONS made it work and they're still alive here to fight.
Spicy lockdown, spicy 4K, all of that. Really, the KitKat made KitKat the hero of that round. My English doesn't work apparently after watching that one. Either way though, now once again NEONS continuing the pace and the momentum that they found. A quick hit towards this B site, dashing in as well from Coyote, but nobody's home on the site. They're just playing for a retake.
Oh, now too dangerous. And the peek there from NEONS works out in their favor. Now they go move into Link. Do they dare go for A though? Where there's such a strong setup for both Con and Somebody, but Con will fall, and it's up to Somebody with the classic and the utility. Here comes NEONS now, moving their way towards the objective. They want to at least clear out default if ever, but over at long, Delbisky has a better angle. Seems like NEONS, they're walking into the fire right now. Can they get out unscathed though? As Felsi finding Piety. Might consider planting towards the backside instead, and that's exactly what Yamro is gonna do there. Inside the smoke. Delbisky waiting for the timing. Somebody, maybe distraction with the classics, all she needs. Coyote with the find though, it's 2v1. And NEONS, already a hard route to try and make this work. Swings the movements, and Somebody will eventually fall. It got dicey, sure, but NEONS still again make it work.
Yeah, it was a bit of an eco round for NYX, so not too much investment in it. That said, though, NEONS, they were able to put across that very clean execute that we see from them on these attacking rounds. Now, 1 away from pushing this into overtime. Both teams, they have that Rolling Thunder available, have the economy to work with. And if you look at what's been working for NEONS so far, the rounds where they're able to win out those engagements on side and KitKat's lurks kick in impactfully, those are the rounds that they've been able to win. NYX, on the other hand, they fight for that side more often than not, and already Kyosei through the jumpy, just slaughtering Coyote.
That's as free can be. And NYX will be so happy with that one, just because Coyote's been a menace, making all that space for NEONS so far. He's gone with the Jet. You still have to keep an eye out for Yoki and Yamro, that Rolling Thunder especially. Something NEONS can work with to make their way towards the site. NYX trying to position themselves a little bit apart from one another because of it. And that's Kyosei now. Ready for contact yet again. She's ready with the ultimate too. Now realizing the situation. Nano Swarm's there. Thrown over, broken quickly. This should tell NEONS that NYX is in position towards B. And while they're watching the flanks, it's a standoff so far.
Yeah, they just don't really want to risk pushing in, maybe with another advantage or so. Con, though, playing aggressively towards A for info, will take quite a bit of chip damage. Attempted a spray coming out of Delbisky, but neither side able to really land their shots. Now the spike itself pivoting towards A. Con, the only player really here around towards short, so a lot of heavy lifting gotta be on her shoulders.
Yeah, Emerald, so silent and so deadly there.
Sneaky.
Yeah, Con figured out what was going on, but the message has been eventually been received here by NYX. 4v4 as the plant goes down. Blade Storm here for Delbisky. Kachao looking to set things up well as well. And look at Yamro go. He's gonna go for from the shadows to avoid any utility to begin with. Aftershock, Rolling Thunder, now the play here from NYX. Flank courtesy of Yamro, though, one to watch out for. Felsi finding 5v2. And Delbisky's already on defuse GT. Rolling Thunder, though, the answer gets halfway. Yamro looking for the shot, but there's the cover here for somebody. It's NEONS with the kills, and NEONS with the round. We go to overtime.
They push it all the way here, and suddenly what was a fairly early lead coming out for NYX has been completely neutralized here. NEONS fighting every step of the way. And you talked about it, Dax. It was 13-3 yesterday that this team lost against MLT, and they've definitely gone back to the drawing board since then to be able to more than hold their own against NYX Kyosei on their map pick. Absolutely insane performance. NEONS, they really want that elite slot, and they are showcasing it today off the back of this performance. Now, it's got to be NYX, the ones who are feeling that additional pressure. They had the map, and they can feel it slipping away out of their hands unless, of course, they keep calm and are able to push through 2 more rounds.
Yeah, it just goes to show here that for NEONS, I think this is the match that they're looking forward to in terms of redemption. They were already there yesterday in the upper bracket finals, 1 away from making it to elite. It's the same scenario now, but this is their second chance and their final chance for it. They move back to the defense though, NYX on the attacking side. And we've seen so far here, Zach, that NYX has been very comfy attacking on Haven.
Yeah, I think if that first half is any indication that they feel good about it, the numbers tell the whole story there. This time, though, NEONS, they're playing a little bit more spread out, a little bit more passive. Nobody really pushing up towards that A side, for example, and I feel like they just don't want to risk losing their players right off the bat, as they have been for so many of these rounds. And the thing is that when NYX doesn't find that entry, they usually just like to pivot towards his B side, which is going to be the case this time around as well. Coyote, positioned towards that backside, will have to play anchor and spoil sport if she wants to really make this difficult.
Yeah, Delbisky's on site though, and Coyote, she's the one who's gonna have to hold down the line herself. Good opportunity to spray down one. Resets for a second, perhaps the repeats there, but the rest of NEONS are in position to just hold down the line. Finally, somebody though busts through. Paranoia into play. It's 2v2 for the time being. And NEONS seems like they're let to get planted for now. Finally though, so low on the HP. Smoke is out. Somebody low as well. One shot there to rule them all, and Yamro's there to bind them. NEONS will take this defensive win, and suddenly it is them on match point instead.
Team it's just a casual NEONS saying "Thou shall not pass" as they convert that round, the wraparound as well from Yamro to close things off here. Even though it was a 2v2, they knew that the HP of these 2 remaining players on the NYX side were quite low, so they were quick to move in and swoop in for the punish. Felsi, in particular, with that shock dart to find that final kill. Now, timeout being called by NEONS here to deny. By NYX here to deny a possible stealing away of their map pick. They're only 1 round away from losing it, Dax. And so far, NEONS, they've been incredible at really just picking up the pace and matching their opponents. They had such a rough first half, but it hasn't stopped them at all.
Yeah, just NEONS here. This will be such a big win if they can get this versus NYX, because NYX has relied on this map so much in the lower bracket. It's been one of the biggest ways for them to become confident into a series. But from what we've seen so far, especially in that second half, the way that NEONS is able to get the answers and the way that NEONS is able to out-scrap the opposition, this is a team that has impressed many already. And now they're looking to bring back that kind of performance from the upper bracket to the lower bracket finals. So, well done by NEONS so far. I do wonder if they can finish the job off, or do we go to another overtime here?
I mean, it is a side switch coming in, and this is the side where NYX struggles a little bit more. So I feel like NEONS, they definitely do have the advantage heading into this. They have the lead. They know they're only 1 round away, and the psychological pressure has to be on for that NYX squad right now. But hey, they've been in this kind of situation before. If anyone can really make it pay off, it's gotta be them. Now, a tactical pause to build a little bit of additional time here. But talking about what we've seen out of both these teams so far, I think my favorite impact player for NEONS, at least for today, it has to be KitKat. She's just been so incredible on these lurks and utility usage. And of course, that 11th round that we saw her really come alive to find that 4K. 3 of those kills, by the way, which were on like 30 HP. Just really nice work. And if if Neons do win this map, right, I think that round would be that key factor that really made it possible for them.
I mean, I'll agree with you because Kit Kat has been one of their more low-key players in terms of the performance. Now she's stepping up when she's needed to the most, and the way that she got that big 4K a while ago, the way that she's able to hold down so many stellar angles. It's Neons here in prime position to get the job done and steal Haven away from NYX. It's such a long road in the lower bracket finals, Zach. It's still a best of 5, but if Neons can get this first map, you already know that will be where they'll look to build momentum from. Yogi going towards Link, somehow still wins versus Con. Piety there to make the trade work. The pivot here from Neons to move towards C instead. While Yamro's far away watching the flank if ever. The rest of Neons are on site. The Bisky though will get a good punish going. Yogi inside the smoke, and it's gonna regroup here towards the garage side, but Kachao shows up. Felsi with the answer. Trade for trade at the end. It's NYX with the advantage. Well, Yamro has the late entry here. It's a 1v2. Looks to isolate versus one on the platform. Paranoia is there as well. And as Neon's now looking for that last hope, courtesy of Yamro, she's moving over to Link. NYX is so prepared for this. Delbisky waiting for the call, courtesy of somebody, and somebody just gets such a sharp shot. We're tied up yet again. We go to another overtime.
NYX, they say the naysayers, which basically is me at this point, and they take it to 13-13, definitely not giving up on their map pick, and in particular, they were excellent in finding those timings and trading out on site. Delbisky to swing out and find this first one, and the second one to come through as well. Just really nice positioning at the end. Very staggered and delayed appearance coming out of Yamroll there, who was kind of in that lurk play position, but NYX, they managed to make it work. 13-13 now. Another chance at taking the lead once again this time around, as it does seem like they just want to go running into that B side.
Already the first maps like this, I can't wait to see what else is there in store for us in the battle for the final slot to elite. Somebody though, and Delbisky, there's the opening NYX needs, and that was just so straightforward. Shots fired, and it's NYX looking to reposition, but Yoki will catch Piety in the act. 4v3 for the time being. Velsi now leading the charge onto the site itself. The problem is, so many angles here for NYX to work with. You got somebody on one side, you have Con on the other. Aftershocks there too, and Con really able to get the angle isolation going. Here comes the push, and it's no way for Yoki. NYX goes back to match point.
Just poor Yoki surrounded on every single side by a particular player. Nothing that she can really do there. And that's just the kind of pace that we've been seeing in the beginning of NYX's attack rounds, right? They kind of slowed it down over the last few rounds, but quickly just going back to their quick hit, smash and grab ways, they find success, and they are able to get themselves to match point once again. Neons this time around, the ones on the back foot, this has been their most successful half. Sure, they've looked better when they're on the attacking side themselves, but still, that said, NYX, they usually tend to close it out when they have the advantage like this.
Yeah, they're just one away from getting it done yet again. And as NYX now look to control shortened sewers, it will be Neons moving forward towards C. Need to get this kill onto Delbisky quickly, and Coyote will find it there anyway. Piety over to the platform though. We've seen from NYX, they can hold this backside well. KitKat though on the board. Coyote with a clear. And is it a game of executes here, Zach? It's just offense versus offense we're seeing right now. Neons with such a clear advantage. And somebody makes her way towards the site. Awkward timing. Kachao is there for the cover. Close though. Yamro handles it. Somebody with the trade. It's 1v3 with a long plant going. It's so difficult now. And while somebody gets a kill, it will be another round to go for more. Neons, they tie it up, Zach. Third overtime just in the first map.
First map of a best of 5, and it's already a third overtime. Yeah, that's I think we're gonna be here a while, Zax. And honestly, there's nowhere else we would rather be with the way that these two teams are fighting for their lives right now. Again, just the stakes, right? You win here, you make it to Elite, you have a chance of representing APAC in that International Game Changers Championship in Sao Paulo. But if you lose here, all those dreams, all of those hopes just come to an end. So neither team really willing to concede or let it go quite yet, if at all, for the rest of today. I feel like we'll be seeing them fight until the very end. And now with that side switch again coming in, NYX, they're back to their slow play.
Yeah, cutting noise. They just want to keep NEONS guessing. We've seen this a few times, courtesy of NYX, where they just want to keep the other anchors stationed. And while KitKat is the only one here, she's been extra reliable today. Best form we've seen from her all throughout the tournament. The smokes are out though. The Bisky makes her way towards the side. Nana's going to get popped, and she's still burning. She's still burning the Bisky. You need to get an extinguisher of that, as her feet have been stinged. Let's KitKat though, still on the high ground. Piety with the plant going. See the smoke already from NEONS though. They're expecting the long hold, and because of it, NYX will play on site instead. Kachao though anticipating the push, uses the fault line and the aftershock to support the stall, prevent the paranoid from getting value. 1-for-1 though is the call. NYX already still holding here. The swing comes, and Coyote doesn't check the corner. NYX is ready, NYX is set, and NYX is looking to go for more. Kachao will be unrelenting, and KitKat cannot handle everyone looking at her. NYX is back on match point again.
I'm surprised they didn't catch out the second time around. They did spot her, but I guess they presumed that she would have moved. But nope, nothing happening. Kachao just that rock that the rest of the players break against here. You know, like that stage line, you are a boulder, I'm a mountain. She was definitely the mountain in the way over there.
A rock and hard play sometimes. And NYX, Kyosei. This team has just been one of the biggest surprises of the tournament. The other biggest surprise, NEONS, and now they're here, fighting for that final slot for Elite. I can't think of any two teams more deserving than them. And we're only in the first map here, Zach, and we're going the distance. Smokes out though, Coyote looking to go for the clear. No one on site though here for NYX. It's Link held by somebody instead, and I'm worried right now as she's trying to play in this connector. Somebody just waiting in cover, backs away for the time being. NEONS will get the plant now.
Spike planted.
Not much that NYX can really do to try and deny it. It's just going to be a very awkward 5-on-5 retake, but it's the ace side, so definitely a likely possibility that they could do it.
Like, Zach, they have the operator too for NYX, so it needs to be someone stepping up immensely. The Bisky tried to do so. Kachao blocked off her own teammate because of the stun, and as the Bisky goes on to side, NEONS already getting to for that time being. Kondo sharp with a shot, why did he make it happen as well? But Felsi over at Graffiti. 5 HP left, and the bullets are enough for NEONS to stay alive. 30 rounds in, we're still continuing with map number 1. Another OT in the books.
Overtime.
15-15, and it's just been so back and forth here. Both teams excelling in being able to win out the attack round. It's a defense that seems to lay them low, and I think that for NEONS in particular, the longer this goes on, the better it is for them, because NYX, remember, they're already tired out from that first series, and this is their map pick, so the pressure is definitely going to be hitting them harder. But so far, at least, I feel like that operator pick from Khan, it took everybody completely by surprise. It just came out of nowhere. Like, imagine seeing a Sova opping on a retake. What? Excuse me? And they still get 2 kills?
She has the pedigree for it. Come on.
That's true,
I guess my biggest concern, though, is if you're playing up like that, and you don't have an anchor properly towards A, how difficult would the retake be? You could see the difficulty already, Zach. It was brutal.
Pretty much impossible, honestly. They weren't even able to get past that first obstacle despite all the utility that was available at that point. So things gonna slow down a little bit. Once again, NEONS looking to be methodical about this A side push. Joe not gonna find much value here. And the rest of them, they're just trying to push forward. The Spike is still hanging around here as well. And NYX, they've got quite a heavy side presence, actually.
Yeah, Coyote's playing by the boxes. I think she made it work a while ago before. Wonder if it's gonna happen yet again. That's the Bisky now. Smoke and the dash. Spotted though by NEONS. Looking to go for the navigation, and looks like no one's checking her angle. Instead, Delbisky gets absolute value from it. And an unsafe assumption for NEONS leads to their demise. It's 5v2 now. Yamroll and KitKat, what can they do on this retake? As NYX has brought in the sledgehammers, and the destruction of A is looking apparent. They get intel as well. They know now where NEONS is coming from. And NYX is just so prepared for the crossfire. Here we go, yet again with the contact. And NYX has the firing squad set. Back to match point. Back to another round we go.
Another one on the line
Switching
here,
sides.
and Neon's gonna be
Match
back
point.
on the attack now. So far, they've been quite successful, to say the least, on this particular one. But if you think about it, right, the rounds where NYX were able to win, it was when they actively either had ultimates that let them retake, which they're not going to be having this time around, or were proactive about how they wanted to play. If they could get a couple of kills in advance,
Here.
make sure that they maintain that numbers advantage, it will be enough for them to
Here.
close it out. That said, though, it's a high risk, high reward kind of strategy. It does seem like that's the call here, especially with the positioning of these players.
Oh.
Khan again with the operator strikes, and this time around finds that first blood.
This time they find it. This time they get the catch going, Zach. And finally, we get the value for NYX and their gamble. So a strong start here, and that's overwhelming
Bomb grenade
presence.
out.
Wouldn't be surprised to see NEONS look to go for another site instead. And because of the setup here from NYX, they're so prepared for any angle NEONS is looking to play from.
Yeah, just so much utility, and because they haven't lost anybody yet, they still have enough manpower or woman power to cover all of these angles. KitKat now on the lurk, looking to find some kind of positioning and value here. Maybe catch a player off guard, but it's just gonna be dropping the alarm bot for some additional pressure, for some information as well. Still a
Fault lines
4v5.
Ooh.
Sorry?
No, yeah, and-
Oh my.
Oh, Ka-chow! Showing her position, and KitKat just walks in, strolls on to get that kill. This is a big distraction here, courtesy of NEONS, and KitKat will fall, but the rest of NEONS now make their way
30
towards C
seconds
instead. Yoki, Felsi, they have a plan to get control of the site. 4v3, yet again, this might be the problem here for Khan on the retake. She does have enough players alongside her to try and get the job done. Close hold though from Yoki. Piety looking to push as well. It's Felsi around over to the corner. Yoki gets first. Piety with the trade. Here comes the systems here. But Felsi will weather the storm. We're not done. We go on. And into another overtime. We
Switching
continue with
sides.
map number 1.
Overtime.
16 to 16, map number 1. Usually this is the kind of stuff you expect to see out of the fifth map of a grand final, not the very first one. But hey, it's okay. We go again. Second time out, gonna be called this time around by Neons, who honestly are just trying to figure stuff out. That round it could have been closed out by NYX, but Felsi with a huge 1v2 able to keep it going here. And if you look at the scoreboard, it tells the story. Every single player across both teams just firing off in this struggle here. It's almost like an international match, if you think about it, Dax. It's basically just the Philippines versus Thailand in this one.
I mean, technically, it's an international match. It's an within the region, you know. It counts. It counts. But gotta ask you, Zach, what will it take for someone to win? Doesn't
Somebody
matter who
wins their defensive round.
Like, what's the win condition? Is it defense really? Because I see a lot of red on the scoreboard, and you mentioned it. I feel like it's the game of executes. I said it a few rounds ago in an earlier overtime, and I'm saying it again. It's just how both NYX and NEONS have been so planned out on their attack. It's kind of where their defense that falters, and I do wonder who's going to be able to find the answer for each other as soon as possible.
It's kind of funny as well, because when this started out, both teams were able to win that defensive round, but since then it's just been attack all around here for the victory.
Hey!
Yes, it's just been chaos. This time around, it's the Killjoy op coming in for Neon's. KitKat getting tired of running around with the Vandal, decides to pull up the big gun instead, as the push comes in through Garage. Immediately stops at his tracks though, thanks to the paranoia slash the tremor coming out of the breach here. Bit of a reposition towards the spawn again as they look for an A pivot, but again, early information gathering available from Coyote from this aggressive angle.
I mean, it's so interesting here for NEONS that they went for the op gamble, and it's not Coyote holding onto that operator. It's been KitKat. So this time around, NYX throw out the smoke towards A lobby, try to pull the rotation away from Cian. It works out so well for them. KitKat's moving away when she had the angle towards Long, and a single member from NYX has allowed the biggest heist of a site to happen. This is NYX C site to take, and we are going post plan.
Yeah, it It's just such a strategy. With one cloudburst, they draw the entire population of Neons over to that A side. And now in this post plan with an operator, it's going to be so difficult for this Killjoy. Still 2 players towards the side. Immediately, Recon getting broken. The Tremor, though, that's going to hit. Unfortunately, Khan still that first point of contact. Gets the second and the third as well. Just sprayed out from NYX. Absolutely impossible to deal with. And in that close range, the Classic will be enough. A flawless for them, and Khan, a celebratory Hunter's Fury once again NYX at match point.
So how much is a Cloudburst zap?
200?
Doesn't matter what it is actually, because it's priceless from that round. Just a single pull of the rotation, and everything has fallen apart to the heartbreak of Neons. NYX is back on match point, and I do wonder what's next for us. This game has all been about the attack. Saka said it. Whoever can win on the defense, they will be taking this map. We see now Neons, though, looking to default towards that A. Fault line thrown just to try and see if anyone's playing over at A along. For the time being, NYX is back to their more anchored ways. Everyone's on rifles this time.
Yeah, they don't really want to risk things around. Even if Khan was able to find value with the operator, it seems like Neons might expect that very play. You can see them investing that drone, that utility early on here to prevent Khan from really finding excessive value with the help of that weaponry. Once again, KitKat kind of on this mid-lurk play. We've seen her find those opening kills before, but again, the adjustments are there from NYX. The crossfires being across there across the site. Very aggressive positioning from Killjoy on A, and on C as well. It's a double stack. So if Neon, they try to run it down, they might really face some issues with it, because that's what it seems like they're doing. They're going to see.
I mean, Piety has been basically the raid boss of Haven for so long already. The smoke's gonna be there too, and as she's gonna prime the paranoia, gets a good connection. But KitKat will find Kachao to begin the advantage here for Neon. Still Bisky though, trades it up. The garage still works. Work from Yoki, finds one, even a second. Well done by Yoki so far. Spots out one towards the platform, a third for Yoki, and yet again, Neons have busted through to the other side. It's somebody versus the world right now, and she can't handle the weight. 17 to 17, another OT, another go.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Seems like defense is just a little bit of a difficult task to ask for from both of these teams.
Just a bit, you know, a smidgen, you'd say.
Just a little.
So what's this, overtime 6?
I can't do the math anymore, Dax. I guess
so. I think so. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, this is the 6th overtime. We are in map 1. We are in the best of 5. And it feels like... Oh, go.
No, I was just gonna say, it's like so often you see games where it's like a 13-3 scoreline or a 13-1, you know, and it's just this map, it seems like it'll be more than 2 of those maps combined mathematically as well as emotionally, because it is just a roller coaster for us here. Oh my.
Well, this is the LCQ that never ends, as NYX and Neons raid yet again, but we go back on the attack for NYX, and as per usual, it's the execute that works for them. Also, stellar lurk from Kachao. She gets one for her troubles. Coyote does answer back. It is a 2v3. They see that the garage is trying to be taken here by NYX. Neons will fend them off for the time being. But the problem is, there's also the rotation from Kon as well. Coyote is being hounded so far. Yoki setting up with the fault line. But Kon staying silent, staying ready. And here we go with Kon looking to get the backstab going. The smoke is there though. It should dissipate soon. And timing everything. They will be getting the round. It's NYX on match point again.
Again.
Switching sides.
For about the 3rd time in a row, or is it the 4th time in a row? No, it's the 5th time in a row, actually.
Yeah, 5th time.
For 5th time in a row, NYX, they get to match point. 6th time, actually, if you do think about it in regulation. This is just the 5th time in overtime. So, yeah, they get it for the 6th time in a row over the course of the map. Neons, again, feeling the pressure. Though at this point, I feel like they're just used to it. It's like, yeah, NYX wins one, we win one. NYX wins one, we win one. Neither of them really willing to give the map up. No operator either this time around for them. They go back to their tried and tested strats, and an early recon fake, a misleading presence towards that A side might lead up to a quick push onto this garage B area.
Scans there. Big intel here for NYX. If ever they can just hold on to the site with more numbers, that can help them out break the never-ending loop that is overtime. Groundhog Day here on Haven.
Here.
But NYX, they're prepared. Will Dabisky as well as somebody over at Link. Kit Kat though, she's made this angle work before. Neon's cutting noise for the time being. And Kit Kat, okay, she's backing off for the time being. Seems like they're really just trying to stay silent here.
So many of those rounds you've seen Kit Kat just find these crucial lurks towards this B site, but this time around there's a double stack, in fact, towards the same angle to ensure that even if she does get a pick, it's going to be a trade. Execute finally coming in here on this
That's
B
fake.
site. Yeah, it's just fake though. It's a dash and a dash
seconds
away
left.
here as they reposition towards this C side, but the clock, it's ticking, Dax, and this might be the difference maker. There might not be enough time.
Oh, this is gonna be big. This is gonna be big from NYX. They're still on site. They're still at the ready. And Khan is there to get the one. Kit Kat though with the trade. Paranoia answers back. Chow and Delbisky making it happen. And the defense has finally won. We get NYX to take their map pick in multiple overtimes all throughout the first map of the series. And if this is gonna be the standard of the games, well, we are in for a treat here, Zach, because you know Elite is on the line. And these two teams are trying to prove that they are at that caliber.
I think after that game, everybody agrees that both of these teams, it could go either way. What a back and forth half that we saw, especially towards the end. But like we said, Dax, it came down to who was a little bit better at defense. And with the clock being winded down like that, NEONS, they just had no way to break apart the NYX stack on that site. But that's it from us for this particular map. At least we still have our panel to break it down for us though. So Mikan Black and Blue, tell us what just happened, because holy crap.
Oh, 6 overtimes. That's what happened. Oh, after some point, you were kind of just like, oh my gosh, this is gonna end. I kind of miss seeing somebody win on defense, and finally, NYX Kyosei was able to pull it out. And wow, I'm kind of speechless as well, because like this is map number 1, ladies and gents, and of this best of 5 series, and it looks like both of these teams, they really want that slot.
I'm kind of surprised it was NYX Kyosei who was able to convert the defensive round finally in that overtime, considering, you know, on the defense, it's NEONS who have a closer disparity on their win percentage on the attack and defend. But I really think what helped out here for NYX was especially the fact that they're really quick and eventually adapting to what was happening. Okay, maybe quick's not the word, but they still would learn from their mistakes. Like we seen that first overtime attacking round where they go for that B plan, but they don't take garage control and it doesn't work out. So what do? The next overtime round, they go for B site hit again, but they finally take that garage control and things work out. And it's just a case of, once more, NYX Kyosei here being able to recognize what went wrong and do exactly what will go right.
Just little change, building on those little changes, right? Round by round. At the same time, you have these power plays, right? Like you had these power plays coming out from players like Khan, like from players like Kit Kat as well, from Piety, and from Kachao. You know, you had these amazing round-changing plays, and I think that, you know, for both of these teams, this is the map that they're going to start on. Oh, we are in for a series, ladies and gents. What a way to end LCQ, actually. This is just map number 1. I keep on reiterating that just because it feels like we already had 2 maps and not just 1.
Yeah, it's only the start, the alpha, but not yet the omega. So, I mean, with that, we still have a long road ahead of us, I guess, to find out the actual conclusion of this series. But we have a player like Khan who just right on time came in a while ago in that first series, right? In map number 2, she was an absolutely stellar and fire hand that they needed from her, and she's still keeping up that momentum, just always so sharp. And you would never expect a Sova of all things to be so impactful in terms of not just utility, obviously, but the way she frags out and leads the charge sometimes on their push.
Oh yeah, she's very, like, you know, some very brave plays, right? Like as Zach pointed out, not afraid to rush in with the op sometimes. And I think sometimes, like, you know, in times wherein, so, like we saw earlier with those overtime rounds, those are the things you need, you know, to push your opponent into some place that's uncomfortable, some place that will really like, you know, make them stop and think for a second, like, wait, who exactly am I up against? And so that just when they think that they've had you all figured out, apparently they haven't. But we'll see indeed if this 6 overtime map was enough for Neons to really get to know NYX and the other way around, or if they probably need a little bit more as they get to know each other, this time on Bind, a pick of Neons right after this very quick break. We'll be right back. about to get into map number 2, and I say finally because if you've seen what happened on that first map, it was quite a while indeed. We had 6 overtimes, and it looks like both of these teams are really bringing their A game, vying for that final slot into Elite alongside MLT Esports. Right now though, we are heading into bind for both of these teams, and this is a pick by NEONS. So Black and Blue, what are we expecting here, especially from what we saw in that first map?
Well, considering how close they were able to bring it, I don't doubt that NEONS are still able to come back for map number 2, Mika, right? What's really funny is that nobody expected that many amount of overtimes, but at the same time, nobody really expected a team like, you know, the NYX Kyosei to go this far, especially against a team like NEONS who came out of the gate swinging in this LCQ. And Bind was a map a while ago that we saw when they were playing against the Hero KDA that they weren't able to convert. That was the only map they lost in the series a while ago, and it's been a very good map, to say the very least, for NEONS. So if you're NYX Kyosei, yeah, you take the win, but are you really happy enough with the series so far? Because I'm pretty sure NEONS, they got something in store.
Yeah, not to mention that, you know, NYX Kyosei just earlier, you know, they did take that loss against the Hero KDA. It wasn't too bad. They did get some momentum against them. So I guess maybe they have their bearings around it Bind right now, but we're right. I mean, NEON's stats here on Bind are just far too impressive to deny, right? And I think that coming into this, NYX Kyosei, whatever they showed on Bind earlier, it needs that reset once more, much like these ladies. You know, they did have such a long day for sure. And I think that, you know, whatever else they have in their strategy and whatever else they have in their playbook, they all have to bring it out now, because it is that final slot
to reset, you know, just bring back the mental zen, you know, let that go.
They
Sometimes
need to put out some, you know, you put out the essential oils or something, just because you need to reset. I need to reset. I have this for a reset. It's my.
I know.
It's such a hit. It's lovely. It's lovely. It's helping me.
It'll help me too, because I'm quite congested right now. But I mean, I think the big thing here is
Where is yours?
You know, it's somewhere over the rainbow. I have this stick instead, but that also helps. The VIX. What's painful though is losing in overtime like that after you worked so hard for it, right? If it was quick and easy, if it was like a 13-5, then you let that go, you move on over. But then the ones are heartfelt, you really fought for, those are the ones that can really break your heart. And I'm hoping here that for NEONS, for their first outing of the day, that won't necessarily kind of continue in a negative trend for them, because they still have a lot to fight for here, especially knowing that nobody expected them to get this far as well. They've never made a top 8, and yet they came out of the gate swinging once more. I'm still hoping that we're going to get ourselves into a tied series up early 1-1.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Are you? Be careful what you wish for, Black and Blue, because based on how map number 1 went, oh, potentially these two teams could really fight it out once more.
It's more opportunities for us to hear our amazing casters, Dax and Zach,
that's absolutely right.
over and over.
You never get tired of them. You never get tired of them. I think they deserve more airtime indeed.
Yeah, I love their combination, so much so that I now officially refuse to work with Dax so that he may always be paired with Zach. Yes.
I think that's something that he has a very strong reaction to. I think, but I support it. I support it though, especially for this best of 5. I think it's an exciting one indeed, especially given the shape that both of these teams are in right now. I think that, you know, the question of whether, you know, NYX has reset or NEONS has warmed up enough, because they tend to start a little bit slow. I think that's out of the door right now, given like the amount of overtime, the amount of rounds that they had to play. At the very end of it, it just felt like, you know, the one round was like blending into a whole bunch of rounds, and we just had one long, really 15-minute attacking round at some point. Yeah. But I think that, you know, coming into Bind, we can expect a lot of shenanigans. I love how NYX and NEONS actually were really, you know, playing around with the map, you know, using these unique strategies, using these creative plays. And Bind is a map that where you can do that quite a lot. You can even get a little trolly on it.
Well, I'm not too sure if we're going to see too many trolls this time around. Maybe no kind of wayward Yoru picks or anything like that. But I do expect some kind of divergence from the norm here coming from NYX Kyosei. We saw their composition a while ago. They like to field that Cypher, they have the solo brim on the smoke, and they keep the Raze in check, but the Sova is, I think, what really will make the difference here for their case. Looking at how their opposition Neons, they like to run that double controller without the Sentinel. They like to run that Viper with the Brimstone, and then Sky with the double duelist of all things. So it's a very different idea and the Battle of Contrition here for two different very contrasting approaches, I think, from these two teams when it comes on the buy-in, that you have to wonder, is it the one that's a bit more stable in terms of holding and locking things down on the double controller that will prevail, or one that's a bit more information and methodically focused coming from NYX Kyosei?
Yeah, I think that, you know, if NYX are expecting Neons to come out with a double duelist like they usually do, they're gonna need a little bit more stopping power than just the Cypher that they usually bring out, right? They need something else there. That's where I think, like as you mentioned, the double controller might do well, but that might not be what they'll bring out. It will be Neons, though, that will bring that out with the double duelist instead. And on NYX Kyosei, they are still sticking with the Cypher. They are putting in the Fade this time instead of the Sova, though, Black and Blue.
Very curious decisions here, right? You talked about that Fade being swapped on in, and it does allow that combination of utility with the Raze nade on Kachao, who has now moved on over to the Duelist. We've seen her be on the Duelist in other teams in the past, but a while ago we saw her on the Cypher, so really switching things up on here. For the most part, though, still the same composition as what Neon's bring to the fold here with KitKat this on the Brimstone, and they still keep that comp we were talking about, but now I wonder if this is the right choice. Maybe that Seize can be exactly what kind of keeps, you know, the fast-paced double duelist Neon's composition in their tracks. Will that, you know, Haunt be also a big problem, or will those Prowlers be what they use to kind of cut up and clear all these smokes that Neons have got?
Yeah, you have the Prowlers, you have the Dog, you know, you have the Hawks as well as Sky. Those can all beat back the double duelists, right? Depends on how they're going to execute this, though, so let's step into buy-in to find out how exactly this is going to pan out. Casters, over to you guys once again.
Thanks to such a great panel. They're so wonderful. I love listening to them go on and on. But Zach, I think this is such a big mystery moving forward. What is NYX Kyosei cooking? They're changing up their composition yet again. From literally a few hours ago, they're going for role swaps. We're getting the Fade now rather than Sova, and personally I like that a lot more for this kind of setup. But what do you think? Because they're the ones with the map lead right now, and Neon's looking to answer back.
I mean, I think switching it up is good because this is a map that Neons, they've definitely performed better on over the course of this LCQ, and it is their map pick. So perhaps bringing in something that they weren't expecting, that Fade, for example, it might be enough for them to really take them by surprise. The second factor to consider is if you look at how Haven went, it was the defense that both of these teams, and in particular NYX, seem to really struggle with. So them bringing in this kind of a Asian composition really does help buff up that factor, especially when you consider that there's a double duelist coming in for Neons. Oh, usually you see Gambrel kind of like smiling and laughing. Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, on point. And she had like the inhaler too, just like our panel had from Ascension. So I guess everyone's getting on that train. Here we go, though. We're getting into the game. Neons will attack first. NYX will on the defense. And I just wanted to list out all the changes we're having here for NYX Kyosei. Besides, of course, having that Fade now over the Sova, it's the role swaps. Con is the only one sticking around with what she played a while ago. Piety moves over to Cypher. Delbisky moves away from Duelist for the Fade. Some bodies on the Brimstone. Kachao bringing out an old school Raze that we saw a bunch last year back in her previous teams. So for now, I'm honestly very interested to see what NYX is going to do with this. Kachao going to be backing all the way for the time being. Prowler's there. Good for close contact if ever. Trailblazer going to be the answer so far. Kachao now still sticking around, still alive. And Neons knows there's going to be a lot of aggressive defense, or rather some stonewall defensives that can play close if ever.
Here.
Yamro just waiting, watching for the flank here. When you don't have a sentinel on your team, this is a danger. If you can't get into the site quite quickly, you're always at the danger of these lurk plays. It seems like Neons though, they still want to go towards this A side. So Whiskey in the corner will have to take the 1v1 here and has to trade out advantageously. The flash does connect and she goes down.
Yeah, they need to at least flush out those close corners here for NEONS. And Yoki doesn't disappoint, finding two already. Somebody inside the smoke as well. She's looking for an opportunity, gets it versus Yamro. 3v3 as somebody goes for the chase. Realizes though they're over by Hookah. B site now where NEONS wants to take this. As NYX will regroup, teleport on the way. They go for the catch, perhaps onto
30
Yoki.
seconds left.
Low HP for Felsi as well, rather. And it's just all about teleportation. This has been such a neck and neck game. And I wouldn't be surprised to see it here onto the second map. We run around Zach, moving back to A.
Spike planted.
It's still 3v3 though, and whether Con can find any more contact. Flash is there. Yoki also with the find. Labs though being held here by Felsi. KitKat on the
remaining.
board, and eventually NEONS has found the right directions to actually get this map win go, or this round win going rather. That's an interesting start here.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think we got a nice tour of buying through every single teleporter. You know, we saw the A side, we took the TP over to B for a while, we took it back to A, this time seeing showers. So NEONS really doing their best to show us Biden in case we forgot how it looked. But back to that pistol, that was really nice, especially KitKat's positioning. You know, the entire time she was just that spoil sport lurking menace that NYX really were not able to take care of. They even got a dink on her at some point, but just not able to confirm and convert that kill. And that will lead to NEONS having a much better investment for this particular round. 5 Spectres, in fact, across the board here.
Yeah, the anti-eco looking to be a heavy investment. Trailblazer also used early on. Seems like for NEONS, they're expecting already closer contacts moving forward into this map. Yamro on the APC though. There you go with somebody falling. And this is one of those maps here for NEONS, Zach, where you see Yamro play the duelist instead, shift over her roles. Market though being taken here by Piety. Felsi holds it down well. Shower also smokes gone. Kyosei finding Kachao too. And NEONS,
Last player
just every
standing.
single angle that they need to keep an eye on, they're doing so. Nice shots from Con to at least get one. But NEONS has just dominated this A side so far.
Yeah, Con, only a Sheriff in hand, looking for a little bit more here. Takes quite a bit of damage, left with 12 HP and a Dream. 1 bullet in the Sheriff. Maybe if she can get one more kill, it'll be enough, but KitKat will not let that happen. Excellent anti-eco coming out of NEONS. They lose 1 player in total, and all things considered, them being able to carry forth 4 Spectres means that this bonus, or well, 3 Spectres, is going to mean that this bonus is going to look quite substantial here, Dax, because of the fact that on Bind, right, so many of these angles, a Spectre, it's just good enough for the fights.
I mean, you're running that double duelist, so you expect the aggression, right, for NEONS. But the lack of hesitation, the willingness to still be able to brave whatever the Fade and the Sky can throw out at them, I think that's going to be the biggest point here for NEONS to move forward into this map. They're changing it up though. Be long instead, where they want to make this switch happen. Already digs down Kachao here. There's the contact, realizes one to across the corner, but Kachao holds out the line to get 2 before she's felled. 3v3, rotations pulled, and perhaps for NEONS, they'll think about going for the push over onto A instead.
Excellent trades. Upgrades picked up as well towards long, so Yamro gonna have a Vandal instead this time around. Faust on the lurk. Looking for a little bit more, trying to take that U-Haul control in this fight. Might decide how exactly this round shapes up, whether that rotation comes in or not. Piety, the only player gonna be on site, still holding down the angle. Gets taken down though, and that's huge. That's gonna trigger the rotation immediately.
Yeah, teleport towards the showers, and this A site is NEONS for the taking. Well done though on the lurk. Just the timing there for Felsi. Catching out Piety to a big surprise. It's a difficult here for
Spike
NYX.
planted.
They do have the rifle, sure, but you can see already upgrades here for NEONS. Moving back also, shower short and lineup perhaps from Felsi if ever. That decay, that wall is gonna be so pesky. Speaking of now, looks like NEONS is just gonna be getting this round again as NYX will concede.
Yeah, they're like, you know what? You know, we know you have the Brimstone, we know you have the Viper. We don't want anything to do with this. And honestly, that's the right call, because there's no way that they're going to be able to hunt down all of these players while also trying to defuse this fight. So
find you.
knowing that this is their buy round, it's better if they just try to hold on to these weapons. And it seems like NEONS, they're happy enough with the victory that they're not going to really try to force the issue. KitKat looking possibly for an upgrade on that B site. But aside from that, excellent round coming out throughout from NEONS. The extremely aggressive push towards long and the quick trades as well to enable them to really find that initial advantage. Of course, what did finally win them the round was Felsey's position towards that U-Haul to be able to shut down Piety, take out not just a Cypher but also a utility. That really made it easy. And Neon, so far, we've seen them before on this particular map, how much they love to play that rotation game. And it seems like they're succeeding in kind of confusing NYX up.
I mean, everyone was befuddled by what we saw in the round number 1, right? Teleport to B, teleport to A, just go everywhere and anywhere. And you mentioned it, active rotation so effective here for Neons. Yamroll, though, looking to assess what's going on. Coyote already, blast backing away towards Triple instead. The Prowler's there, though. Neons looking to go for the backside. Love that she's going for heaven, perhaps an angle that Neons can surprise NYX from. And with Piety here, seems like Delbisky also looks to hold for NYX. They have the lamp, sure, but we've seen from Neons they're willing to play the post plant instead. Yamroll, though, gonna fall. Con with Trailblazer in to play as well. Body with high ground. There's the flames already. KitKat with the final to one. It's 4v3 for the time being. And still NYX struggling to find their way towards the spike. Kachao, though, beautiful backstab. KitKat playing safe with the orbital strike. Yoki goes for the seekers as well. It's 2v3 though as time is running out. Piety wants to go for the defuse, sticks it halfway before she falls. 3 though for KitKat, burns down to with the orbital strike. Will it be enough time here for Dilbisky? It will be close, and NYX will get this. Finally, the defense on the board.
0.17. That's gonna haunt Neons just a little bit, but NYX, they're gonna be happy about that particular one to be able to finally make it through and convert it. It got dicey, it got incredibly close, but just the fact that both of these players were able to sacrifice their life to be able to ensure that half the defuse goes through, that's gonna be enough for NYX to take this particular round here. It got really close, too close for comfort, honestly. But that said, it's going to be a nice bit of confidence that they finally get their first round on the board here off the back of the guns that they saved.
I mean, they're understanding more so the methods here of NEONS. Not only did we see Kachao look for anyone looking for the lineups, but Piety sacrificed her life just to get that halfway to give NYX that chance. And if we can see that more from NYX, it's what we noticed last time they were playing on Bind a while ago, that they understood how the hero KDA was playing. They're able to rally just a bit to make it a closer game than expected. The flash is there though. Yamroll now will be spotted out. Intel here for NYX. Kachao and Con. This is dangerous for Yamroll to contend with, and she's gonna back away for the time being.
Completely understandable. I would make the same decision in her spot, especially with the amount of danger to be just slowly but surely creeping up her way. Yamroll, though, still kind of, it's been more of these lurks that are having impact than the duelists over the course of today. It feels like, not that it's any reflection on them personally, it's just the way the game has worked out. Delvinsky on that first point of contact position, though, towards once again this UL position. It's been a linchpin throughout this entire game here as to how it plays out, and Felsha is just pushing the issue.
Also, this is dangerous. So much utility either way. Delbisky, the same, a sea of green. She needs to wait away from Coyote, though, realizing the tripwire distraction, but somebody still falls. Eventually, Neons, they've made their way towards the side. Over inside the cyber cage, Piety with a solid surprise, and it will be Yoki looking to go for the plant instead as Piety gets the value. NYX, though, on the board. Neon's answers back to make it 3v1. Showstopper available here for Kachao, so we go to post plant as NYX are losing out on the members. Stopper, red like a book. KitKat's there right beside her, and Neons makes it 4 for now.
Very unlucky about that showstopper being invested. They could have tried to hold on to it for this next round, but just does not work out that way. Excellent round coming out of NEONS. Once again, they look very much in command of this attacking side here. Just being able to read their opponents throughout and make the kind of plays that let them really take that control. Now, once again, NEONS in that awkward position of being forced into an eco. But we've seen them hit some pretty nasty eco shots in the past. Only a couple off of that Nightfall as well as the Orbital Strike. So those ultimates might be the difference maker.
Yeah, NYX here. They're on the left side. Coyote, he's gonna blast back yet again. Very stellar at making that space. Loves to go for that triple. And from that point on, seems like KitKat delivers on the double herself. Felcha here. eye out.
planted.
Nice timing from
My ult's
somebody
ready.
to catch out KitKat. Sure, ult is online, so the orbital strike is something NYX can work with. They just don't have the arsenal though. Chelsea here prepared for more of the contact. Gets the one, doesn't expect there's a second, and Kachao will surprise her. Oh, sticks it up, and goodbye to Felsi. 3v2 for the time
One
being.
enemy
Shower still
remaining.
held. This is one thing that NEONS has done so well. They take so many angles here on these sites that allows them to get another round from it.
Really pristine play coming out from them overall. To be fair, that was an equal round. Not much that you can really do aside from the occasional shot like this to do some damage, but positioning-wise, post-plant, NEONS, they've looked incredibly efficient, and you see the adaptation from NYX's side as well, the fact that they're able to kind of go for these faster flanks to try and deny that post-plant utility, but again, with the score being 1-5, not exactly in their favor. They're gonna have to take a time out here to really consider how to deal with this heavy aggression out of NEON's side, because that double duelist combo, it's the perfect distraction. Yamroll and Coyote, they might be the entries, but they're also just that giant sign that says, look at me in bright lights, and while you're distracted, right? It's the remainder of the NEON squad, they just take everybody else out.
Yeah, and if you notice, so many times we've seen Coyote get extra elevation just to cause a distraction. She flies her way towards the triple boxes there. She makes her way across the site from short even. And that's where Yamroll decides to try to go for APC, go for default instead. It really feels like for NEONS, they have so many valuable markers on this map. They get absolute value from when they get that space from their duelists, and there's intention that KitKat and Felsi, they don't need to use the utility for the pre-plant, it's there for the post instead. And that's what's the biggest threat right now towards NYX, that it's not just whoever's on site they need to clear, it's everyone else, and then that initial problem to begin with.
I think the problem is the best way to say it, is to say it right now for this NYX squad, because they are struggling to find a solution. Right now, the format of that seems to be an extremely aggressive push through. Delbisky tucked away safely into the corner. Not going to be detected by the boom bot, although it does get broken. So at least that's one pivotal piece of information given away, that Shower's control has been taken early on by NYX. Gonna trigger the spike itself moving over towards this B side, while the rest of the squad, they're still on ADAX. They're there to make that distraction.
Yeah, they're sticking around though. The double control. Look at least perhaps for a teleport over to B, if ever they get first contact here. Over at long, Yamroll, Khan, maybe a head-to-head. This is 3 players though of NEONS. Khan realizes, okay, they're coming our way. Bob Flash into the kill. Coyote though, a very quick trade. And with the dock screen set, it did force the issue from NYX. Near the orbital strike though, melting down that hookah. But there's no one there on that spot. Instead, Nightfall gonna be the call. Showstopper here from Coyote. And while she's looking for a target, seems like Coyote's gonna get that kill over onto Yoki. So 2 already here for NYX, making it a 4v2. 4v1 now as Kachao's ready for more. Felsi, the only one still standing in the tin can here, providing protection, sure. And she's fighting for her life. Delbisky though, able to sniff that out. And NYX now with her second round.
Very, very nice, quick rotation to come out of them. They take the TP, find both those kills towards the hookah, and that changes the round here. At that point, Felci on side, just surrounded on every single angle. Not much that she can really do there. Of course, Piety and Delbisky, this double push, it was what kind of made the round for NYX, and it's exactly what they really need. That initial early information as well as kill, it kind of prevents that 1-2 punch from coming in on those duelists, letting Piety kind of just play around on side or with her utility, and it keeps things in favor of NYX here. So that little bit of adaptation, they might continue to do it. Already you can see that once again, they're willing to get frisky and aggressive.
Yeah, they can't rely on Khan, especially in angles like B-Long. That's why this guy is so popular on Bind. Kachao, though, also willing to push the envelope even more so. Kachao sees one. Coyote will fall. And from this point on, they will disengage. I like this a lot here from NYX. They don't need to overheat. Somebody also keeping tabs towards the Cubby, especially. Smokes out. Kachao willing to challenge yet again. Counter actions here from KitKat. She has the orbital strike as she's having another stellar game so far. I'm watching for Kachao though. Moving back towards Slaps. Felsi, KitKat, and the rest of NEONS ready to go for the execute. Poison Cloud in the way. Nate is gonna be the answer. Big damage so far, burning down through the molly as well. And NYX is just reading their opponents yet again, expecting now where they're gonna come from. Felsi though has crossed on over. Time though ticking on away. Neons, they need to make a decision and fast. Seems like NYX will make it for them. 3 for Kachao
Last
as the
player
rest of NYX
standing.
are ready to follow suit. 1 HP is not enough to fight with. Delbisky will seal the deal. And NYX is getting a semblance of control now.
Bouncing back into this, that is 2 rounds in a row now, and this one was even more convincing than the last. Like you mentioned, Dax, the barrage of utility there towards short, it did so much chip damage, tagging up, for example, Falsi to about 26 HP or something like that, and and off the back of that, it's just Kachao able to really find the damage. You know, I feel like over the past year, especially the way she was on Orangutan in 2022, I've just forgotten how it feels to see Kachao playing that race, but she is incredible.
2 generations really potential duelists from the Orangutan side. Anyway though, Neon's already getting 2 in their favor. Opening now from the shorts. And somebody watching yet again. Actually back in the shower. She gets 1 for her troubles. Kit Kat though trades it back evenly. It's 3v2. So Neon's advantage yet again, and this is one thing they could always do with the double duelist. Yambo and Coyote willing to sacrifice their lives to allow the rest to just make the trades work. As we get the Seekers now into play, Con here goes for the Trailblazer, realizes Felsi over at Lamps. The Snake Bite's gonna be the answer. The Cyber Cage is there too. So the cross now looking to be covered, but the spike is burning thanks to the Molly. Difficult here as NYX.
1 enemy
Time
remaining.
ticking right in front of them. Yoki also win 1 already. Flash is there. Gets confirmation. Piety though looking for the challenge. There's intel. There's the tap. Problem is, there's swing will come her way. Piety gets another one.
This is no problem.
But then again, a
1
2v1
enemy
is way too
remaining.
difficult. Good kills from Piety, but this round is over. Neons yet again. They just stall so well.
Yes, just really, really nice Seekers to come out as well out of the Neon side, because they were able to smoke out the 2 remaining players' positions, and off the back of that, right, you see how quick the readjust was. They decided, okay, we're not going to play towards short, 2 go into U-Haul, 1 towards showers, we hold the crossfire, we play time, and the plan works to perfection. Sure, towards the end, Piety was able to find a couple of kills, but that was it. Neons, they were just in full control of that round from start to finish. And now for NYX, at least, there's still going to be an economy. They have the showstopper on Kachao and an operator on Con, but these are going to have to be early kills here, because there is that Viper's clip available for that post plant, and with that judge, I don't fancy the chances of really retaking.
Oh, Coyote hit by the Tasmanian Devil. Still, in the Battle of the Beast, seems like Neons though. It's just apparent that Neons has such a strong win condition, and it's obvious. You go for post plant, their positions, their executes looking even better. Coyote though uses the intel provided by Yamori to get that kill onto Kachao. Delbisky trying to play over at backside. The smoke's though in the way, and you make it even worse. 5% on Life's body. Tries to go for any kind of action, but the judge, the blades, and all that Neons has is enough to make this effective. There's an open hand here for NYX. But in this instance, it's just so difficult to make it work. Heaven being taken here by Con. Neon's already. They get the intel that someone's up top.
Brimstone
Waiting
down.
perhaps for the shot. Beautiful from Con. But she's only gonna get 1 for her troubles. Wouldn't be surprised to see this as a save, Zach. Piety coming out from the flank. And
1
Coyote
enemy remaining.
spotting her quickly. And Neon's. And to get these sights, it's just such an unrelenting rule. The operator will be saved though for NYX, so at least that's something. But this is now just Neon's running away with this game here.
It's their map, and we've talked about how confident they were in the past, so definitely well done by them, especially with Coyote towards the end being able to deny that operator save over to that next round. NYX now in a complete economic deficit, not gonna have the economy for much at all, just sheriffs here, if at all anything. That said though, what's working out so well for Neons is just how coordinated their executes are. They leave no gaps for Neons to really exploit. A couple of those rounds, you did see Neons, they were holding these off angles. Sorry, Nyx, they were holding these off angles on site. They were able to kind of isolate those kills, but now the way that Neons, they've adapted, the kind of smash and grab hit that they have going, there's just no way for Nyx to even deny that kind of momentum at all, and it's just a repeat of that once again on the B side.
Exactly, because it feels like they're just making it as safe as
Oh,
possible
no.
here for the entry. In case in point, Neons does so yet again. They went for that flash towards B long. They went for the entry from the garden, and everything yet again. The checklist made by Neons. They're willing to pick up the pieces and go for even more rounds now. Convincing half so far here from Neons. This double duelist is something that suits them well.
Slow and steady seems to be the call. Two players left trying to find the kills, do the damage, and at least they're able to find one. The second as well for somebody here with the Spectre just wrecking some havoc. The problem is that the remainder of the squad, they're just positioned for that post plant. Once again, the Viper Grim, deadly combination. The lineup misses, but Felch does not, and that's going to be a 4K for the Viper on the round as Neon, they extend their lead to 8-3, Dax. What a scoreline.
Yeah, it's just Neons here performing to such a high level. The way that they're able to get control of backside so quickly. Now that the adjustments that we mentioned, that they play the intros a little bit safer, try to remove the challenge from NYX. And once we get to a post plant, it's their strength. It's their way to win. And I haven't seen NYX find the answer for that throughout this half, unfortunately.
Well, we saw a 9-3 half in that previous map, and look how that one went. So even if it is the case here, I wouldn't be super surprised if NYX managed to put together another win or overtime here. That said, though, Neons definitely look much more comfortable on this particular map's attacking side than on Haven, and that's saying something considering how excellent they were in that attacking half. Just no mistakes really being made, no opportunities given for NYX to capitalize off of, and all the players right now, they're just kind of scattered here to the winds. They know that they need to find that early advantage that they've had so far, and with all that noise being made on that A side, they know that the rotation would have come in, so B is going to be where they're going. Only Piety hanging around here.
Surefire though in the way. Yamro's gonna break it, and okay, you gotta stay there. Yamro brought back. Luckily for her, no one peeking that angle, anti-flash angle. Yamro gets the kill. Surprise though, Piety over at the corner, gets back into Hookah. We get the teleporter control here from NYX as well, as we get the Nightfall into play too. 4v3 though, as KitKat gets on the board. Plant going down here by B. Yamro watching out for CT. Yoki can't hear anything, and just because of that, Nobisky will take advantage. Orbital strike though, suddenly the answer. NYX gets away in time. And this flash comes from Con, tries to check out the closer angles. Yamro still inside the container. And you can see here, KitKat trying to play to stay away. Watching the flag if ever. Yamro though, close contact. Molly's already there. Yamro gets it done again. 3 for her before she falls. And as Spellseed removes the dart, it will just be the snake bite there. The stall is unreal. The shots are even better. Neons makes it 9-3 to end the half.
Another 9-3.
Switching
A very familiar number. Just, I feel like we've seen this before, Dax. Yo, Black and Blue, Mika, can you tell us where?
I'm getting a little worried for our dear casters here if that's the case, if it looks way too familiar. But I gotta say, Neons here are looking so comfortable on the post plant here. NYX is definitely having a hard time with all of this utility that's thrown in. I wonder, like, as the side switch, if they can manage to bring it back. But right now, Neons is on a roll.
I mean, you're seeing that come into full effect right here, coming from Neons, and the fact that we were talking about a while ago that map number 1 could definitely be one that kind of throws you off hinge, right? That kind of throws your confidence off your shoulders. It doesn't seem to be affecting them here, which is really great for Neons, because we talked about this being a long, drawn-out series, and it's looking to be the case now. 9-3. I don't care how superstitious you may be, but we've seen some incredible ones here today so far to come back from, and we might see another one here.
Oh, indeed, especially since like these two teams, again, they are fighting because that final slot into Elite is on the line, right? Right now, here on Bind, we know that this is a strong pick for Neons, but we're gonna see if NYX Kyosei can manage to bring it back as we throw it on back to our casters. Hope you're not too cursed.
The way this tournament has been going, 9-3 has led to long games. I do wonder though here for NYX, how will they find the recovery, Zach? They've changed up the comp yet again. They changed up how the roster basically works on who's playing what, and it hasn't really panned out as well as they wanted.
Yeah, it's been a little difficult, for lack of a better. There's no other way to say it. Neons, they've just been completely dominating in this first half, but hey, that's why the side switch is happening. And you remember what happened in that last 9-3 on Haven, where it was Neons that time on the back foot. So maybe NYX can make a comeback here, especially with the side switch to the attacking side. Already you can see them kind of going forward, being that point of contention. Beautiful Skydog though to catch out Piety, and oh no, that's just too much for her to deal
They're
with.
so active, even on the defense. Neon's doing so well already. Just get control again and again.
Oh.
Make
Player
it
standing.
so quick, make it so easy. And with all left now to Con, the difficulty spikes up to the maximum here for NYX. 1v4, spike in the hands here for Con, sure. But over on the showers. Oh, Kelsey's been spotted. Ghost taps. Okay, cool. The robots can be there. Nice isolation by Con.
Aw.
But you can already see the odds were against her. Neons makes it 10. And the control, the momentum is in their favor still here, Zach.
Yeah, it's been about 5 rounds in a row now, and Neons, this is a map that they have excelled at in the past, and they're really bringing all of their knowledge to the forefront here. Really impressed by how they have been dealing with this so far, especially coming off of that map number 1, right? It was so back and forth, and honestly, when it goes all the way to 19-17 and you still end up losing, it's gotta suck. But the fact that they've been able to just reset on this particular map and bring their best game to the forefront, it's a testament to how much they really want that elite slot. Now, 3-10, things looking dire for NYX here, especially with them opting to play in this anti-eco, not really purchasing up anything. It's going to take a miracle for them to convert it. And, well, we talked about 9-3 being a cursed number, but we got to see if 11-3 is the new one here, because that's what it seems like we'll be likely to get.
Zach hedging her bets, looking for the buys themselves. But for now, KitKat going to be a regrow the set. Okay, she needs a medic and fast. Luckily, Yoki's there to keep her topped up and she can go again. Also, though, keeping tabs of any angle. It's because NYX was spotted so early on that Neons is just playing such a strong anchor. They're waiting now for the initial contact. They have an advantage. KitKat, look at the confidence here, Zach. And that's what I really want to say about Neons, truthfully, as Con
enemy
is such a
remaining.
stellar shot. And Yoki now is on the hunt onto the 10 HP somebody. I really feel like Neons, they lost that last map, but it was still the comeback basically from them. It was still multiple overtimes against NYX's map pick, so I really feel like that their mental is strong still in this series. And case in point right now, they have to be on cloud 9 on how they're performing on their own map pick.
Definitely going to be the case. Right now, outstanding lead, 2 rounds away from evening up that scoreline in this best of 5 grand final. Going to take a little bit of the pressure off their shoulders, but more than that, momentum is just firmly in their favor at this point. Every single player on this roster having a phenomenal time, and you know, you might say that Yoki only has 6 kills, but the problem here is that she also just isn't getting these crucial fights. It's just the rest of the team, as you can see, really being able to find those huge opening kills. Kachao, though, evening up that numbers advantage. Felja looking for a little bit more, but she's coming quickly. And just like that, this round, NYX, they take control back here. 1v3 for Yoki now.
And so Body was still busy putting that spike down, but you mentioned it. Neons now, they have been overwhelmed. NYX finding at least a bit of formations to work with. And Here tries to play from the high ground, isolates Zelbisky, gives her a chance. 1v2, the smoke is there though. She can have the flash very, very soon. Can pop out of the very brave though. Drops down and Piety will catch her in the act. A teammates even for NYX. At least everyone getting on board there. And speaking of, they make their buy round work.
They converted, but that was a really excellent bonus coming out of Neons as well, because they managed to take out 3 of those rifles, putting the economy of NYX in a little bit of a difficult position here. Further than that, Neons, they're going to be able to upgrade up to that operator in Yamro's hands. So this was something that we didn't really see much on Haven. It was KitKat rocking the op the one round that it did come online, but now that Yamro's back on that jet, it might be exactly what they need to really do some damage here. Again, NYX, they found success on that A side, so they're looking to push the issue once again. They also have that Trailblazer ready to go for some additional information.
Yeah, Trailblazers gets a lot of intel from both sides through the teleporter for one, through the showers on the other. Pain Shell still.
I've got your trail.
Felsa here. Wait for the snake bite just to defend that default plant. But we hear the Seekers now, and as Kachao has lapse control, just breathing distance here between NEONS and NYX. One side for NEONS, the other for NYX on this A site. A line has been drawn here, Zach, and I wonder who will cross it first. As KitKat looking to find value from heaven. Con creeping now, moving over to CT. As Felsh is on site. Perhaps that will be a find from NYX. 2 down for them already. Eventually, patience bearing fruit. Felsh though still on the side, still fighting, still kicking. But eventually it'll be Delbisky knocking her down a peg. With everything left to Yamroll, the operator, the difficulties even more so for NEONS. They give it up though. Rifle ready here for Yamroll, 1 HP. Do you dare peek this again, Yamroll? Just save the op for a rainy day as NYX will storm in and take this site.
I like how Yamroll is just like, she goes for the peek, it gets tagged up, and she's like, you know what?
Never
You guys can,
mind.
never mind. not today. But a good call to make, honestly. Not gonna have the economy to really buy up another of these operators if she does lose it. So it's in her best interest and her teams to try and hold on to this, especially with the clock having ticked as much as it has. And with that, NEONS, they get themselves to match point here on map number 2. 12-4 is what we're looking at here, Dax, and that leaves them just 1 round away from closing it out. For a second, I was super confused as to what was happening in this TP, but it's just Piety messing around a little bit.
Yeah, somebody in Piety having some fun, but NYX gets around preventing NEONS from getting to that match point right now, Zach. And it's such a big, I'd say, relief here for NYX. Because they don't need to force things up, they don't always need to put themselves in must-win scenarios. They have a good economy to work with. They can build up the ultimates, and they're watching for Delbisky in her Nightfall. She's done incredible, honestly. Even though she's not on the duelist anymore, she's still top fragging here for Kyosei.
Delbisky is just that kind of player, you know, no matter what role you put her on, she ends up fragging out if the conditions are right. And that's another thing I like about the Fade as well. She's one of those duelists that you can really aggressively play. Talking about aggressive and rotations, though, that's going to be a quick pop over to that B site. They smoke out the position of the operator, most likely, as well as some other things. Early push coming in from Yoki, but immediately going to be punished by somebody here. And now, this Marshall, they know exactly where KitKat is to boot.
I just feel bad for Yoki and KitKat, basically. And now, oh no, Yamroll. Yamroll, behind you!
No!
Oh no! NEONS, they have just been swarmed by the crowd! It's just basically, like what? One of those mega sales like Black Friday or whatnot. Everyone's rushing in. NYX, they were just an angry mob ready with these Vandals in the hands. Vandals for everybody, basically. And as Kachao gets the operator down, she's fighting back with the Marshall Shore, but NYX, they just run around and kill everyone across the map. They can make it to 6.
Look at the location of those corpses. It's literally everywhere towards the spawn. Of course, for Yamroll going down, it's just pandemonium.
Zach, did you see that on cam? Yamroll was literally not ready to play the game. Oh,
she was just like, excuse me?
Oh, it's
excuse me? Are you serious?
It's a heartbreaker for NEONS because they didn't expect, honestly, NYX to teleport towards A after everything was said and done. But that's a free up gone and a free up in the hands of Cotton now for NYX. This is something they can work with here.
There we go. That's the early on Viper's pit being invested, and oh my god, they
what?
get it too, Dax, what?
This is just them barreling down, and NYX is holding W until that keyboard breaks. They've made it already to that B side. No fear from Kachao, especially in the Viper's pit. It immediately deflates. Yamroll, though, with the blade, sees the cap of the raise. Low HP, the shorty should be enough to get that kill, but she's being watched out for. 25 HP, the spam is enough to get that kill. KitKat, though, on the board with 2. Coyote's there as well. It's 2v1 now. Flash into play from the Octagon. And as NYX looks to pick up the rifle, it is just going to be 1v1 between Con and Coyote. After everything is said and done, this smoke will dissipate, and the life of Coyote will be forfeit instead. In the chaos, NYX will thrive, and they make it 7-11 now.
For a second, I thought that that would be a Coyote clutch coming out, but Khan never ever underestimate her. Even pushed literally into the corner, she's able to clutch it out. But oh my god, I feel so bad for Felcher there to just be smashed into by a Raze at full velocity. Not what you'd expect to deal with in the middle of your Viper's pitch. You just put it down as well. Once again, Neon's gonna be pushed into that unenviable half-buy situation 4 rounds in a row for NYX. And suddenly, remember how I said it was about to be match point? Well, I might be proven wrong, especially in this angle. Oh god.
Finally, we get a shutdown from NEONS and the showstopper to Boots. NYX have been so confident on their entries, they didn't expect the most cheeky angle right under them. Felsa staying so quiet so far, still holding with the judge. Welcome to Bind, by the way. Yamroll, though, this time prepared and ready to fight. Delbisky's the last one standing. She's looking to try and play against Market. The Trailblazers there. And NEONS now look to go for the pinch even. A flawless win to put them on match point. Zach, you mentioned it, and there you go. You have it.
I keep jinxing like the different teams. Every time I end up saying a team might get match point or might not get match point, it's just a jinx. So I am very sorry to both of the teams here. But hey, you have Dax who is the anti-jinxer, so it like kind of balances out. That said though, what a round coming in from NEONS. Like you mentioned, that false sense of confidence that NYX were kind of lulled into. These fast and heavy executes were working out for them, but that adaptation in this eco round to just expect that showstopper to play in that extremely, for lack of a better word, cringe angle, and the way that it works out for Felchi.
Okay.
Just insane.
Well, Zach's a hater here, but anyway, no time.
No, I love it. I mean, cringe is a compliment, Dax. Like, it's incredibly cringe, but also incredible at the same time.
Roll though, and Kit Kat Yamroll, NEONS already all across the board, making it 3v1. Somebody's literally the only body left for NYX to play from in this instance. And she has at least navigated her way towards the A site. But NEONS, they have been commanding all throughout this map, whether they define the lines on the attack, and here more so on the defense. Somebody though still has a plan. She still has the molly. NEONS got the Yamroll now, rushing through, trying to make her way towards the spike. Maybe a call here to start the defuse, and Ramio's on it. So somebody trying to play from short. You have Coyote watching that angle. Somebody though with one, and it seems like NEONS, they want to stick, and Yamroll will just not let go. And NEONS will take the second map anyway. We are tied up 1-1 as the map picks for both teams have gone their way.
Indeed, but looking at the second map, right, Bind, it was from start to finish a Neon show coming in. Sure, in the middle, you saw some signs of life coming out on that NYX side on the attacking half, but throughout, it was just Neons popping off the double duelist comp, really demolishing through in their attacking half. And once that side switch happens, sure, they had a little bit of issues, but towards the end especially, that hyper aggression, that kind of way they were able to just insert in and push through on the players from their opponents, it was too much for NYX to deal with. And now 1-1 Dax. Map 3, it is gonna be incredible. But before we head into map 3, we do have our panelists waiting to break down what we just saw in map 2.
Well, we did know that this was Neon's map pick. We did know that they perform incredibly well on this map. But I think that despite all that, NYX Kyosei did put up a good fight. But come on, what were we expecting? We were expecting NEONS to take this, and they did.
I mean, it's a good sign for NEONS to come out of the gates here swinging and still deliver in such considerably convincing fashion, right? And you can really see their composition be a big problem, not just the double duelist, which the cast was talking about, but the double controller just consistently always made the plans of here NYX Kyosei a lot more difficult to try and actually convert, right? You see them on the attacking side first and foremost, where they're always faked out of where exactly your NEONS are going to go, and on the defensive side, there's just so much that they have to, you know, kind of push through that. Even with that switch up on the fade, they weren't necessarily too aware of what was happening all the time, and that was just more than enough for a team like NEONS to capitalize on.
And it suddenly makes me wonder if the Sova would have been a better pick indeed. But just because, like, for the fade, I think that, you know, for Delbisky, I think that maybe she needed to cool off a bit on the duelist role. Kachao, though, I think did admirably well. I just think that maybe the timing just wasn't right. You know, there were a lot of roster shuffles that happened for this team. There were a lot of things that they had to mix up. There's only so much you can manage, especially since you are in this LCQ, you are in these final stages of this leg, right? As for Neons, they're more of refining what they already have, right? And we're seeing it here. Yes, there were some awkward rounds. There were some rounds that NYX were able to get, you know, a one-up on Neons, especially some sneaky plays and stuff. But I think that Neons overall, they had their game plan and they really saw it through.
And just to harpen the point back to those controllers, you can see them here just top fragging the entire server, right? 21, 22 apiece, 280 ACS for either side, and I think really as well that the fact that their attacking rounds were so consistently converted whenever they do get that spike down was a big thing. But not only that, Mika, as this series progresses, you have to remember that NYX Kyosei have already played a full best of 3 a while ago, so yeah, maybe they come into map number 1 kind of warmed up, but is this a sign of them starting to lose some gas as we move forward?
Yeah, I did feel that, you know, NYX Kyosei was lacking like some of that push. We did see flickers of it a little bit, especially in those final rounds that they do tend to come online, especially when situations get dire, right? But I feel like it wasn't as strong as it was, and therein lies the question, right? Are they running out of steam? KitKat, though, is definitely not running out of steam here. As we can see here, our MVP for this map, indeed. She was able to do so much, especially on those post plans, right? She was just amazing. Her timing was on point as well. She did so much value for her team.
Yeah, it's really sometimes the intangibles, but in this case, you can see the numbers clearly on how effective she was. But as we move on and look forward to, you know, map like Lotus, where we were kind of touting when it comes to a map like Lotus, it's been 7-0 in the recent history here for NYX Kyosei. Will this be where they kind of respond and bring us back up 2 in their favor, or are we somehow going to get surprised once more? At least in this case, a 9-3 didn't kind of result in another long-winded map number 2.
Oh, you didn't say that. You didn't say that just yet. Who knows? Who knows, right? I mean, you know, we did round up the map picks. We had Haven and Lotus on the sides of NYX, and then we had Bind and Fracture on the side of Neons, right? Now we're going back on the side of NYX, and it's a 3-side map. I don't know. Is map run repeating itself? Our casters certainly hope not, but we're gonna find out after this very short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
One enemy. Spike planted.
Down. Show me what you got. Back up, 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 back
We are back, and I would say officially maybe mid-series between NYX, Kyosei, and NEONS. Would it be mid-series right now? I think they're about. It's safe to declare. We are in map number 3 right now, and we are heading into Lotus, a very interesting map with very interesting stats on both sides of this series, right? We did mention how NYX do have 100% win rate here. They haven't lost yet on this map. However, on the side of NEONS, right? You know, they haven't had that 100% win streak. However, when they did lose on Lotus, it was the teams like, you know, Team SMG, Pulse and Sapphire. I mean, what are you gonna do, right? So I wouldn't say, you know, that they totally have, or that NYX has the advantage totally here, because I mean, NEONS, they don't do too bad here.
For sure, but I mean, the teams that they have beat, like MLT, the Hero KDA, those have kind of gone the distance, right? Almost to the final rounds of regulation. So what I'm expecting here is that even if NEONS do or don't take this is going to be another extended series, rather map, I think. Maybe not as long as Haven, but definitely potentially longer than what Bind was, especially knowing how this other 3-site map is one that really bodes well to the playstyle of both teams, more so than Bind does, where that really favored NEONS. You can tell that from the get-go and obviously by the end result, but a map like Lotus just allows NYX to have a bit more options in what they want to do instead of the more hyper-compact map like Bind and the upcoming Fracture might be.
Yeah, this is gonna be exciting because I do know that NEONS does bring out the Gecko, which can be a bit of a wild card, you know, for teams that don't exactly know how to play against it. Like, yes, you know, this is an agent that has few unique, has a very unique kit, right? And sometimes it can
Quite.
throw some teams off. So I love that X factor coming in from Neons, especially since like they're getting the ball rolling already. They had that great momentum on Bind. They had that they had a great teamwork on Bind as well. So I feel like coming into Lotus, they don't need to be too worried that it's a map pick of NYX.
I'm sure. I mean, at this case, you don't really have to kind of, center your whole plan around, hey, what might they do? Instead, sometimes in situations like these, teams would rather focus their strengths and mental on their own game plan, right? Not worry about what they're doing, but look under your own shoe, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And I think that's what they're going to try and do here. They know that, Neons are a team that have been very formidable, no matter if they're in the kind of like underdog situation in the map series. And with NYX Kyosei still having 7-0 so far in this map veto, at least on this map necessarily historically, I don't think that that's going to be something that they will simply be complacent and confident in based on just nothing. So you might expect that, this might go NYX's way. They might retaliate one for one, but I think both sides have a real big stake in cause here to come up in the series.
And with all of those factors in, there is another that is entering for NYX Kyosei, right? This is their 6th match or map rather,
Yep.
for the day, right? It's a true test of endurance if they really, really want this slot for Elite, especially since, like, as we keep mentioning, they played the earlier series and now they are playing their 3rd map of this series. It is going to be their 6th official one. And right now, as we're seeing our agent select, lo and behold, we do have the Gecko coming in for Belsi on the side of Neons.
Yeah, you do have Coyote still on that raise, which you've really come accustomed to she being such a imminent force whenever she's on that front line. But with NYX Kyosei now coming into this after losing that last one, you can see them kind of falling back to what's a bit more expected of them. With Gachao going back to that fade, Piety going back to here to that Sentinel, and you still have Delbski at the forefront. So with Yamroll, like for her, coming from that jet a while ago, now going back to an Omen like this, being a bit out of the spotlight in terms of being at the front line, will that really differ the way the Neons play in comparison and in contrast to how Bind turned out?
I kind of miss Piety on the Omen over here, so I was kind of expecting that they would have, somebody on the Killjoy, and then maybe they feel the need to switch things up just a little bit. It's not a bad thing. I'm all for switching some things up. I just feel like maybe if it's a comfort thing, especially since you have this endurance test that NYX Kyosei are on right now, you might want to play to something that is a bit safer to your comfort levels. Perhaps that is exactly what Piety and somebody are requesting for, but who knows indeed. Kachao on the fade also. I'm looking out for that, especially since she's taking a break from the duelist roles and giving it back to Delbisky, right? I think that this when it comes down to Delbisky and Coyote, right now I do have to favor Coyote in terms of momentum, in terms of comfortability as well. But we'll see how NYX Kyosei will manage to pull it back, and perhaps the teamwork and assembly for all of the superstars on this team will make it work. We'll see indeed as we step into Lotus. So let's throw it on over to our casters.
Are we going the distance here, folks? I am honestly excited for this map because now we're one step in with both of these teams getting a 1-to-1 score line. And after this one team will be ahead. So welcome back, ladies and gents. I'm Dax here with Zach yet again. We are prepped, we are ready, and we are going for Lotus. And Zach, something the panel that has mentioned is the fact that it has been perfect records for both of these teams on Lotus here in the LCQ. One of these teams will get a loss recorded regardless of what happens, because we already know that this is gonna be their final showdown here in the LCQ.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this map, it's been chosen by NYX, yes, but like you mentioned, both of these teams, a dominating record so far when it comes to this particular map, and with the scoreline being as it is, neck and neck, I wouldn't be surprised if we see another overtime kicking in. I'm saying it in advance just in case I can like anti-jinx it or something, but either way, I feel like neither of us would mind seeing that coming out of both these teams, because they are literally fighting for their tournament lives on the line here. Now, map number 3 coming coming in, this will once again tip the scales in favor of one or the other. And looking at the Asian comps here, I think one thing that NEONS has really used extremely well is the presence of that Gecko to be able to get that spike down with the help of little bro, aka Mr. Wingman himself. It's been incredible for them to really set them up for the post plan, and also the kind of lineups that Kelsey has had over the course of this tournament. It's really been incredible to watch.
Yeah, I kind of have to send off my wingman in the background. It's gone now,
Flex.
guys. So take my word for it, it's in the game because Felsi needs it. Still, NEONS, NYX, I think what we see right now, we're back to more familiar territory for both of these teams. Also for NYX, the more so familiar roles that they played so before on this map. You have Kachao though, since she's slotting in. She moves towards the Fade, cons onto the Sky. Beyond that, everyone else is on something they played on already last time around. Speaking of, we go towards B here, Zach. Flash being prepared by Con. Plant going down from Kachao. Paranoia is going to be in play as well. And as soon as the spike's planted, that's the go signal here for NEONS. Yoki going to get one. Kachao with the answer. Dizzy though shot down. So this allows NEONS to actually use that distraction to go out on site and get the frags. 4v2 offsite now. Somebody trying to play. The smoke is out and Yamroll will deny somebody of any kind of floor rate. In this case, Piety's even found on the flank. NEONS, strong, quick retake to start off this map.
Incredible work. Despite them losing that site, you saw how quickly they were in position to get ready for that post plant, to deny that post plant rather. And again, like we were talking about the Gecko and the versatility, it's basically a player number 6. You toss your wingman on the spike and put a smoke on it, it seems like there's just no way for NYX to deny that from coming in. 5 players left to deal with, 4 players left to deal with rather, and Piety just cannot do anything, doesn't have the positioning or the angle by the end of that particular round. Now, if you look at the pistol rates here, so far, I gotta say, Dax, NEONS, they're kind of leading in that particular statistic.
Ooh, Zach has the stats. So what's the scoreline? What's the standing then?
I believe that it is 3-2 right now, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, well, at least if NEONS can use that as the advantage, right, as their springboard to even further success, the anti-eco is where they can continue on with the Spectres in hand. And talking about the anti-eco itself, NEONS, they love to play multiple Spectres to try and just wait for their opponent to come to them. And NYX especially, bringing the crowd towards B. The flash though gets confirmation, one is still nearby. They're gonna isolate poor old Kachao here. She opens the door just to meet Fellchef face to face. While this happens though, B site is where it's at, and we'll see NEONS retrieve some orbs, retrieve some Gecko utility while this is happening.
Yamroll on the Omen this time around, looking to at least prevent anyone from pushing too far into CT. Numbers still firmly in favor of NEONS here as they try to finally head in for that retake. And with these Spectres, they just tear apart the opposition. Con able to find one with the help of the Sheriff, but that will be it already. Wingman trying to stick and defuse the spike. It's going to be completely denied. Just no angle to really work with. And it will be Wingman to find the defuse, and Coyote with the 4K as well. That's going to make this bonus look even more lucrative here. Sure, for the side of NYX, they do some damage, take out 3 of those Spectres that we were talking about. But Coyote, she's going to have that showstopper up by that next round at this rate.
I mean, she needs 3 more kills basically to make it happen. But the thing is, NEONS here, this is why they love to run this Gecko. They're so willing to challenge an angle with disposable utility. When you run that Gecko, you can pick it back up. We saw it thrown towards at A side, towards Rubble. You saw it towards B, Wingman on the defuse as well. It's just all about trying to get value from checking angles that may or may not have players. And that's why NEONS has had such a solid run on this map, because they're willing to invest in something and innovate. Delbisky, though, transfers herself over onto the side. Stelset inside, wherever they come from. But in the chaos, in the traffic, it's NYX who finds a semblance of order and gets 2 kills. 5v3 for now. And there we have it. The flank being covered also by...
Oh my god!
They're gone! Yamroll! She's getting 2! Such firepower in the hand cannon herself. The 3v3 making it possible here for NEONS as they pick up some guns. Already, we get the haunt looking for a target or 2. Over at tree, you see NEONS trying to bring a duo there. And on the inside, Delbisky on site, ready to fight. Kachao there with a helping hand. Kachao even getting a second, and somebody's prepared too. NYX were able to weather that storm, and they will get on the board.
For a second, it looked really, really scary there for NYX after Yamril hit those two absolutely nutty shots. I wish we could have seen it from her point of view, but it looked just as devastating from the opposite side. That said, though, like you mentioned, NYX were quick to figure it out and take a position on site. In particular, the elevation coming out of Kachao there, enabling her to really find those last couple of kills. And with that, NYX, they managed to successfully make that round work out and keep 3 of their rifles in the process. Now, both sides charging up these ultimates, one off of the Seekers for Khan here, one more on the Nightfall as well. So NYX, they might have a couple of these ults to snowball off in this particular round, but the same could be said for NEONS as well. They're almost half Thrash ready to go, and if Yoki gets a couple or if Coyote gets a couple, that's going to be the showstopper as well. But KitKat, that's going to be the opener here.
Yeah, but the tree is not enough to protect her from those bullets. Felsa here still on site. You see the pivot though from NYX. They move over towards B. And as we get Coyote out to the open, sure, blind, it doesn't matter. Fireteam with the kill. Yamril though from the other side opens the door and gives herself a chance. Yamril ready for another one.
No way.
Yamril's just spraying it down, and she finds a third along the way. Khan has to evacuate. Yamril has had her footing has been so sharp on the shot so far in the past 2 rounds. And given now with Khan, the only one still standing. Fels is ready towards upper, but Khan still wins it. Yoki's still playing keep away. There's a lot of time for Khan to work with. Tries to fake out that plant, moves over onto the doorway instead where Yoki's awaiting her. NEONS with another one, but Yamril, it's already in her name. She's on a roll and she's on pace to get impact round after round.
I hope we get to interview her after this, because I would like to ask her where she got that name from and also what it means when she stops smiling, because Yamril, she's been that player who's always had a grin on her face throughout this entire tournament. That was the one time I've seen her not have a smile, and it's just the danger sign, you know? Like when you see those flashing lights or the kind of fluorescence coming out of predators, that's basically Yamril's growl of warning.
Yeah, Yamril goes serious basically. And I'm surprised you noticed. There are even times where Yamril kind of looks at her cam. It's just, okay, there's eye contact. Hello, guys. But in the end, NEONS, this is why, if I remember correctly, right, this was the map that they took in that upper bracket finals versus MLT. They went for such a strong rally, especially during the second half, and they're feeling the confidence from Bind, especially Somebody though, and Nabisky. Beautiful clear from NYX. They were prepared for that close contact. Yoki, everyone's looking at her to try and anchor instead. We get also Thrash into play. The Nightfall though gonna be answer and response. Seekers gonna be there too. So ultimate for ultimate. Yoki finds 2 until Khan gets her number. Felse up close, ready to play the waterways. It's 2v2 after everything is said and done. And while NYX went for the investment, they're lacking in the firepower. Delbisky though working together with Kachao to get that kill. And it's up to Felsi now. She's looking at least for the angle. But NYX wisely retreating and moving past Mount to go rotate instead.
I got you.
So it's just time to pick up her little buddies once
seconds
again. As now, like you mentioned, it's a 1v2. The position being taken though by... Ooh, that's going to be a very dangerous one. Kachao and Felsi both doing an incredible amount of damage to each other. And now that's the information, right? It's going to be the Fade who knows exactly where this last player on Neon's side is. With 10 HP left, it's going to have to be an insane clutch coming out of Felcha to be able to close it out. At least everybody here is low though. So 1 bullet and whoever it is, they're going to go down.
Look at Kachao's angle. This is a pixel angle and she's ready for this cross. She's ready for it. It's gonna happen. And there you go. Writing on the wall. NYX gets the thrifty. And ever since they cleared that initial position towards Mound, they put pressure on the Neon defense from start to finish.
Oh, that was such a nice shot though, coming out of somebody to be able to push it through. Really excellent eco coming out of them. In particular, of course, the pixel angle like you mentioned on Kachao, but overall the positioning throughout that round from NYX, it was excellent work. Now NEONS, they're gonna be the ones on this eco situation once again, and this is something that we've been seeing a lot of today. Just these awful economic cycles because of how close and scrappy these rounds get. How many thrifties really go through? I've already lost track. I'm pretty sure I counted at least 4 DAX, but I'm sure there was more than that over today.
And not only that, if you notice that NYX here, they made NEONS try to still keep the lines held with ultimates. It was a mad scramble with the Thrash as well as the Seekers on that C hold. Now we get another one in the books as the Lockdowns into play towards the middle of the map. The push though from NEONS. They only have marshals and pistols to work with. Showstopper's gonna be there as well. And Delbisky now looking to clear upper. Kachao gets one, but Coyote with the find. Delbisky, can she check the corner? She's right there. Lets it rip. And Yamro's just still sticking around. She's
Spike
quiet
plant.
as a mouse, waiting for the timing, if ever. Eventually, though, she'll look for the shot. Busy with a boom block.
no.
Con will play protector and help out her teammate. Showstopper now heard from Coyote. Piety has the angle. Well done by her. And an even second to boot. KitKat, the only one still standing. But NEONS, they run out of space to work with. They have been found. The white hat's been seen. And Delbisky will tip it. We're tied up.
Nice execute coming out of them, and I like that lack of hesitation. Even though they knew that it was going to be an eco round, they just didn't want to risk it after all the thrifties that have come through. So you do see both that lockdown and that showstopper being invested here. And even with those particular ultimates being used, it still came down to a 1v2 towards the end of it. So incredible round coming out of both of these teams. But I think that for NEON's side, they did well in baiting out all of those major ultimates. Con close against the Seekers, of course, but aside from that, neither side really has a lot of those heavy value area investments that are really available when it comes to that ultimate economy.
NEONS here, though. They're ready again to try and hold towards C. We've seen from NYX, the way that they're able to clear the close angles, it's well and done, especially thanks to Kachao and Gon. That double initiator, just a powerhouse of both the Trailblazer and the Prowler. They get that intel that this is a heavy stack towards C. They move towards A, where it's KitKat awaiting them instead.
Just one player though on site, so this is certainly a little bit more easier for this NYX squad to handle. It's gotta be a cam though for some early information, so while it hasn't quite spotted anybody yet, they look like they want to finally head in, going for that rush here. KitKat gonna be falling back, in fact, and it's gonna be a full 5-on-5 at this rate.
Yeah, the one single tripwire towards the staircase though, so please here from NEONS. They have a line that can keep them safe. Spike goes planted. NYX already on the site. Yamro getting a bit of intel and some body. Rhymes to paranoia. It's gonna be difficult for the cross here for NEONS as NYX is on site. But Yogi gets one. Fighting Delbisky. Do fight back. Stellar shot from Delbisky. Here comes Felsi on the board. But Delbisky's ready for anyone at any time. Three for her as Gon will fall. But Piety from the high ground gets the wrap around. It's NYX now taking this lead.
4-3, still a neck-and-neck series, but NYX look much more comfortable on this attack over the course of these last 3 rounds, 3 in a row in fact for them. And once again, NEON's gonna be in that unenviable position of being in an eco. The good thing for them is that they're gonna be having Thrash as well as the Seekers ready to go for that next round after this one. No matter what happens, whether they get a couple of kills or just die, it will be some ultimates that they can use. While NYX, they're not exactly close to any of theirs, with the exception of somebody's from the shadows, which is very useful in those niche situations where you want a quick rotate or just some information.
I mean, if they have those predicaments where they need to plant it elsewhere, perhaps that will get value from it. But so far, NYX has found confidence. NEONS has had enough and has taken the challenge early on towards the middle of the map. Velsa here towards B main. He has the Thrash because of it, and it's immediately destroyed by the Killjoy setup and the players waiting for her. So NYX, they realize what's going on. It's hard for NEONS to actually retrieve that ultimate now, and it's interesting that NYX has moved over to the default instead after losing Kachao.
I feel like in this kind of situation, they would prefer to kind of stick together or be able to trade each other out, because we've seen what happens when in these eco rounds we get them a lot of these 1v1s. It's just not something that really works out in their favor. It seems like they still want to push the issue on C, although they're at least giving a good semblance that they've rotated over here. Only going to be Coyote on the C side, and I don't think she spotted out this player, Dax.
Not this as of yet. Eventually, though, there's the intel and the shots. Delbisky still willing to just push this C side to the absolute limit. The Boombot getting intel too, and they're gonna go for the plant to check things out from Mount instead. So spikes down. NYX, they have the guns, but they're lacking in the numbers. Sheriffs and the Marshal, pretty much the saving grace here for NEONS. They need some good one-taps to give them a chance. Here comes Dizzy, down she goes. NYX right now still sticking with the angles. It's a body Delbisky. There's just no fear from Delbisky. It's a meat grinder here, made by NYX, and now we get them with 5.
just chewed to bits. I feel like I was very unfortunate that Coyote satcheled in and didn't check that corner, especially with Dizzy having marked out Delvisky's position. But that crossfire with those rifles, too much for Neons to really break apart with the kind of economy they had. And with them having invested Thrash as well in that round, they did end up spending maybe a little bit more than they wanted to. Delbisky off the back of that 3K will have another showstopper ready to go. So again, that's going to be an ultimate that will make these quick, aggressive side hits really work out in their favor. Once again, a little bit of a default, though. This time around, it seems like they're gearing towards a quick B split.
Felsi already backing away after breaking Trailblazer, but Delbisky still ready to go for more. And this is why this works so well for NYX Kyosei. When you have Delbisky on that duelist, he's willing to just press W and push anyone and everyone. It's a beautiful thing here for NYX. They already get the plant going. Dizzy's there, though. Trailblazer gonna get spotted as well. Showstopper, though, to try and fend them off. 1-for-1 for the time being. Seekers now into play. Yoki will fall from the splash damage. And as Coyote tries to go for the cross, KitKat from above. It's a scramble. It's just all about the duels here over on B side yet again. Somebody. The only one still standing here for NYX. Yamro already on defuse duty. And as the Cyber Cage will drop on down, it'll be KitKat ready for anyone. 4 for KitKat. She's had an incredible series. And Neons will not let NYX run away with a lead.
They expected that B push, it seems like. They were so ready to play for the retake here, and even though they get that opener, Delvisky finds one with the Sheriff, the kind of positioning available from the rest of the Neon squad, it just made that retake look so easy. That flank as well coming in from Coyote, an additional layer of pressure that NYX just were not able to deal with. That was just a distraction. Coyote was like, hey everyone, look at me, I'm coming on the flank, I'm satcheling into your site, and while everyone was shooting at her, it's just free. It's like shooting fish in a barrel for KitKat towards the end of it.
Yeah, KitKat has just been so ready from good positions. He's really come up to exemplify what NEONS is all about. And there you go, shining example in this round. The rubble take leads to 3 kills. Already a strong start here for NEONS. And while we get the rotation from somebody, Piety also trying to go for the lurk, moving into the waterfall area. It's such a struggle because the Trailblazer will look to garner some intel. Somebody trying to take commit, but I think she spotted Piety also found. This is Neons knowing exactly how this maps work. And it's such a stellar example of why they're a powerhouse here in the LCQ, because they could take command of angles just like this.
All down to somebody here. A 1v5 to boot, so gonna be very difficult, if not outright impossible, to clutch it out. At least she does have some time to work with here, but does not know the position of most of these players, with the exception of KitKat, who was spotted out towards that spawn. Everybody else is just grouped up towards main. Sure, she has the spike, but in a 1v5, you need to get those frags first before you can even try to close it out. Still looking to push the issue. Already the angle being watched, though, and Coyote shuts it down. 5-5 here. Flawless to boot for Neons. And suddenly, they look to be the ones back in control after winning the last 2 rounds so convincingly.
Yeah, I'm just not surprised that this is an evenly matched map. Again, you go back to their LCQ history, 100% win after win. You talk about NYX Kyosei themselves, they haven't dropped Lotus ever in their careers together. And a timeout right now from NYX Kyosei, just because that they're losing out on some of these power positions. Neons has found a way to, I'd honestly say, find order in the chaos. When you have the Gecko, when you have the Cyphery even, you're able to break some strong sight lines, you're able to be very oppressive with your utility if you still have it, and it's allowed Neons to get the advantage back against NYX, even if NYX is getting space and kills early on in some of these rounds.
Yeah, in that kind of retake situation, right? If you have like the Sky Flash, the Paranoia from the Omen, the Dizzy on Gecko, it's just so much things that are being thrown at you, and you can only break Gecko's Flash. That's the thing. So that's another distraction that they have to deal with. One of those rounds, I believe it was Dizzy being broken, that kind of took the crosshair away from a particular angle, and Neons were quick to capitalize on it. So with the way that KitKat is just being able to solo anchor down either that B or that C site, it lets the rest of Neons play together as a 3-stack, get a little bit more aggressive control early on in those previous rounds. And now that now that they've established that kind of conditioning, they expect a little bit of a slower play from NYX possibly. And more than that, they are just set to take over.
Flash there though. So now into another round. Immediately Piety prepared for first contact. A swing comes courtesy of Coyote. Keeping Piety oppressed over onto the corner. The flash is there too. Anti-flash is involved. Boombot into play, and eventually it's a big investment from NEONS, and it will bear fruit. They'll make it 3v3 as Delbisky still around. Showstopper even, but Delbisky has already evacuated the way. Somebody though playing towards the side. Delbisky bring it back versus Coyote, and in that chaos, that spike was planted towards B, and NYX took command of it. They will still get this lead.
Last round before the switch.
Very, very awkward fight towards C, but eventually
Just, we were like watching Mound, and while everything was happening, oh yeah, B is the plant, by the way.
it feels just like my ranked games, honestly. You know, you'll be fighting for your life towards that A side, and suddenly your teammates are like, you know, that was a nice fight, but maybe you should go towards C because that's where the spike is. So just bringing back PTSD from my ranked games, but back to this particular one. NEONS, they might have lost a round, but they still have the economy to really buy up here. Operator gonna be coming in for KitKat once again, and I swear, I feel like we've seen like every single kind of Asian op at this point. We saw the Sova, the Sky, now the Cypher.
Well, goodbye Cypher, as KitKat will fall first. A rare find, honestly, from NYX, as NEONS has usually put that Cypher away from the initial action.
planted.
But in this case now, NEONS, it's a difficult retake as a lockdown awaits them. Delbisky still holding W. Delbisky is just absolutely fearless. So brave with these pushes. Works out for her anyway. Coyote now with the kill. Nightfall's there, and Fellowship will answer back. But the decay is painful, and the Page Shells makes it even worse. 7-5 as there's fireworks here for NYX. They'll end the first half with the lead.
Almost an ace for Delbisky. They're excellent positioning, and if you looked at where you saw the fight happen, it wasn't even on the C side by the end of it. It was still towards that B link, but 5 and 7 half, pretty even so far. NYX with the slight lead. Panel, tell us how we got here.
I was expecting to see, you know, this explosiveness from NYX Kyosei. I did bring up on how there was a question as to whether, you know, they had enough steam to last them throughout this best of 8 as they're playing, you know, today. But it seems as though NYX Kyosei, they've got like, you know, this this adrenaline rush right now. This is a lot of explosive plays that we're seeing from them.
I mean, they've done good so far in this opening half, right? 7-5 on the attacking side, but I would wager that NEONS actually did better by all means. Even though they only have 5, that's a defensive side, and if you look at their win percentage here on a map like Lotus, even though they might be 7-0, yes, they have a 36% win rate on the defense compared to their 63 on attack, which we're moving into the second half with now. So if I'm NEONS, I'm sitting comfortably right now.
Ooh, so this could bode well for NEONS, as they do know, okay, 5 not bad. Now here's where we have our home court on Lotus, so to say.
Yep.
But we're gonna see indeed if that is the case as we throw it on back to our casters for the rest of Lotus.
I like Sir Stats there, Black and Blue. He's so wise. He's so brilliant. And he's absolutely right in that regard, that it's been struggled for NEONS to play that defense. They're better on the attacking side. But then you look at NYX, and for them, it's the reverse case. They feel comfy a little bit more on the defense. So would that be enough to answer the same kind of question? Who will get the advantage? It's going to be up to the pistol here, Zach, as we go again into the series.
Like we talked about so far, it's been NEONS kind of leading up when it comes to those pistol advantages. That said, though, this is their chance to kind of make that scoreboard look a little bit better already. Extremely aggressive paint shells to start things off here on this A side. Not going to really do much damage, though.
Yeah, just NEONS here, hanging back for the time being. Piety getting peppered there with a few classic shots. For NEONS here, I'm expecting, of course, what Felsi can do with this Gecko. It's been pretty much the bread and butter and the linchpin, truthfully, of the Neon strategy on this map. Trailblazer gonna be set as well to gather intel, and now they know Piety and Kachao holding towards the higher ground onto the backside. Little buddy, he's broken. Kachao also breaks the face of Coyote there. Yamroll though does fight back, make it 4-4, and by the men it will be Felsi. Push now coming to shove, and Neons will get the advantage. Stellar killing from Felsi, revenge for the wingman, and Neons now only one target ahead of him. It's Con versus 3. Can she find a way to handle it? 2 already down, 3 overall. The classic enough to get the kills. Yamroll still holding close, but it's Con prepared for anything coming her way. What a clutch from Con!
No way. A 1v3, a classic in hand, and that is all that Khan needs. She has been the MVP for several of these games coming out of NYX, and you can see exactly why. An absolutely insane clutch to come out towards the end. Excellent positioning as well to be able to get these fights, isolate them, and just bring it down to this 1v1 play to perfection there by the side of NYX, and in particular Khan. And that would mean that we're going to be seeing a very early Seekers, possibly a second round one if she gets another couple of kills.
Yeah, 2 away from Seekers, Bulldog at the ready, and confidence to a maximum. This is NYX now going for the fight, and the Peaches just bounces off her. No fear, Zach, no fear. Who looks a grenade like that and still makes it happen? Felser, sure, value with a classic, but from this point on, the anti-eco is apparent. 3v2, and it's Neon just stuck into the corner by the waterfall exit. KitKat though holding close, picks up the Spectre. Khan is ready for 3k again. The multi-kill from the sky. Seekers ready, and they're set for another round win.
At least for the side of Neons, they made it a little bit expensive. Did take down 3 players, which means that this bonus is going to be looking just a bit scrappy here. But that said, right, NYX, they were in control of most of that round, despite that spike going down on the B side. What you see more and more from both of these teams is just them kind of leaving out that B side. Hey, this is just like Haven. It's pretty easy to retake. Let's just forget about it until we got to think about it. And it's honestly been working out. Now, though, we have 2 ultimates ready to go. Round 3, by the way, both the Thrash and the Seekers, they are going to be active now.
Yeah, the classic is Felsi. She found a number by the bend towards C. She found a number towards B. And you thought that Con would be the big boss of this round. But now that Neons have the guns, have that Thrash available, there's a big threat waiting for NYX. And as they now move towards Rubble, Con on the inside of the tree, perhaps waiting if someone plays towards the doorway. Coyote though, will want to start things off. And open things up, the Trailblazer is set loose. And while Khan goes for contact, it's still Bisky there to help her out in the pitch. Paranoia though on the other side. Here comes the movement as well on the attention. Khan still finds one for a trouble, still Bisky alive still. And eventually it will be Neons getting the advantage. The clear comes courtesy of KitKat. Yoki tried to navigate her way towards the site, but the spike isn't win them. And the flank is possible from Piety. Kachao here calling attention away. The timing. That's what NYX is looking for. But Neons get the plant down. Cat already know what to sing. One towards top, turrets out. But it's Piety booted instead from the round. Everything left to Kachao. The 1v3, Sheriff in hand, it's difficult. She sees a bit of Yamroll there. Goes for the haunt as well. Here we go, stick him up. Kachao just finding a way to steal Yamroll's life away. Gets the gun too to get going. There's a series, it bounces off, and Kachao still makes it work somehow. 1v1 now. We're going back to the clutch, and we're going back to Kachao. She makes it happen, and NYX will win it. What did we just witness again here, Zach?
Another 1v3, and it seems like NYX, you do not give them these 1v1s because no matter what weapon they have, it's just gonna be them winning it. The classic, this time around, the Sheriff in the hands of Kachao. She picks up the upgrade and she just plays it to perfection. That sees that came out as a little bit of a bait there to kept Yoki a bit distracted, and it was just Kachao all the way here. NYX, they are able to extend their lead even further. A possibility of being able to shut this map out early. 10-5 now. 3 rounds away from winning this map number 2. And the economy, it's certainly in their favor.
I mean, these are the kind of rounds that change the momentum of a series, Zach. When the confidence is building way too much on one side compared to the other. When the clutch comes in unexpected moments. NYX is here, ready to play, and I'm just astonished from what we've seen so far. Sheriff's now in the hands of Neons. You can see already The way that they're playing the default, nice shots there from Yamroll. Kachao left at 5 HP because of the distance. Neons, do they still dare? Play towards C, Trailblazer broken. She's still quietly trying to hold it down below. Covering the cross, keeping the pressure going. Eventually the tap to connect on Yoki. Also finding Coyote all the way. Piety doing everything she can. Pass through the smoke. Yamroll awaits. There's already a spike being planted, but some bodies there also to keep the reception going. 4v2 for the time being. Ultimate is available, sure, for Neons, but not the best situation for it. Instead, KitKat gets up close, makes the sheriff count. Again, the taps here from Neons, giving them a saving grace. Now picking up the rifle along the way. And while this happens, over Waterfall, somebody still fights, somebody still wins, and it's still Bisky through to the other side as well. NYX, they make the retake still work. Many angles of opportunity again.
Yeah, the fact that right before the spike even went down, Heidi was able to find two. Sure, it becomes a 2v3 towards the end of it, and I genuinely feel like if Neons, they had a little bit more time to really reposition and take stock, apart from picking up those guns, it could have been a workable round since they did have the neural theft and the Gecko ult here. I feel like if either of those had come into play at this juncture, it would have been enough to possibly steal the rounds, but hey, in those kind of eco rounds, it's almost never a good idea to use those ults, and I feel like they just wanted to save it for this next one. Talking about saving up though, Kachao, she's gonna be the one to pick up the operator. It's the fade this time around.
I mean, she's good for it, and she's good with it. Showstopper heard, and up close now, Delvisky does it yet again. Wow, NYX, they're just so unrelenting with these advances here, Zach, and I'm honestly impressed by how willing NYX is just gonna go for these kind of plays. They commit onto this rubble take, they get that pick, and now they have the advantage.
Numbers advantage definitely in their favor. Still gonna be the operator active though for Kachao. Gonna be hearing it sing out, so they're gonna have to be very careful as to how they really go for the side push. Sure, Kachao, she's been soaked off, but there's still gonna be the backup coming in from somebody, and she finds the kill here. 3v5 right now as Neons, they look to deny match point coming in for NYX, but the odds, they're getting narrower and narrower. Seeker's gonna be invested as well. They still want to try and make this round work, and it might just be the call to rotate to C instead.
Yeah, they open the door for the Seeker, but immediately it's trying to be shut out by the Nightfall. Still, Neon's trying to force now their push towards C. The wingman on duty with the spike too. The paranoia is going to be there. Haunt broken immediately. Piety still holding by the pillar anyway. And as Kachao has the angle, perhaps it's Yoki instead with the kill. Yoki, Felsi. We want to find perhaps a moment, but Kachao makes an operator count. No Biscuit on the board too. It's Felsi versus many. 1v3, the flank through.
Oh no!
The reload at the ill-opportune time. The Bisky with a triple, and NYX has brought it to match point. This second half, Zach, has been so hasty in favor of NYX.
Yeah, they're just the high-speed maneuvers that we see coming out of Neons that usually works on Lotus with the number of choke points that NYX just hold control of. There's no way for Neons to really make a way past. Even when they get that spike down, right? It's always at such a numerical disadvantage in these last 5 rounds. And NYX, they are undefeated so far in their defensive half. 1 round left to go to push us to map number 4 for them to end Neon's unblemished record, this LCQ on Lotus. And they look more than prepared to do it. Neons, this is the round that they have to win here. They have the ultimates with which to do it, but it's going to be a long haul if they want to push this to overtime like that map number 1, Dax. 7 rounds needed in a row.
It's such a big gap, and the way NYX has won some of these moments, it really puts a dent to the mental here of Neons, but Coyote keeps up with her cool. Gets the kill on Piety, breaks the boom bot as well, barely in the nick of time. And this is good here for Neons. They get the plant going for a 5v4 post plant. Op still here for Kachao, difficult to find the angle, tries to clear it out with the Prowler, sure. But we're watching out for what Khan can do. She's on the flank yet again, distraction there with the doorway, but Khan, she still wins somehow. Yoki's there to get the answer, sure. When all this happens, it's all NYX all over the place. Everything left for Yoki on site. Goodbye and good night. NYX, they've been perfect all throughout on this map. They keep their stars aligned and they keep the record going. And they will take the 3rd map of our set to get the 2-1 lead. They're 1 map away from getting to Elite here, Zach.
One map away, 13-6 on map number 3 here, Dax and NYX. They put on a masterclass in that defensive half, not losing a single round. And of course, a couple of those rounds were from beautiful clutches there, the pistol for example, or that 3K coming out from Kachao towards that bonus round. And I feel like those were the rounds that just break your mental apart if you're a team like NEONS. You know, it's 5-7 when the half starts, you know you're a little bit behind, you think you can catch up, but especially when NYX won that bonus round, I feel like they just kind of lost their mental right there. And NYX, they were fully capable of powering through with their advantage. Their map control on Lotus was just so sublime throughout, and I feel like that was the biggest factor as to why they were just dominating throughout.
Just couldn't find the answers there. In the end, it will be NYX with this lead, and we're gonna lead you guys over to our panel to break down such an incredible half from them.
Thank you very much to our casters who are in no way annoyed at us at all. That was a very dominating half from NYX, as we saw. That is exactly why they picked Lotus, right? It is something that, you know, I think like we were expecting, okay, they have something planned for Lotus indeed, especially up against, you know, NEONS and stuff when they bring out the Gecko and everything. NYX said, you know what, we don't need that. We know exactly what we're going to do. We have so much firepower here, and this was just stellar from NYX. I am loving this, especially since it seems like they're in such high spirits. We saw some of those plays and how they would end, and we know that these girls are feeling very confident.
Especially after a win like that, right? And my theory of, you know, maybe NEONS are going to come back in the second half because they're better on the attack, you know, big disparity, 30%, blah, 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 blah. It's all wrong. Because NYX, they're just way too on point coming into the second half. And as Zach kind of said, like, after losing the bonus, it seemed like just confidence and mental seemingly was seeped out. They took their souls, really. And they, I guess, had no way of, you know, regaining that. Maybe another timeout if they had another, or some other way to slow things down, but it just ran away from them all the way.
We knew that this head-to-head was something to look out for. Indeed, we have Delbisky and we have Coyote, and we just saw exactly how explosive Delbisky could be, right? I did mention that I actually had my doubts a little bit but this map definitely puts all of those doubts to rest. Indeed, there was just no chance for Coyote to get on the level that Delbisky was on. Whether it was just because NYX were just so aware of this map and just able to really push back NEONS, put them in a place where they were a little bit uncomfortable, and once they knew that they were second-guessing themselves, that's when NYX Kyosei would strike. Yeah,
I mean, if you round up, she's almost like at that 400 ACS, right? 370 to be a bit more exact, but the real reason that you'd also see a lot of these maps kind of go in NYX's way is that when we're playing these kind of three site maps, you have so much more options on what to do, and NEONS they struggle a lot when their defense is forced to be spread thin. The map like Bind, that doesn't happen too often. Fracture, perhaps, but on Haven and Lotus, that is a lot more common, and they aren't the type of team who have been great at being on top of what the attacking side are doing when they're on the defensive side, and you see that be a big problem now here for NEONS. At least, maybe coming into Fracture, their own map pick, they can have something to retaliate with.
Yes, it's gonna be interesting indeed. For now, though, NYX Kyosei can ride on this high, ride it all the way, hopefully, to their following map, because if they do take Fracture, then this means this series is theirs, and so is that slot to Elite. Delbisky, I hope she has all of the left in her. It did seem like, you know, that after this map on Lotus, she has a lot more left. So I feel like on Fracture, she might be going for that raise pick once again, and I am all for it this time around. If she brings out what we saw on Lotus, then I think that NYX Kyosei are in a good place indeed. We do know that this map is very fresh in the minds of NYX Kyosei, and relatively fresh as well in the minds of NEONS as well. We're gonna see how well they do right after this very quick break when we step into Fracture. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back really soon.
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back into this best of 5 between NYX, Kyosei, and NEONS, and we are over onto map number 4. This could potentially be the final one if NYX Kyosei says so, but if NEONS decides to retaliate, well then, probably not. We are heading into Fracture right now, as we mentioned, Black and Blue. This is a map that is very familiar to both of these teams, especially since for NYX Kyosei, they just played it earlier today. And for NEONS, this is where they face off also against MLT Esports. So for these two teams, there's a lot of information. There's a lot of, very fresh resources that both of these guys have in order to outplay the other.
You know, I really like hearing Dax talk, so I hope we go into Pearl. But for Fracture, it's funny enough that for the team that's named Neons, they're the one who doesn't actually feel the neon on one of the most neon-centric maps that we see come up. It's actually NYX Kyosei who pulled that out. And with their win a while ago, that bolsters up their win rate here on this map to pretty considerable statistics. And typically when they do win, it's been a one-way show, like versus Deviant Topaz, as we saw earlier on here in the playoffs, like 13-3. It's never anything you can deny. So while this might be the map pick here of Neons, we've seen sometimes that you can pick your own poison, but you can't escape it.
We did see Delpski earlier on the Raze, right? But we do know that sometimes NYX Kyosei will have her switch over to the Neon on this map. I don't know which I prefer right now, because I do remember, her Neon was lovely, especially when causing a lot of chaos on the side of the other team. But I don't know. I still think that her race performance earlier on Lotus, I feel like, carrying over that, I mean, if she's feeling it, could be deadly for Neons, right? You're absolutely right, though. Neons here, they do also tend to play onto a lot of a lot of these mind games. Actually, both of these teams do. So I'm all for it, especially on a map like Fracture, since you did mention that Neons, they don't tend to bring out the neon, but that doesn't mean that they aren't fast enough to rotate around. So I think that Neons for this, they are definitely playing with not the momentum is clearly on the side of NYX Kyosei here, but they do have a chance to bring this back. I feel like they're kind of 50-50 on this, so I feel like right now I'm favoring NYX Kyosei for this.
Well, we'll have to see for ourselves. No real change up in the composition, but what that Neon does give you here on NYX Kyosei, and as Delpski is swapped back into it, is that you have so much pace control, right? You can slow things down with those stuns or just turn things up to 11 like no other agent can, barring maybe Raze, and really increase that pace. But the thing is, it's been Neons who have typically been a bit more favored and a bit more comfortable in playing that faster pace, which with that Raze, it gives them big dive potential. So you have to wonder, there isn't too many big changes, in terms of what they bring to the table here, but what they've got necessarily, those are very different contrasting ideas. The Sova once more from Con, we saw her be such a nuisance a while ago on that first Fracture map versus the hero KDA, and if she shows up to help players like Delpski, like Kyosei once more, and frag out, it could be the end here, Neons.
And you have her counterpart on the other side, right? You have Felsi. So it's going to be that Sova up against that Fade, who can provide the most valuable information for the team. So it's going to be very interesting indeed as we step back into this match. Let's head on over to Fracture and let's toss it over to our very wonderful, not annoyed at all, caster.
What do you mean, guys? You're always great. I always love working. You always love being here with you. And I cannot wait to see what could be the final map, or what could be our second to the last map. We are back here, ladies and gentlemen, to the lower bracket finals of the LCQ of APAC Game Changers. Dax and Zach, this might just be our only time to take a breath here, Zach, because moving into Fracture, you already know it's gonna get exciting. Look at Zach. She has like the mantra of tranquility when she tries to meditate like that. But I guess someone we have to talk about right now is Delbisky. She's the only Neon in a server versus Neon. She is incredible on that last map on Lotus, and perhaps that might be what the side of NYX can bring to just beat Neons. On the other hand, Neons need to recover. They lost last time around in the upper bracket finals on this map. They need to make sure it doesn't happen again to try and tie things up.
Yeah, it's been a rough road for both of these teams, and in this lower bracket, it's been a long road as well, especially for NYX Kyosei. That said, though, I think that after the kind of performance they've shown on this map over both today as well as yesterday, I think that they're feeling pretty in control. In particular, yesterday, I think they found one of the fastest victories ever against Deviant Topaz. It was a nice 13-3 dominating scoreline that we saw come through, and that's kind of been the story for all of today. On all of these maps, except for Haven, it's been domination out of one team or the other. And even on Haven, during the halves at least, that was the case. Now, it's going to be NYX starting off on defense once again. They've excelled on their attacking side so far, and I think if they can find enough rounds on this particular thing, it's going to be what they need. The Recon already doing so much damage.
Oh, Akon, she's already on site and finds Coyote Piety on the board as well. And from this point on, it's NYX trying to make this happen. Still, NEONS, great fight from Felsi. She's so strong in these pistol scenarios. And 3v2, Molly's there as well. NEONS find a way to just reset everything and anything. 14 HP left though for Yamroll. Low HP for Felsi as well. And while we get the peek from the Jenny here from Felsi, Yamroll goes for the plant. The attempt there from Tower though. Still have somebody, still have Kachao, and Kachao makes it happen versus Yamroll. Another one here from NYX. They're ready for the retake. It's 2v1. KitKat playing from main instead. And great way to whittle down her opponent. 1v1 though. The fault line into play, but a single shot should be enough from KitKat. All she needs to do is make it hit.
Oh, no.
And there you go. An attempt from somebody. She had armor though here for KitKat, and it's enough for NEONS to clutch it there.
Oh, that is a heartbreaker. I would be so pissed if I headshot somebody in a pistol round in a 1v1 when I'm low and still lose because of the fact that they had armor. But that is just what you want on your Killjoy player. Just a full setup as well as that half armor and class. Like, it's more than enough for KitKat to find that clutch. And it's incredible that NEONS were able to win that round because if you remember, they lost 2 players right off the bat here, but they were quick to readjust. In particular, Felsi on the side, able to do quite a bit of damage and making the job easier for KitKat to clutch up. Now, they're going to have their buy coming in, and once again, our panel mentioned this, that NEONS are super good at these quick, aggressive pushes, and we're seeing exactly that embodied.
Yeah, they don't have the neon, but they do instill the spirit of running as quick as possible onto the site. And there you have it, 2 already down here for NYX. I do feel though, when you see NYX in a series point scenario where they're 1 away from winning out the whole thing, they might get a little too overeager at the start. And perhaps that push during the pistol, it was well timed. It still didn't pan out anyway. And speaking of 5v1, Piety all alone, NEONS just commanding the first 2 rounds of the battle here.
They are able to get that spike down, and while that upgrade gets picked up by Piety, not able to really do too much damage here. Position spotted out as well. All these players from the side of NEONS just trained on her like a heat-seeking missile here. Piety just struggling to do whatever she can. Caught by the concussion as well, and will just be falling back, hoping to maybe die to a spike here. NEONS, they're going to be able to get away with all of their guns, and they will find that successful second round. But so far, both of these rounds, we've seen an incredibly aggressive kind of play coming out of NEONS. They've been able to time and time again find huge value on these entries, and in this bonus round that was flawless in that previous time, they're gonna have such a good substantial buy here.
Yeah, they have so much clear potential with NEONS. You're running that fade, you're running that breach. Many corners are going to be checked here. And while Coyote has struggled in that previous map, she's just stellar at opening up many avenues here for NEONS. And Felsi and KitKat use that to get towards the site. So effectively, if they execute from NEONS, it's at a different speed that NYX cannot handle. You'll see that success again and again. Bonus time though, here for NEONS. Dilbisky. This is dangerous for her. She's the only one here. You also have, of course, somebody setting up the stun if ever, but Coyote gets the 5 through the door. Coyote still wants to go for the clash. 4v4 for the time being. Reinforcing for Piety. The flash comes. The Prowler there's 2. And does NEONS dare open this doorway? Perhaps to open up another scenario of a battle. The skirmish ends with just 1 being picked apart from both sides. And NEONS resets for the time being. They're crawling though from the hallway. Moving towards the door yet again. A single wall separating perhaps potential contact. Piety's the one jingling around just to figure out where their opponents may come from. But the noise has been cut. NEONS here. Still slowly trying to crawl, but eventually the shots do ring. They'll make their way towards the site. Smoke though in the way. Con will be marked. They know she's there in position. NYX, do they care? Seems like Yoki and Felsi will make it happen. Somebody gets 3 overall, but Yoki makes the trade work. Everything left to Chow in a 1v2.
Oh, and all of this was before that spike even went down. Finally going to be planted here. Kachao's position, she's gonna be able to smoke out where both of these players are because she saw that Molly come in, but she still has to isolate these duels here. Go before that concussion preferably comes out to boot, so she knows exactly where Yoki is, trying to pick out the fight here, find the timing possibly, but it is just looking so dicey. Manages to get up close and personal goes for the swing, but does not connect the kill, and Yoki just there to finish up. A little unfortunate. You can see how for a second she was like, wait a minute, I didn't get the kill yet. Kachao almost pulling it off, but not able to do it.
Yeah, it's just so difficult though. You still have one more player moving around. And yeah, you mentioned it. Kachao just turned around. Fight's not over yet.
Wait
Kachao.
a minute.
Wait a minute. And this is huge for NEONS. The momentum so much more so in their favor. They won out that bonus by just cutting noise and then executing at the right time. We've always talked about how speedy they can be, but that was just so smart from them instead.
BD smart. They seem to really mix together the best of both worlds here. Now it's gonna be a quick push on towards this B side. Not gonna have much to work with our side of NYX, but then it's not gonna stop the ultimates from really facilitating this push. And already Coyote, huge opener there.
Oh, Kondo through the smoke, gets the intel and gets the tag. 4v4. Somebody also stellar sheriff work here from NYX. Con getting on the board yet again. You can see that NYX, Kyosei, is always a threat no matter what guns they have. LC avoiding the ball so far. Here comes Yamroll with one, but Con gets three already. Yamroll stuck in the corner. He'll spray down to get that kill, sure. And it's 1v1 now. Kachao on one side, Yamroll on the other. Classic out though. For the HP. Okay, gets the dink. Needs to get another one to make this happen, but Kachao needed only a single bullet to win it out with a thrifty state. NYX, bring it back and get on the board.
That's like, I feel like the Thrifty should have hit the double digits now. Maybe I'm wrong, but it just feels like that. We've seen so many of them today that it will be shocking if it hasn't already done so. That's though incredible round coming out of the side of NYX. They went for kind of that gamble stack here, and that paid off perfectly as the trades came through. Now they're going to be having the weapon, they're going to be having a little bit of an economic buffer to work with, as well as weapons back online. Ultimates too. They have both that showstopper, they have both the Hunter's Fury as well as that Rolling Thunder ready to go here.
And next they do have at least Kachao, as well as somebody trying to hold down the site. I do like the formation though from NEONS. They can go for the pinch if ever, making noise now as Drop has been exposed to the intentions. Hunter's Fury also the call as NEONS make their way towards the side. There's the covering fire courtesy of Con. Somebody able to weather the storm and hold down the line. 2 for 2 for the time being. Surprise, surprise, Kit Kat's there over on the rope as well. And it seems like NEONS are taking so much space that NYX didn't expect them to come from. While the flank was there from Piety and Delbisky, already NEONS rotate towards B.
You should situation. NEONS, they have the advantage and they're looking to push upon it by putting down that lockdown. Buys them a little bit more space and time to work with. They want to be sure that this plant does not really affect them too much. Piety forced to wait it out. Both players, in fact, sticking together to try and make things work out. And it seems like NEONS expects them here.
Smokes out. The NEONS are still playing towards tower. Bolts out yet again. Delbisky wanted to rush in towards the side, but in her haste, Kit Kat will find her. Trips her up, makes it 1v2 though. Piety now with the molly. Fells is still in position. Okay, good shot. Not enough damage though. And then Piety goes for the tap. It's Yamroll who takes advantage of that act. NEONS now with 4 on the board.
Nice round coming out of them to be able to capitalize and push through on that side. And once they found that numbers advantage, once again, no hesitation in committing that lockdown. Even though it could have been a win con in one of the next rounds, they wanted to maintain it and they powered through here. Overall though, a lot of ultimates being burned through for both sides. It's just the overextension from NYX's side that was kind of punished there, playing in a bit of awkward positions, and NEONS, they were quick to capitalize. I feel like NYX, they called for a timeout here. We saw this on map number 3 as well on Lotus, right? They were a little bit behind in the beginning, but they were quick to bounce back in. So this might be exactly what they need to kind of just go back to the drawing board and figure out what's working for them and what's not.
I'm just impressed though here for NEONS, wherein they had the struggles from the last map. They had the struggles in the first map also, but it just feels like they always come out of the gates so strong that they're willing to just say, go next, guys, no problem. We get into the next map, and you already see they're delivering. You have Felsi, you have KitKat, you have Ramroll already doing what needs to be done. I think Coyote's been so exceptional at making these plays even work alongside Yoki. And it's always that Neon's playbook that you have to be fearful for. Because when it works, it's so pristine, it's so sublime, and it's given such a big standard here in the LCQ for it.
Yeah, it's been working out excellently for them when they do have an opportunity to really put it into play. But a lot of these rounds, it just comes down to who is better at adjusting to the current status quo. And on this map, at least, it's gotta be Neons coming out on top so far. It's like they can do no wrong, even when they're in a situation that's a little bit disfavorable to them because of how their opponents have played. They are just able to kind of turn it around on its head. And it's telling that, once again, KitKat's just able to find that positioning and that kill.
Yeah, beautiful timing from KitKat. Kichao here towards tower. Only has the sheriff in hand like the rest of her team. While the spike's planted, I do wonder if Delbisky dare use the overdrive in this scenario. So much control already courtesy of Neons. And speaking of being watched out for, Delbisky gets one sure. But everywhere else, it's just all Neons now.
Just across the map, they have full control, it seems like, and slowly but surely NYX, they're falling behind. If again, this is a series that we expected would go the distance, but definitely they did have the advantage after that dominating win on Lotus. But it's nice to see that both of these teams, they have the ability to just readjust their mental and be able to push through. NYX now, they have the economy once again. They have all of those ultimates just ready to snowball here. The Rolling Thunder, the Orbital Strike, the Lockdown, everything at the kitchen sink just available to throw at Neons. But the problem is that so far Neons, they've been excellent at just taking these players out of the equation before they even have a chance.
Yeah, the opportunity just isn't there from NYX, and well, Con gets one. Coyote with trade Kichao though, I love it, and seems like for NYX they've had enough from letting Neons play the stations. Kichao with a third. Jesus, crispy with the aim right now. KitKat tries to fight back. Okay, at least Kichao will fall. But there's the recovery that we look for from NYX, just confident still, despite the disparity.
Just a little bit too much for them to deal with here. And NYX, they managed to bounce back in style. Sure, Con goes down right off the bat, but not only did NYX win that round afterwards, they're still able to keep on to all of those ultimates. Contrast that with only a Rolling Thunder and a Showstopper available. But for Neons, right, they're very close to getting some of these online. So for example, that Lockdown, it's got to be held on to when that other Lockdown is available, especially with Con not having that Hunter's Fury online. It's just so many of these ults, they need to be held in reserve as counters to the others for future rounds, and there's just not much opportunity to really use them. Aggression coming out of NYX this time, perhaps off the confidence of that win of that previous round.
Yeah, they made it work before, and as soon as it happens, Neons, they play towards spawn instead, wait for anyone to come at them. We already saw a single soap from Piety, which was the signal there to Neons if ever. The restraint from Neons, it's so quick. The shift in the paradigm, honestly, Zach, it's just on a round-per-round basis. I wonder if it's going to work out for them, though, as they move now towards B main. As Kichao's is jiggling and making... She's her own sensor here, Zach. Making that beeping noise when she's taking the step too far. We're watching for Coyote now, who might need to make that leap happen. Delbisky onto the site as well. Initial contact, pretty much a guarantee for this duelist, and she already sees the transit, courtesy of Yoki. Coyote trying to do the same. Delbisky though gets out in time. A little bit of stun as well to keep her alive, and Neon's gonna back away for the time being because there's a potential pinch happening here.
Off your feet!
A lot to deal with, really good awareness coming out of them. Now Rolling Thunder for Rolling Thunder, gonna be swapped out here. Still though, the kills go in favor of on the Orbital Strike dodged as well, but the clock is ticking here, Dax.
Seconds left. The Neons, they need to put that spike down. They're going for the kills instead. 3v1. Eventually, Yamroll will make it happen. Kichao, though, still with the fight back. Only has a Bulldog in hand, though. Very difficult. She has the lockdown if she wants to force the issue, if ever. Moving back to Canteen. And while this happens, KitKat over at tower, if ever. Yamroll, though, sticking around over onto the commit position. Keeping tabs of the spike. Beautiful intel provided already by the turret. They know she's coming out from Canteen. Kichao checking out main if ever. Realizes his contact up close. Ka-chow! Goes for the transfer. Couldn't find the target. This KitKat gets back into cover. Well done with the restraint here from NEONS. But 1v1 for the time being. Who can come up clutch? His time is running out. Turret's broken. And I think for Ka-chow, she knows this one is over. Wants to go for the exit instead. 3 for her, sure. But this round is NEONS to take.
6-2, NEONS really able to extend their lead, and that was just perfection coming out towards the end from KitKat. Sure, the 2v1 turned into a 1v1, but she had her molly still on the spike, and she's just able to play Ring Around the Rosie until the clock completely ticks down. For all that said, though, it was for a 1v3 situation, her being able to find all 3 kills will at least make her feel a little bit better about it. But 6-2, you really can't afford to lose too many of those rounds here. And again, NYX, despite all those kills going in their favor, they're going to be in this position of having to eco. They still have the overdrive on Delbisky, but she hasn't really had a chance to use it so far.
Look at NEONS, they're just hanging around right now. And as soon as NYX decided to bring out a more aggressive stance from them, NEONS has shown a lot of restraints. That has been so smart in the decisions. Gives them wisdom really to assess where to go and where to come from. And while the stack moves towards arcade, seems like for NYX, gonna try to regroup and look to stall for time. Naya though for Delbisky, she has the overdrive ever, and she's going through the underpass here. Tunnel now with the contact, and eventually it'll be KitKat who gets the win. It's 4v3 though for the time being. Lockdown will be the play too. So this should flush out NYX from the site. Ka-chow though has other plans, wants to fight for a last stand here. Surprise behind her, Yoki will fall. Coyote though on the board, and here comes NEONS on the site.
Yeah, they managed to get the spike down. 2v3 retake attempt now about to come in. Both players not exactly in a position where they can really retrieve these guns. Just trying to play together, find what they can. Smoke comes down to let the cross through come in for Piety, but still in this tower, it's going to be Coyote finding the kills here. Now, just Piety in a 1v3, Bucky in hand, looking desperately to try and find a frag or two, but so far it's just been impossible to even make her way forward. Does pick up a rifle in the end of it, but in this 1v3, it's too many angles to watch out for. She finds one, but that will be it. And NEONS, they get to 7.
Just such a smart half we're seeing here from NEONS. That's all I have to say. From what we've seen so far, like sure, Yoki got caught out by Ka-chow, but it's just the only real trip up there from NEONS. They cleared out arcade as much as possible. They cleared out tunnel as well. And I do wonder why Delbisky hasn't used that overdrive in those kind of scenarios. Might as well, right? Because you're running that Neon. Maybe find a way to shift the fortunes when you're playing the eco, because NEONS are the ones shifting the ideology, shifting how they play the pace. And look at them again, they're back to hanging around towards the north side, even if they have this gap here.
Yeah, they're just really delivering a little bit of confusion directly injected into the ranks of NYX here. You know, so many of these rounds, these quick aggressive pushes forcing NYX to kind of stay anchored on side, and other rounds they wait for NYX to push through, and they've just been so good at the read so far. This round though, NYX, once again, they have the buy coming in. Con gonna be playing in that close angle, expectation perhaps towards pressure towards this arcade, and it will be coming through already though. The Trailblazer spots her out here in the corner, getting advanced on. Still finds 2 though. Absolutely insane orbital strike forced out, and Con still sticking around doing damage before finally being shut down. Oh my god,
how does she make that even work? Absolutely defend, but she just senses those targets coming her way. Sightlines clear. Con is a turret, and Con will be remembered. Oh, 2v4 now. NEONS, can they recover from such critical wounds? Piety looking to hold here on site, very close towards the tower. Such a surprising angle. It works. It's perfect. Make it 1-for-1. Yoki now, the only one still standing. She's getting suppressed, stalled by the stunts and the nano swarm. Delbisky here, Ka-chow too, and a single tap to end it. Whoa, it was a privilege to watch that from Kyosei. And Con, just moment after moment in this series where she just does things like this.
absolutely insane to find those first 2, toss the orbital strike and get another one before being shut down. Well, the entirety of Neon knows exactly where she is. Absolutely beautiful work coming out of Khan. They're really one of the players that has elevated this team to a new level that we've been watching throughout this tournament. And now NYX 3-7 here, still lagging behind, but that round, it's gotta be a fresh wellspring of hope in the team's hearts here, especially with the economy being in such an awkward position for NEONS.
NEONS at the very least. They were already in the lead after everything is said and done. They're gonna end this half with a buffer regardless. But again, when we see NYX go for the clutch there, Zach, that's where it gets scary for NEONS. We remember that from the last map. It might happen here if this continues. KitKat, though, and the rest of NEONS looking to work together and push from the arcade. Seems like NYX, they want to hang back so far, give that space since they know they already have that gun advantage. There's the boom bot. Looks for intel, clears out the closer angle. Lockdown. Being primed here by Kyosei as well in anticipation. Put it down, but Khan already knocked out too.
Oh my.
She is just on point today, on point after, especially that last round. And while Felsi is keeping an eye out, but Khan already gets 3. It's not even funny. It is just all Khan every day, all day. NYX will make it flawless on their anti-eco there.
Oh, now just 1 round left in the half already. It is going to be NEONS with the lead here, but there is a decent difference between 5-7 and 8-4, and they really want to convert that final round here in this half before the side swap happens, because then it's going to be NYX on attack, and we've seen the kind of chaos and pandemonium that they can bring to the table, that they have brought to the table before, so it's going to be pretty exciting to see how exactly this particular round pans out here for both of these teams. But in particular, I think that it's gonna be NYX, the ones in favor of the momentum here. Not if Coyote has anything to say though.
I mean, NEONS has had enough. They go back to what worked at the start, and Coyote leads the charge, brings out the showstopper. But here on top, it's Khan again. Eventually, though, oh my god, the demon has been defeated, and this is the chance here from NEONS to make it work. Delbisky, though, in a 1v3. You can see the irony here already. Neon versus the NEONS. The spike is also planted. Felsi, though, keeping tabs of where she may come from. Delbisky so low on the HP. Maybe she can find a way to isolate an angle or two. But already the crossfire is set. The positions are better even here from NEONS. And it's only a matter of time. They spray through the wall and we make it 8. It's half here that NEONS succeed in.
Switching sides.
They get the lead here, 4-8. We've had 2-9-3 so far. Now a little bit less of a lead, but still NEONS on top here as we head into the second half. Let's see what our panel has to say about what we've seen so far.
Oh, black and blue, are you smelling what I'm smelling? I think I'm smelling a map 5 incoming with the way NEONS are performing. It is 8-4 right now in favor of NEONS, but not if Khan has anything to say about it. Those last few rounds, she was insane indeed, just taking down 3, 2, 4, sometimes even just like, you know, just with sheer power. So I feel like right now, NEONS, they need to watch out for her, but they are on the roll.
I mean, she was definitely delivering, as well as KitKat, you know, near the end of that half, just to kind of get them back into the game. But on the flip side, you look at other players like Coyote on that raise, who early on, especially in the half, was just being unstoppable. There was no real way it seemed like they could find to kind of slow her down on her executes. And now they're moving on over to that second half. That paint shell is also going to still continue to be, you know, formidable here for NYX to kind of deal with. So when you move on over to that second half, things are really gonna kind of, I guess, come close to her comfort.
Well, I'm here. I got my popcorn. I am all ready for the second half. So let's throw it on back to our casters.
Wow, a panel really making this match snack time, aren't they, Zach?
Well, I mean, I could use a snack, Dax. It's been a long day, and it's only gonna get longer.
it is looking likely here for NEONS, given the situation so far, but not if Khan and the rest of NYX have something to say. It's exactly what the panel said, and I hope they're able to kick back, relax, and watch what else may happen here on Fracture. Still, NEONS, they're in control. Now they move over to the defense, and I do wonder what's the play here for NYX. Can they match the speed of how NEONS executed earlier on? The gates go down, and they immediately rush towards Paul's. Nobisky clearing, moving, trying to go for Sand. Still have the contact from Felsi. Piety does make the trade, and Koan gets a catch on the Kit Kat. Here comes Nobisky, and here comes NYX. A looking likely to be their point of conquest, but Yamroll inside the smoke. Waiting for the timing, if ever. The flank also so possible. Smokes out. A little awkward here for NEONS. It's gonna be even worse because watch out. Kachao is coming. Kachao is there. And Kachao, what is she doing? Oh, she's gonna go for it. Backstab is so set. The miss goes for the contact. Coyote does get two, but Kachao, eventually, we were calling it, and we will get it. NYX gets this pistol.
For a second, I thought Kachao was gonna go for the knife or something
Same.
equally
That's
dainty.
why I asked. That's why I asked.
Decides against it though, and that will be NYX finding that pistol here, really working on narrowing the gap. An excellent round coming out of them so far. They looked almost completely in control throughout that particular one. That said, though, now they're going to be able to force up here Bulldog, even a Phantom for Delbitsky, who has been incredible so far in today's series. I think that on this map, though, she's been a little quieter than usual, comparatively. So pretty excited to see how she is going to start popping off, because I'm pretty sure that it is inevitable at this rate.
I mean, well, if you look at that first round, right, if she gets back her confidence, you know she will pave the way here for NYX to get towards these sites. Kachao, though, lurking yet again. This is going to be a big threat that NEONS needs to watch out for moving forward into the half. The 4-1 split is what can be effective. You also have Kon trying to play away and watch out for a potential flat for spawn itself. Spike, though, planted. And this time around, it seems like NEONS, they want to play with a triple stack towards drops. It's an eco, though, for them anyway. Perhaps they can go for exits if ever, but they're waiting now for the timing. It's just NYX here. Also anticipating who may come their way. Vandal, though, in the hands of Delbitsky. Interesting call already here for NYX with that extra firepower. This Kid's got just waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Time running out. Yogi here looking for some contact with somebody, though, with the first. It's already NYX ready for more. Neon sure they do some damage along the way. Piety with a fight back. Coyote beautifully done with the frenzy. The full up pistol with the fight back. And Shadow picking up the Vandal, picking up the kill alongside Kon. And NYX will take the round.
Oh, they get it. It gets a little bit expensive. They even lose another gun here. Very unfortunate.
Vandal. That was the Vandal.
Yeah, that is so unlucky. That being said, though, it does kind of push forward a clear path for NYX here. We might see the bonus just turning into a force. You can see them considering it. The Vandal coming in for Delbitsky once again, who's gonna have the money to buy up. So if Delbitsky can get a kill or two, make sure that some guns can be picked up by the teammates, suddenly this is another bonus that could very easily swing in favor of NYX. We saw the kind of momentum they had in that previous half tax on map number 3.
It was so well timed there from NEONS, and now Coyote ready to go for more contact. Here comes the fault line, and here comes the shot. Coyote there gets the first, goes back into cover, blast back to reposition 2. And while we get the bounces from the balls, the aftershock is such a bother towards NYX. They just want to cross and pick up the spike, but it might be someone else to say something about that. And exactly that, it's Yoki there prepared for more of these fights. Yoki with another one, just winning out an effective 1v3. Delbitsky has to go back into cover. She's the only one still standing. And how does NEONS survive in this formation? Again, so oppressive with their position, so prepared for whatever may come, and nicely done with a flawless win.
69, and this is the same position that we saw Khan get a 3K come from, so it's like strangely fitting that NEONS also delivers a flawless round here off the back of these kills coming out from the entire squad. Yoki, of course, finding 2, getting 3, in fact, almost, will set them up for success. And after that round, NEONS, they're going to have a showstopper to boot. So an additional piece of utility that can be really pivotal in either denying these pushes out of NYX or just going in for the retake. NYX, though, they have the ability to play post-spawn now because they have the orbital strike online.
Yeah, it's just interesting, though. One is on the Stinger, and it's somebody that you mentioned it. With the orbital strike, it's such a big win condition if they can put that spike down. Protocol, though, here for NYX. Still stock and standard. 4-1 with the split. Lurk courtesy of Kachao as well. And she can actually collect these orbs. Maybe get the lockdown into play before anything else. You also have Yamroll now trying to just stall for time as much as possible. So while NEONS keeping tabs of that B site, NYX have rotated in silence to make their way for potential split onto A. They're already going through the door. No one actually playing towards Sans. As Felsi as well as KitKat are very wary of drop itself. But in that silence, there will be the thunder. Nilbisky making noise to actually make her way towards A. The spike, though, isn't in position as of yet. There we get the reconnaissance. The aftershock gonna be at the play as well. And while Yamro's willing to fight, it will be Neons here getting the advantage. More so now, out in the open. Taunting somebody with the fight back. Coyote Hill getting close. Kachao is there from the drop position. And that high ground's the best ground for her to work with. 2v1. Now Yoki
30 seconds
has
left.
looked for the clutch in her. Somebody here. So low on the HP. The biggest threat right now will be Kachao. Trying to goad Yoki to push on through. Kachao still in such a power position. Alarm bot gets confirmation. Yoki gets the first, sees the head, and makes sure Kachao is dead. Dealt and disposed of the final two. Clutches it out here for Neons. And you can see the heartbeat of Neons. It is here, and it is Yoki.
Oh, that is insane. Just, I mean, with the kind of domination we've seen from SMG coming out this year, it makes sense that anyone who was on that team is capable of feats like this. So really nice sharpshooting coming out, able to isolate those fights and just sniff out the position where exactly Kachao was present. NYX now gonna be calling their second timeout here, 6-10. Still a chance for them to bring this map back, to prevent it from running onto a map 5. But talking about running with it, it's Neons in full control, still holding on to that showstopper, knowing that their opponents, they're going to be at an economic deficit. It's going to be such a difficult round for NYX to power through. They have the ultimate, at least the tools with which they can try to convert this. But that being said, they're going to have to be methodical to get this thrifty and to prevent Neons from getting to 11.
It just feels like, though, compared to the other few maps we've had here from NYX Kyosei, the value of utility, the kits that they have themselves, we haven't really seen it as optimized compared to what we got on Lotus, what we got there on Haven, even more so on Bind too. So I do wonder, where can they find even more value out of their composition? Because they're running that Sova, they're running that Neon. You know, it's a little bit of a smorgasbord of potential post plans, if ever. But it just hasn't really panned out the way that they would like, when Neon's a lot more concentrated on their approach. They have such a good rhythm of what to do, and in clutch situations, they're delivering as well.
It's been excellent coming out of them, Neons on this map. They look like an entirely different team to the one we saw in Fracture. And it's quite clear that both of these teams within their map pool, they're just excellent at the maps that they're best at. But at the end of the day, right, this could have been pretty convincing win coming in for NYX, and it's still a possibility as well. All they have to do is make sure that they can convert this round. They already have the sight off the back of it, and now all those ultimates, they're going to be such huge pivotal win conditions.
Yeah, NYX putting that plant down, and Yamroll find the hold here, close now versus Con Delbisky on the board, and the Sheriff too from NYX. A second one! Here we go yet again! NYX looking to go for the thrifty if ever, but Coyote will have something to say about that. 3v3 though for the time being. Neon's in position towards the spike. As smoke dissipates, Chow gets one. Here comes Delbisky, but KitKat will find her anyway. 2v1, somebody from the high ground, 5 HP left. A single shot will be enough, and Felsi will be the one to back it all up. Neon's now moves towards 11.
That was extremely unlucky for NYX. They played that so well considering the factors that they had to work with, but towards the end it just comes down to the 1v1, and Felsi is going to be the one to come out on top. That was such a heavy investment as well coming out of NYX. The fact is that if it had been anybody, if it had been Piety alive towards the end, it could have been an entirely different round. The orbital strike could have brought enough time on that spike for NYX to convert it nevertheless. But that being said, they're finally gonna have a buy again. Ultimate economy, though, is heavily stacked in Neon's favor. They have the Fade ult, they have the Rolling Thunder, they have the Orbital Strike, everything at the kitchen sink just ready to throw in the direction of NYX unless they're careful.
Look, all I learned from that last round was if you get haunted and you use the rope, it will actually follow you, and you can make another rope under the rope.
Oh my god.
That's your fun fact for today, as NYX here. It's been a bit of a struggle all throughout the map, as Neons has had their number and has had stellar positioning too. Yoki here trying to set up, if ever, to contest Arcade with a flash. And now the Swarm, though, keeping her at bay, so a bit of space here for NYX to work with. Coyote, though, ready for the contact. Flashes out, and Kachao,
Placing
he's
swarm.
struggling here to find their opening. Second Nano Swarm this time around is broken. Does Yoki there go for it yet again? Fault line this time around, but Kachao going for the closer hold. Well done by Delbisky too. So the double enough for NYX to at least clear out a bit of tower. Yamroll here getting ready with the orbital strike, and seems like for Neons, they just wants to push this as much as possible. They make sure the tower is cleared, and because of it, NYX will take out the signal to go A instead.
Alarm bot down.
KitKat gonna be still hanging around here though, so that's gonna be a factor they have to deal with. Now, Nightfall coming in to try and track her down. Still, it's gonna be KitKat trying to anchor down on the site and hold down the fort. Neons, they are trying their best, and Coyote's Pain Chills already to find that first kill. Kachao with the trade though, and still, the Orbital Strike gonna be alive and working here.
Spike planted.
3v3.
Couldn't outrun the Angels there by the end, but the Orbital
Oh,
Strike
no.
decides to smite, and Kachao's turret, it's Timmy getting on the board. Kachao though with another one. 3 already across the round. NYX here, just the standoff towards tower, eventually the pivot towards A. The rotation looking absolutely ridiculous, and Kachao does so the same again. 4 for her, and it's a 4-round gap left.
Getting closer and closer. Excellent round coming out of NYX here. They bait out those ultimates that we were talking about before they really decide to go for the commit. In particular, drawing that orbital strike out was huge there, and they still are able to hold on to their... Actually, have we seen the overdrive come out from Delbisky at all today, Dax? Because
No.
I don't think so. She's just been holding on to it for a while.
I generally don't remember it in the first half, unfortunately.
I don't think it came out.
Yeah, that's something I've been wondering for much. If ever she used it, we didn't get the impact, unfortunately. And perhaps, again, that's where we see some struggles forwards. NYX, that round, though, well done when they force the contact and they force the flush out. It's that patience sometimes, or even the calls. Kachao gets one. And KitKat will make the trade work. But you can see here for NYX, it's not the biggest commit. They can pivot over to A if ever. It's empty so far. KitKat, though, did pick up a rifle along the way, so NEONS here has something to work with. And NYX is moving towards B instead, where it's Yoki waiting for them.
Sheriff in hand. We've seen the shots though that these players hit, so never to be underestimated. Yoki does spot out the entry coming in, puts down the concussion to try and get out with their life. Will succeed, and now the Rolling Thunder to boot to bring in an additional dimension of damage. Yoki has to fall back though here. Tower position finally being taken control of, and that will enable NYX to get that spike down. Flash still coming in. They try to push forward, and Yoki actually finds the kill here, bringing the numbers down, but NYX, they're quick to bounce back into it. 2v2 situation, onside somebody. She's got to be the one finding everything, and KitKat, the first player to find a kill, the last one left alive, 1v2.
Yeah, the Vandal in hand, sure, and KitKat gonna go for the lockdown. Like NEONS, they want this match point to happen. And if ever this lockdown can buy the space for them, so be it. But Delbisky is gonna be strong angle if ever. Somebody also looking for contact despite the pressure of the detain. Here comes the halfway defuse, but Delbisky rushing her way towards the spike. Time running out. KitKat looking to make this clutch happen, but it's not gonna work. She's just exposed there in the elements, in front of 2 of NYX. You can see it again. The round goes NYX's favor.
Got very, very close there. Though NYX, they gotta be breathing a sigh of relief now that the lockdown is out of the way. That's one less major ultimate that they have to worry about. That said though, like, I feel like Kachao could have genuinely managed to clutch it out here if KitKat would have managed to clutch it out here if it had been just a little bit more time for her to stick that spike. Really well played by NYX there. They know the timings, they're able to kind of capitalize on it, and now full buy versus full buy. This is NYX's chance. If they can win this, they're gonna be that much closer to an equalizer, and they have so many ultimates with which to do that.
Yeah, they don't need to deal with the lockdown anymore, as you mentioned. So NYX should feel confident just to play towards the side. KitKat here looking to build up a lockdown yet again, starting with Delbisky. So a good beginning here for NEONS. They have a strong position, watching out towards Sands especially. As door closes, it gives NYX a bit of a reprieve. But Con, does she dare peek this? It's many targets looking her way if ever. Felsi on the high ground. You have still KitKat down below, and somebody actually catching KitKat. So that's opening here for NYX. They want to force the issue and press on towards this side. Contact kill made yet again, and the peek from Yamroll is punished. Well done here by NYX. They get the advantage so far. Kachao also with a different plan. We're waiting for a lockdown. We might get it here from NYX instead.
Gonna be investing it, like you mentioned. It's gonna cover all of this particular site, so definitely gonna be making things a little bit easier as they try to get forward here. It's gonna come down to the timing. The push is there from Coyote, but not able to connect the kills. In fact, it's gonna be Yoki finding the trade though, making it a 2v2. Make that a 1v2 as Yoki gets 3 on the round. The lockdown, not finding anything at all. And now it's just gonna be Kachao trying to go back to pick up the spike. Has to find the timings here. Will be able to go past the stun though. And now the flash is gonna come down to the timing. Still gets the headshot. Not enough time on the clock though. 7 seconds left. She's not gonna make it, Taxon. Just like that, the round it falls apart.
Where did even Yoki come from? Where was she in all of that scrap? But somehow, some way she infiltrates, and because of it, Neons are on match point instead. Seems like the lockdowns, both duds in the past few rounds, just because of incredible efforts from their opponents. And Neons here, they want the force of the side there. You can see here, you can see Zach. LCQ doesn't want to end. Both teams are hungry for that slot towards Elite, and Neons is making it as possible as can be. If they can make this decider happen, if they can make this it to map number 5, you know there's that chance.
I mean, there's always a chance, and honestly, it would be a shame to not have that decider coming in for both of these teams, seeing how they've played. Already early showstopper coming in, but immediately stopped in its tracks by Piety. How?
On, here we go. She wants to fight again. Prowler though gets connections, difficult for the see, and Yoki will actually find her along the way. So Neons, they decided to contest, and they'll come out with a disadvantage instead. It's 4v3 though, as somebody also still has the Rolling Thunder. Side already been taken by the open plant too, and now still Bisky is trying to go for the cover towards Link. Everyone from Neon's actually here at drop, so it's dangerous here for Neons to play from this single angle because of that Rolling Thunder threats. You can see already NYX has adjusted accordingly. They have a fast lane to set up for. And I would wonder, does Neons just go for a save here instead?
I mean, completely understandable. The clock, it's already ticked quite a bit. They're able to pick up a couple of upgrades, and now they know they're at match point. They know they have 4 more chances to close it out, or well, 3 more chances to close it out after this round. They would rather hold on to their economy instead of being forced into a desperate save once again. And NYX, they stay alive in this series. 9-12, but talking about these rounds, it often comes down to who gets those first couple of kills, or who is just in that position that's gone unchecked. We saw it from Yoki in the round, the last round rather, and in this particular one as well. If Neons, they're on site and NYX take care of them, get that early advantage, they're able to set up that post plant so efficiently. But if in that first engagement, it's Neons coming out on top, NYX just kind of fall apart.
By now, NYX, they're just trying to survive here, Zach. They still have ways to go for that post plant, if ever, with the Hunter's Fury, with the Rolling Thunder. But getting there is the hard part. They made their way, though, by winning out the initial skirmish a while ago. And because of it, Neon's learning their lesson, hanging back instead, looking confident to play the anchor for A site.
Coming back.
Go for the post plant retake instead towards B. The canteen hold, though, is one to watch out from Coyote, as we're seeing Kachao now creep her way towards drop. False intelligence, perhaps? She knows the alarm bot is nearby. Seems like she breaks it. And the Hunter's Fury suddenly may be the answer. Con here, looking to go for the cover. NYX looking for anyone to kill, but not gonna happen as of yet. Utter silence from the defense. Eventually, though, with the smokes, it will be NYX here, going for the tower take. Spike's also planted. Yoki though and Coyote trying to work together to begin the action. Rolling Thunder for more so even the stall. Somebody low already on HP. Dabisky getting the fight and getting the shot on the Yamroll. It's a good beginning here from NYX. It's been very passive from Neon so far in this round. And now they're gonna have to walk into the setup sidelines here of NYX Kyosei. Now the swarm into play. Coyote going to blast back the cross, but Con will catch her in the act. Yoki though on the board. It will be KitKat 2 fighting back. But now it's all left to KitKat. There's the shot. There we go. But it won't be anything but a show. NYX has another round under their belts.
10 to 12, 2 away from another overtime. I feel recurrences of map 1 kind of seeping in here, because this is the exact position Neons were in as well before pushing it to that overtime. They just needed a couple of rounds, and NYX, they're getting closer and closer, still hanging on to some of those win conditions that we were talking about, in particular that orbital strike still in Paidi's hands. She hasn't been able to or needed to use it in these last few rounds, and now once again Neons, they're gonna be in that awkward economy situation. They have a Rolling Thunder of their own, but I doubt we're going to be seeing that come out unless it comes down to that time at the end like we saw in some of those previous rounds. NYX, they're going for the patient play again, but it seems like Neons, they're done with pushing for now at least. They're just playing it quiet, trying to make this expensive, and possibly catch some of these players off guard.
I mean, they realize though that this is an eco state here for Neons. The judge is spotted also by the Aldron. So it's already big intel, but
no.
KitKat, that's a big kill. Marshall has been the one that matters in the hands of Neons. They've been the masters really using that gun all throughout this tournament. But NYX, they still have the firepower. Coyote has come her way, and she wins the duel with the 3 taps anyway. This is big here for Neons. They're able to find pick after pick across the map. And NYX, they're gonna have to reconvene, figure out where they can come from. Maybe Arcade's the answer.
They do know for a fact that Yoki is low. Her position smoked out. Coyote and Yoki, in fact, are both quite low here. The problem is that already you can see the angle just being closely watched here by these players on Neons. They also have the Rolling Thunder worth the investment with the clock ticking as far as it has. Another beautiful flash here will enable Coyote to find the kill. Rolling Thunder invested as well. 20 seconds. They have to make their way onto site. Otherwise, this is looking like a map that's completely over here. The kills come in, and it's all down to just Heidi. 13 seconds left, and she's just running for her life, trying to get the plants, but it's gonna be the classic to close it out. We're going to map number 5 as Neons, they take Lotus, ending NYX's reign on this particular one. And Dax, we said it, if there's any series that's gonna go the distance, it has to be this one. And my god, what a game.
What just happened? How did that work? How did they win? Unbelievable ending that works out in Neon's favor. Again, the Marshall has been what has worked for Neon, so no surprise there. But the fact that we saw NYX try to push towards Arcade and they were whittled down by the pistols, caught out by the fast lane, it really just feels like here for Neon, they don't want to let this series go, and they won out in the most unbelievable and amazing fashion. A thrifty to end it, Zach, and we go for a decider because of it.
I mean, it's perfectly fitting to me because this entire series has just been thrifty after thrifty after thrifty. So ending map number 4, pushing it to map number 5 with a thrifty makes perfect sense to me. But before we do head into that decider, we have a lot to say about map number 4, or at least our panel does. So Become Black and Blue, let us in.
A victory on an eco is just so much sweeter, isn't it, Black and Blue?
No.
I mean,
it's damn
crazy.
bitter, Mika. What are you talking about? Like, how of all things, when they're looking so good, that's when they let it slip. That's when it hurts.
Oh, and that's what's so frustrating on the side of NYX Kyosei, right? There were so many rounds that were like that, where you'd think that, okay, they're in a good position, you know, they've got this, they've got their first initial picks, but somehow, you know, they managed to let that advantage go, right? I'm recalling that awkward lockdown round where, you know, Kachao was just in an optimal position to be able to cause some chaos, and then, you know, things just started going all out of plan. But then you have Neons on the other side that were just able to take advantage of those small mistakes that NYX Kyosei were able to do, right? And we see it, we know why they picked this map now, especially with that lead, and managing to just, you know, keep calm and just regain their composure as the rounds were getting closer and closer together.
Well, it's been a pattern here that we've kind of almost expected, but yet we're still perplexed that it turns out the way it does, right? If it's a 2-site map, especially in a compact one like this, it's Neons. If it's a 3-site map, like Haven, like Lotus, it goes towards NYX, and the pattern continues so far. Pearl is obviously where we're gonna land for the final one, but a player like Coyote, we talked about her early, like on the pre-panel, you know, leading up to this matchup, especially, and he's always been a big player who makes big time plays, and once more does again here in this matchup. And that post plan, look at that coming from Neon's, perfect from them.
Yeah, So the 8 out of 8, and we did see that, you know, they were also during in bind, right? We did see how very effective they were on those close plan scenarios. And I just feel so much for NYX Kyosei here, because like they could have had this so easily. They were gaining that momentum like as the last few rounds, you know, happened. But unfortunately, this was NEONS, right? They did have that lead. They did have that confidence. They knew what they were doing on this map, and they knew exactly why they picked this map. It was for Coyote to cause some chaos, which she certainly did on that race. She did have quite the performance indeed, and she was able to beat back NYX Kyosei just so many times. No matter how, you know, how they would rotate around the map, we would see some cheeky plays from NYX Kyosei. But you know, players like Coyote, for example, they were always so ready. They were always so ready to just anticipate from wherever they would come from.
Yeah, channeling that inner wily Coyote, looking like a Looney Tune, just defying gravity, flying through the air, and making bigger explosions than you'd ever expect. And the way that they're able to utilize their explosiveness has been one of the biggest things here for the team, not just in a map like Fracture or Bind, but as a whole, and they rely on her to buy them that space early on. But for go-to map like Pearl, maybe half and half. Yes, only 2 sites, but it's a bit more long-winded and extended, and there's no map 6 in this case, so they're gonna have to somehow win this here right now. And I think they just delivered us either way, a series that one should remember.
Well, you just brought up long-winded and extended. Well, it looks like we're doing exactly that. So we are going into map 5. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back for the conclusion of this series. are on to map number 5
Aw.
between NYX, Kyosei, and NEONS, right, Mochi? Yes. She's excited to watch. She's excited to get into Pearl right now.
I'm excited to see more of Mochi, honestly. Your tag should have been Mika Fabs and Mochi.
We always have to have a Mochi on the broadcast. Yesterday, Raph brought out his own Mochi, so we have to have the Mochi representation because we do have, of course, the adorable Fifi on the side of NYX Kyosei, so gotta have some of the fur baby representation. As of now, though, going into Pearl, NEONS versus NYX, I am not sure where I'm leaning. In Black and Blue, you mentioned earlier how two site maps tend to favor NEONS. Are you still feeling that way as we head into Pearl?
Well, we can kind of make some guesses here, but if you look at numbers, both of these teams not necessarily the most, how do I say this, comfortable a map like Pearl. None of them having a winning win rate as of anything, really, when you look at their history, and it's not necessarily the most, once again, comfortable but nor convincing of them every time we see them play these maps. But I'm hoping that might change now, especially for a team like, NYX, who have consistently struggled to get anything done on these kind of two-site maps. But on a map like Pearl, it's a bit more spread out, does favor their playstyle a bit, and that makes it so that NEONS won't be able to no longer just bum rush their way into a site sometimes, and the fast pace that they've made as a tempo for maps like Bind and Fracture.
I'm not too sure about that. I mean, given that sometimes, NYX Kyosei, they do tend to sometimes drop the ball when they do feel that snowball from NEONS, right? And it really just depends. Zach mentioned this earlier as well. It really just depends sometimes on who gets those precious first picks, right? Especially since, you do have such important players like Khan, for example, who did stellar, by the way, in that previous map. And you do have players like Coyote who are just waiting to stand by on either side of these teams, right? I really don't know. And I feel like, this is a fitting end indeed. Of course, like, in my head, it's like, we keep on laughing about this. Oh my gosh, it's going to map 5. But I feel like now it's like, okay, it had to go to a map 5 here. Especially since, again, this final slot for Elite is on the line. And right now, we have our agent select. It's like we have a mirror matchup here. Just about, almost. Except that now, we have somebody on the Fate. And we have Felty on the Circle.
Yeah, it's a one big difference here, right? And, for some reason, I woke up today and I felt like a map number 5 was to come in our final match of the day. But whatever superstitions or otherworldly feelings might be, it comes down to the real deal here, where you have a final map to decide who goes and pushes on through. And I think that NEONS, they've been the ones who are a bit more consistent in kind of converting rounds that they should win. But it's NYX Kyosei who might have, kind of this higher, more intricate ceiling sometimes, and yet they lack the consistency. And we see a lot of times that momentum, once it is taken away from under their wings, they're very difficult in regaining that momentum within the map itself, within the game itself, within that matchup itself. And if that continues once more, this will be a deadly, deadly map to start losing your mental.
Yeah, I totally agree. And again, just to reiterate for everybody, this is map number 8 for NYX Kyosei at the moment. We're gonna see how well their endurance holds up as we pass it on over to our casters for map number 5. Send me your energy, guys.
It's not just energy here, Mika. It is history. The final map of the final match of the final day of what the LCQ has for us today. I am just impressed with how this week has gone, Zach. That we have gone down to the wire, 2-2 standing, and it all goes down to Pearl. Dax and Zach still with you guys here, and all I have to say or ask right now is, what do you expect from this map? Because from what I remember, even though there isn't the most history for both these two teams on playing Pearl, I do feel like this is a map that they can bring out something very special if given the right opportunity. And even Yamro's just like, okay, bring out the energy.
Time to stretch.
The stretch is there for them. At least for NYX Kyosei, Fifi, do it. If NYX is gonna win this, do it for Fifi.
Do it for Fifi indeed, and we've had it's basically Mochi versus Fifi. I feel like we can let Neons adopt Mika's cat at least as a mascot for this particular series. But like you mentioned, Dax Pearl, this is a map that you haven't really seen either team play that much. You did have a dominant victory coming out from NYX over Nana and friends in that Swiss stage. But aside from that, this is a map that they haven't really touched upon that much. Something similar could be said for Neons as well so far. They've played it a little bit in this playoffs. They actually lost it in that upper final to the Hero KDA, if I'm not wrong. So this is a map that they have proved to be flawed on before. That said, though, with the games having been as competitive as they have been, I feel like there's just really no way to predict it. I think it's just whoever gets more thrifties at this point.
Whoever's still alive and kicking after
Yeah.
everything's said and done. NYX Kyosei, they've played 8 maps in a row today just to try and fight for that elite slot. Neons, on the other hand, they were ready, they were set, now they are here to fight. As KitKat gets one, Piety with the trade, KitKat still onside, Piety doing the same
One
here.
enemy
And from this
remaining.
point on, it's
Spike
Neons
down
holding
B.
down the line that they need to. Lurk perhaps from Kachao. Unfortunately for her, there's no one else to play off with. And as Kachao does get suppressed, she's noticed here by the rest of Neons. Moving now towards the site. Yoki inside the halls as well. Kachao here, spotted out by Yamori. Damn roll. It's so dangerous, and well, that's gonna be it. Neons with the round.
That got a little bit too close for comfort, but at least, Neon's on the site. They were able to kind of hold down this crossfire together, pincer in a lot of these players, and just make things incredibly difficult for the rest of their opponents. A nice try coming out towards the end to clutch it out here from Kachao, whose lurk was just a little bit too late. But that said, that's going to be another pistol round. Neon definitely taking the lead with these victories here on this particular kind of statistic. Now, full buy coming in for them.
Yeah, in stock standard for them too. Go for the Spectres and look to play the anti-eco. KitKat, she's been having such a strong series so far. I mentioned it earlier on in our previous maps, but this has just been, if Neon's taking this, that would be basically her legacy game. That would be basically a big reason why they make it to Elite. And as we go, I believe, for a bit of a timeout, NYX is the one who might be feeling the pressure. They saw themselves in basically series point there on Fracture if they took that map, but they couldn't get their footing versus Neons. And right now the pistol wins, that something you've been talking about earlier on, Zach. It's going in favor of Neons yet again.
Heavily in favor, so as to speak. It just seems like there's no avenue that Neons are really leaving open for exploitation here. They just look so practiced, even in that first round, right? You could see the patience coming out of them. It's like over the course of the day, they've really improved their own personal level of play as well. So things definitely going in their favor. That said, I still feel like NYX, they have just a little bit of that upper ground. Sure, it's been a long day. They played a best of 3 before this, but if that fatigue hasn't kicked in quite yet, which it doesn't seem like, I feel like they've come too far to really falter at this particular obstacle. It would really suck if they did for them. That's it.
They're already here, right? They made it to the lower bracket finals. They've made it to map number 5, 8 maps in a row versus 2 incredible teams with the Hero KDA a while ago and Neons as of now. It's such a story here for NYX, but of course for Neons, it's that redemption that we've been talking about, how they surprised many by making it all the way to the upper bracket finals. Unfortunately faltering against the first team that has qualified from the LCQ, which was MLT Esports. So for now, they made their chance happen with the recoveries. I do believe, though, if looking back at the map draft, is it just both teams taking their map picks again and again? There's Zach.
Pretty much, yeah. that's how it's gone over for the day so far. Although, if you did see that victory coming through on Haven for Neons, it might have been an entirely different story here. We might not have even had a map fight, looking at how close some of these games have been. So I don't know. They're probably going to be kicking themselves later if this doesn't end up going their way and it is ultimately a NYX's victory. I feel like that Haven map is going to end up haunting whichever team that does come out on the bottom of this.
Yeah, so bit of a time here for technical pause. Maybe I can give my shout out to Fifi the dog finally after everything is said and done, because I've been so happy we've had such a cute logo every time we had idle time, and come on, NYX Kyosei did. You can see it twice. Fifi on the board. She's the mascot of the team. If anyone can win it for NYX, it would be her. But jokes aside, it's time now for us to get back into the game, Zach, and we're set back to NEONS here, anticipating a potential push with the Spectres in hand.
Not much for NYX to really work with here. One Sheriff on Delvitsky, the Marshal as well for Khan, but it seems like... Oh, never mind. I said like, it seems like it's going to be a difficult proposition, but not if Coyote goes for a peek like that and Khan can hit a shot like that. Huge opener to start off with. Already, you're going to be losing Coyote here, that key impact player, MVP of that last map, I believe, on this Lurk as well. Caught out though by Yamro.
Yeah, Yamro so set for it, but incredible stuff from Khan. The distance with that Marshall shot. Eventually though, you have NEONS here, playing towards the flowers instead. NYX on the other hand, cutting noise, and we've seen this actually become a bit more apparent over the past few rounds, in the past few maps actually. Later on into the series, they've been trying to play silent and they've tried to play a little bit more safe. As Khan gets another hit to Marshall. Here comes Felsi just to dive in the hand of Delbisky. Flash comes on in from Yoki as well. Dash one out. Yoki still able to track her down. 3v2 for the time being. Spike now ticking away, and as Khan brings out the classic. It gets connection yet again. Khan! Unbelievable to make it a thrifty win. She found the Marshall, she found the classic, and she found the dub for NYX.
I have no words. The way that round ended up going, like, okay, Khan gets a nice opener, good job, that's a great start, and then she just keeps going. She just keeps going, and you know, the Marshall is one thing from that range, but the classic, that's just something that NEONS, they're gonna be kicking themselves for if they do go over the wad for this round, because this is a round that honestly NYX had no business winning. Like, yeah, Fifi the dog is cute, but not that cute. No offense. What?
Well, maybe NYX would want to say something about that. And speaking of now, though, NEONS also getting into that phase. Tulsi gets the first sure. Kachao, though, with the trade, and quickly a clash in mid. This is NEONS just going for the full set if ever. Prowler, though, strong up close, but Yamro gets the find onto one. Still NYX trying to keep tabs of what's going on, and eventually they'll find KitKat out in the open. Stellar gravity well, and a stellar way for NYX to keep calm under pressure.
You're okay.
I think that round was like 20 seconds from start to finish. Everybody just converging towards mid for a nice little brawl. You know, like how you know, when a game is going like really stressful sometimes, and you just type in all chat, hey guys, let's knife in mid. It kind of gave off the same vibes there, except that, you know, actual guns were involved. But that being said, nice damage coming out of NEONS for the buy that they had. NYX still opting to play for the bonus here. Several ultimates for both these sides, getting closer and closer. In particular, that null command from Khan is what I have my eye on. I think that could be the make or break factor for this round, depending on if it gets used in the right place or not.
Yeah, truthfully, you keep tabs on what Khan can do to make that entry possible. If they can actually get A main control, that'll be essential to getting that orb given to her. You can already see NYX slowly crawling yet again towards that A site. The orb still available to be taken if ever. And NEONS, they need to be prepared for this. Yamro, does she stick around towards dugout? Because even though she has stars to utilize, if she gets hit by the suppress by playing close, that's gonna be a big problem here for NEONS. NYX on the other hand, they are now trying to go for the push from main. Seems like it will be them suppressed instead. The Bisky looking to lead the charge. Gravity well gonna be there to stall for time. Darts 2 while they go for their own clear point. The Bisky gets the first. Felsi though on board and backside. Clash in contact up close. It's trade for trade yet again. And 3v3. There's a pulse.
30 seconds
Second
left.
stun coming on out. The Astra's trying to use the stars to give the advantage, but it's Khan still alive and kicking. Advantage now, perhaps, if KitKat burns down somebody. It's just all about these picks here, Zach, and 1 versus 1 now. Khan versus Yamro. A bullet in that will be enough to get the win, and Yamro will be there to get it done. 2-2 as we're tied up.
Not much HP there, unfortunately, for Khan, no matter what kind of heroics we've seen from her so far. That said, though, really nice round coming out of NEONS overall. they like you mentioned, right? They were constantly putting pressure on NYX's side, just trying to really prevent them from taking any kind of side control, and it worked out so perfectly in their favor.
It's just a gamble sometimes for Neons. The way that they're able to pick apart their opponents one by one. It gets honestly pretty interesting. The way that they're just gonna call, sure, we can go for the contact. Doesn't matter if there's a suppress. If we can find the trades, we can find the win. And hasn't that been the case so far in the series, Zap? Sometimes it's about the clutch. Whoever can just eke out that close victory for either team.
Yeah, it's definitely come down to the wire so far. I feel like this is one of the most individually excelling series that we've really seen, where it comes down so often to which particular player is just on top of their game. That I think even today's matches as well, if you think about it, right, there have been so many rounds where it just came down to one or two insane plays, like Lotus, for example, 2 1v3s in 3 rounds. That really was what cemented NYX's superiority. Now though, talking about the attack, it's going to be the lockdown invested by NYX. It's a bit of a fake play though, it seems like, because the spike itself, it's being taken towards B, but the bait, it hasn't quite been taken.
Yeah, still silence here as they're walking through the shot rings now. And this should be KitKat as well as Coyote, expecting a bit of contact on though with the first Bisky, finding another. And while Coyote still in the back hole, she might be the saving grace. Never mind, as NYX will clear her out anyway. Should come towards the plant. Dart though, looking for a bit of intel. As Piety though puts the spike down. It's 3v2 for the time being. Yamroll waiting for reinforcements and waiting for this wall to drop. It's a hold here though, courtesy of Piety. You have the Bisky playing towards Hulse as well. That's Felsi. Must lead that charge, so Paolo though perfectly get the intel, gravity well, even better. And they contain any kind of retake contact. NYX keeps this lead.
Take a breath now.
Just too much to deal with. I mean, the fact was that the lockdown went down, and even if the rotation didn't come in, you could see that they were kind of thinking about it. So NYX were able to just push in and be able to find the timing on the site. It seems like whoever was there was just not ready for that kind of push through contact play after a lockdown was put down on the opposite side. So nice bait and switch play. NYX fully capitalized off the back of it. And now NEONS, despite that loss though, it's not bad for them because they managed to bait out almost every major ult out of NYX's side. So even though they might not have the economy yet, they do have the ultimates themselves. This Bladestorm in particular from Coyote is still active.
They have the chance. They see the Prowler though, and Coyote cannot push because of it. Main though being controlled here by NEONS. Kachao weathering whatever NEONS will throw at her. And she found 2 for her troubles. It's 4v3 though, as NYX look to clear whatever they can in closer contact. Fighting though with the plant. Here comes Coyote. We've been watching out for her into this round. The Z's still bouncing off the wall, but Coyote makes those blades go straight. Con, in the meantime, finding Yoki. There's a bit of a star to go for the stall, sure. Piety, okay, in position. KitKat though with the one. Piety at the ready for anyone else coming her way. 1v2. KitKat, can she even find any more kills here? Not gonna happen as the Bisky has her number. NYX now with a 4th.
Just a little bit too much for them to deal with here, and NYX, they're slowly but surely keeping that momentum in their favor. A couple of nice shots coming out from Neon's side, of course, but the economic disadvantage just a little bit too much for these players to deal with. I think that for NYX's side, I really like the post plans that they're coming up with once that spike goes down. The biggest problem that we saw in a lot of those previous map stacks was how fast Neons like to come in for that retake and how unprepared NYX ended up being sometimes. But now on Pearl, right, in these smaller sites, in these scrappier angles, they're just so ready to fight for it together. And oh, that's an early push already.
I got awkward there for Con, and Neon's taking a lot of space towards B anyway. The Bisky trying to provide covering fire. The disengage is set. And just that early contact putting pressure on NYX. We've seen this from NEONS before, that they can get that space, it will fend NYX away. But the double back, I love this call here from NYX right now, because the assumption from NEONS might be they need to watch out for instead. Kachao also looking to sell that fake with the shots over onto Heart. Allows the rest of NYX to crawl their way towards B. And it's up to Coyote to sense what is going on, sniff out what's happening around the map. Bisky though already moving onto the site. will suppress. That's valuable,
Oh, no.
but Yogi will be found. Coyote over onto the corner. Immediately, though, disintegrated by the numbers of NYX. But that's even better! Delivery from afar! Felsi will be the marksman there. Absolutely sharp with the bow and arrow. And as NYX is here, moving towards the side, 3v2. Seems like Neon, they just want to go for the retake instead.
Spike planted for long, and remember, there's a lockdown available as well as a cosmic divide for this particular team, so they're gonna have to be very careful. They need to take KitKat out, but the timing, it's gonna work out in Kachao's favor. She finds the kill, and despite that cosmic divide, it's gonna be so easy for them to try and isolate these fights here. The distraction coming in, the angle being held, somebody finds one, and now it's just a 1v2. The hunt is on, the chase is on, but Yamo's cosmic divide works against her, not in her favor. The spike not planted for them though, able to get half the defuse, and now all she has to do is try to stick it here, but the time has ticked away, and Kachao finds that final kill to get NYX to 5. Almost a dangerous round there, but just that Killjoy battle there, that decided the fate of the round.
I mean, there was that hope because they got halfway, but the fact of the matter is, Lilbisky, that start allowed the rest of NYX to funnel on in, and you said it yourself, Kachao winning that duel towards Link, it just kept less corners to have to contend with, kept NYX safer to actually play away from the wall and get into cover, and the rest was just history for them. 5 rounds now here for NYX. They're slowly running away with this game, and given the fact that Neons are on the Sheriffs right now, you're gonna need to go for those, I'd say, tried and tested ecos that we've seen all throughout the series if they want to bring this back.
I mean, we've seen too many of them work out, so I would never count them out despite the economic disadvantage. But so far, at least on this map, it seems like NYX are the team that have been excelling when it comes to the ecos. Now Nightfall gonna be put into play here. They quickly move on to side off the back of that. Lilbisky, in fact, gonna be chasing down the Prowler to find a kill, and that ult is gonna give away all the information that this site is completely empty.
Another push, he actually got so much space towards Secret, and KitKat tries at least to keep her at bay. By Tito on board with 2. Felche, that's a crack shot, but Kachao, again, lurk is always a possibility. And of course, who's prime ready? It's Piety. She found 3. Felsen does the same. So stellar with any kind of pistol. With the rifles ready, somebody's there just backing away from the time being. There's respect now to what Felsi can do. But even better, the ring around and just a sightline indeed to work with. The scan came out, so she knew it was coming, but there was nothing that Felsi could do.
Just no time to react at all being given by NYX there. Felchi did, like you mentioned, did make it expensive. Some couple of really nice sheriff shots overall. Made it a 1v2 towards the end of it. But that being said, just too much to do, too little time. And it will be another round coming in for NYX. 6-2 right now, really extending their lead here. And now they're going to be the ones with the ultimate, a lockdown available for that lockdown. But the null command for Yoki as well. That might be so pivotal in this retake situation.
Yeah, and look at this. Neons are actually going for a lot of presence towards mate. Kachao don't find the ability to begin with. Yoki now, quick answer from her. But on the other side of the map, it's a glass cannon from Yamroll. Still, though, action afoot. And Piety now keeping the pain train going. NYX have eradicated everyone from Neons here towards that A side. And Yamroll... If you saw her cam real quick, a quick smile, realizes, okay, this round is over. She's gonna have to save that operator instead.
Has to get it out of the way here for the team, and unfortunately, well, fortunately, at least they're able to save the op, but that's like small mercies at this point because it's 2-7 Dax, and we spoke a lot about momentum and how both these teams just seem to thrive off of it. Well, this map, this final map, it seems like it is going to be NYX's game, at least for this first half. They look completely dominant on this attacking side, and there's just nothing that it seems like Neon can really throw at them to keep them from having their way with it.
Yeah, it's such an interesting predicament on Pearl. We've seen both teams dominate in their previous outings on Pearl. We've seen also that they've been completely shut down. And you do wonder now, how does momentum really swing here? NYX, they've just been keeping out with the rounds. And oh, that got a little awkward real quick. But Yamroll gonna give up the operator, send it over to another teammate. And from what we've seen so far, if Neon's challenges a little too eagerly, it's just NYX, Kyosei, who's prepared for any kind of that kind of contact. You begin with Kachao, you get Delbisky on the board, you have someone like Con and Piety also stepping up immensely. There's always someone from NYX who will catch you and who will find you. And that's been pretty much the way that they've taken these rounds.
Just timing after timing. They're just working the map so well. Finally, though, Coyote gonna be able to go for that aggressive peek off the back of that operator. Finds an opener here. Finally, numbers advantage swinging in favor of NEONS. Chow, though, she's just gonna be able to walk up onto site. Only gets one before being taken out, and that's gonna be the lockdown offline for NYX for the rest of the round.
Yeah, she got one, sure. But this time around, this is so much better for NEONS. Because they finally catch the Killjoy who's been lurking, less of a threat from multiple angles. And because of this, Coyote still holding on to Connector. You do have KitKat though, the one anchoring down this B site with the utility setup, sure. Started to play, Nanoswarm's there too, plus the turret, so everything that NEONS needs to try and capitalize on this anchor should be enough. Cosmic Divide though, gotta be the call. Lockdown immediately the answer. And NYX thinking about where they can plant that spike. More so out in the open for the longer plant. They need to get out though, lest they be detained. This Cosmic Divide gonna be ending soon after the lockdown pops. And as NEONS now, they have the numbers, sure. And they still have the operator to boot. Pillar protecting NYX though on the post plant. You also have somebody wanting to play close if ever. There you have Yamroll on the defuse already looking to spam it down, but it's still NEONS protecting their teammate. No way for NYX to get anything done. A convincing retake from NEONS to win that round with.
I think that, in particular, just having that lockdown available to go down for free like that is exactly what NEONS needed to steal that round away. That, and of course Coyote being able to find that opener to start things off with, just a little bit of additional pressure to be put on NYX. Sorry, NEONS, they're really able to kind of react in time in that particular round. And not just that, right? Their positioning as well looked so much more better here. Again, they're trying to read. They expect that A hit to come out of NYX since they have that lockdown, and they already have the triple stack on the site.
Yeah, Delbisky looking to lead the charge again. NEONS, though, you mentioned it, Zap. They're so prepared for this if ever. Already, though, the lockdown into play. Shockdart's fragment just to go for the stall. It seems like for NYX, they want to make this A-take happen if ever. NEONS, on the other hand, playing towards Secret already. Gravity Well, though, just being waded through that Delbisky. Absolutely no fear. She's looking to clear Link if ever. But this is time now for Delbisky to get the job done. 2 down from her angle. And it's NYX putting the spike down on the site. Time taking, especially Falsi onto the inside of the smoke. Gets the scan, looks for the kill, hits the wall instead. Somebody looking to play in a protected angle, but Yoki eventually will get the clear. Piety though on board. The operator from Coyote too. And here come the blades from Coyote, but it's shut down and dunked immediately by Piety. Immediately though. Oh my Falsi! How does she get away with it? And in the clutch, it's NEONS. They get the fourth in the half.
Last round before the switch.
I'm sorry, I'm just speechless, but that has to be the clutch of the game coming in there, despite their numerical advantages, despite all of the heroics coming out of Petty as well as Delbisky. Is just not enough towards the end. Felcha gonna be the one to step it up to get those final crucial kills, and is gonna be everything that NEONS needs to make up that round gap here. We were talking about it before, about the pressure that they're under, but looking at how that round went, it seems like NEONS, they have no worries in the world after that one.
Oh, well,
What?
NEONS is absolutely elated after a round like that, that's for sure. They still have a bit of work to do, though, here on their defense. Coyote, once she was given the operator, it has worked out. Oh, she drops, though. And she still finds Delbisky anyway. Piety, though, at least the answer. So this is NYX, a chance now to move towards B without being threatened by the op. Cosmic Divide, though, will be the call. Set up the stars as well. Optus Fury, though, as Yamroll finding Kachao. And this is perfect here for NEONS. We always mention how important it is to catch the Killjoy before anything else.
Spike
Suppress, though, coming courtesy of Con. and her null command inside the halls, even ready to go for the flash at moment's notice. Prowler into play with Yoki, gonna shut her down. Here we go with somebody though, looking to just repeat the angle again and again. Eventually it works out for her. Another challenger will fall as KitKat is caught out. 2v2 now, Party now win the fight again, and it's Felsi. She did it before. Can she do it yet again? The decay though, being quite painful. Eventually she gets her health back, but she can't fight back versus Piety inside the smoke. 8-4 to end the half. NYX get a good recovery at the end of that round. And we'll throw it over to a final halftime of a series onto the panel with Mika and Black and Blue.
And why are you laughing, Dax? Why are you laughing? It is our final halftime here, and I gotta commend, you know, NEONS. They had this like sense of like evolving, I guess, because like for example Kachao, who's been that lurker like throughout the entire series, actually, you know, NEONS now know how to prioritize her, and they've been doing that, right? As Dax mentioned, catch the killjoy, and I feel like, you know, this shows that like NEONS already knows, like getting familiar with NYX Kyosei and how they're playing. However, you're seeing that sizable lead from NYX Kyosei, right?
Yeah, and they built upon it here, and it almost could have been a 9-3 if not for that great clutch from Felsi, I believe, on that Sova, which I don't know how she pulls it out of her butt, really. It was a 2v1. She was dragged away with a gravity well and still makes it happen. We're seeing some big plays, though, coming from players like Delbsky, who have been doing a great job of finding openings on the defense. But now that they're on the defense, on the flip side, how does it work out for NYX?
Well, we're gonna find out as we toss it on back to our cast first. One more.
Thank you there to the panel. One final time here, folks. And no matter what happens, absolute respect to NEONS and NYX for whatever they've done so far, for everything they've done so far here in the LCQ. It's been a long road, Zach. It's been so grueling for both of these teams. But in the end, there's only one slot left to Elite, and it will be one of these two squads.
Arguably NYX here just a little bit ahead, but throughout this day, right, what we've seen is that attack is where both of these teams seem to have the best brought out of them, and it's Neon's turn right now to be in that kind of power position. A lot of pressure going to be on the shoulders of Coyote to make those openings and to make those plays work out on this particular side. And it starts with the pistol here, because if NYX win this, we're looking at a possible double digit before NEONS can even get to 5. And the more the rounds seem to slip away, the more pressure that falls on NEON's shoulder. We've been watching this over the entire tournament, and this is a chance to jump back in.
Yeah, there's always a chance. There's always a way. And before anything else, we go for a technical pause. So I kind of wonder, Zach, how long has it been for NYX? How long have they been playing? Yes, 8 maps for, what, 8 hours or whatnot? We've been live for around 9 already. I wonder how it feels, though. What do you think?
I mean, it's 3 p.m. for me, and I woke up at 4:30, and I've been sitting here for most of the time. So if I feel slightly exhausted, I'm pretty sure that this team feels even more exhausted. Or maybe they're the kind of players who know you, the more they play, the more they want to play. I have friends like that from university. These guys sit at a computer, they start playing Valorant at 9 p.m. They play until 9 p.m. the next day, just getting up for meals and bathroom breaks. So maybe they're those kind of players. I don't know. I used to be one like that, and then I realized that this game, if I play it for that long, it just gives me problems, depression, a bunch of other issues, you know?
Don't worry, Zach. We're here for you. And of course, with games like these, with incredible teams that have gone the distance to just compete and look to make it to Elite, you already know you're in for a treat. Well, the rhyme's okay there. Sure.
Yeah, it's well played.
Okay, I didn't even mean to. I just realized. Oh. But I think my question right now for you is, well, how does NEONS rally back in terms of the scoreline? Because we've seen them be able to match the clutch, but so far from NYX, they've found ways to set themselves up so well, beyond the Kachao lurks to the Piety setups to the Delbisky entries. NEONS has struggled to find a way to keep up with the pressure NYX applied there.
To be fair, again, it's Pearl on attack against a single controller setup. So I feel like Neons, they're going to have just as much of an opportunity and an avenue to have the same kind of explosive results because Coyote is no slouch. She was the MVP in one of those previous maps for a reason. Talking about slouch, though, it's going to be NYX on the warpath here. Extremely aggressive push for the orb. And they get it, but that's some information given away as well to Neons that, hey, A-side, it's kind of being pushed up here.
Yeah, the Battle of the Duelists might come into play sooner or later. But here we go, over main again, being contested. The Bisky dashing away after missing the first shot. Same case now here for Neons. The Prowler there for the disengage. Oh, the Bisky. Gonna try it again. No second win this time.
Oh,
and
no.
this is gonna be NYX finding the advantage. Somebody able to find those kills. Yoki unable to capitalize on the angle. And it's
Oh, my.
Neons now who falls apart. Somebody is the one who'll get it done. A 4 for her, and NYX wins the pistol.
That was a nice attempt coming out of Neons for the 1-2 crunch here. The only problem was that the fights towards main, they needed to last just a little bit longer. Neons going down so early meant that all that lurk, that push through art, it just found zero impact. And of course, that final seize coming out of somebody here. Final nail in the coffin. NYX, they get to 9, they take the pistol. It's very likely that they're going to be getting to double digits here, and this is the problem, right? Both these teams, they're so heavily momentum focused. After that halftime, it seemed like it was kind of reset, but NYX now, once again, they are capable of putting up that kind of a power pack shield here already, starting off strong. Though Neons, it seems like they've given up, kind of. They're just going to be rushing it in, WPing, trying to do whatever they can, and NYX, they're quick to capitalize the kills. They're just flooding in at this point.
They want to do the damage to NYX here,
Oh,
going
no.
for the catch by it, the onboard again. Over at the corner, smoke dissipates, and now the lives of Neons are snuffed out. 4-10. And I think the point you really want to focus on here, Zach, is the momentum. NYX are putting themselves in such a strong position, and it will take a big effort from Neons, especially during this round, to actually try and claw their way back into this game. And I feel for Neons here, this is effectively a must-win in this scenario, or else NYX will put themselves into an even better position.
Yeah, this full buy, it has to work out here. Very likely otherwise that Neon was just get NYX would just get match point and series point for free here. 3 rounds is all that stands between Neon and the end of their playing here. And they gotta be feeling the pressure here. Still though, they don't look super affected by it. In fact, just gonna be running it down towards this particular site. It's gonna be the recon to spot out the Killjoy as well. And with Kachao having been smoked out, they're gonna be able to get that site and that plant available for free. In the retake here, it's gonna be extremely awkward to try and manage it with just pistols and these awkward guns.
Yeah, Kachao though, ambitious sure, but she's gonna get found. Fighty as well. The swings don't work here for NYX. And eventually, it's Neons now, looking to set themselves up for success. A strong full buy. The rifle's ready for contact with somebody. Gets a good surprise on Felsi. Here comes the Bisky, and down she goes. Yamroll keeping tabs on Con. And overall, it's just a roll call here from Neons. Everyone at attention. Everyone getting as much damage as they can. As somebody's the only one still standing. It's difficult for NYX to find any angle to work with. Seems like for Neons, this is what they want to see. Once they get the guns, they get the confidence, and they get the win because of it.
I'm sorry, but I respect somebody for like going for the ninja attempt, you know? It would have been so, because so many of these times in these 4v1 situations, you see the hunt kind of come in. Everybody on the opposite team just goes looking for the kill, and you know, the site is just often left empty. Not this time though. Yamroll's like, not on my watch, not happening today. I'm pretty sure she was smirking when she got that final kill as well. And NYX, like you mentioned, the full buy finally materializing for them. They also get very close to that lockdown, a major ultimate that might just give them another round for free here, and that might be all they need to swing that momentum back in their favor. Because 10-5, still a big lead for NYX, but 10-6, especially with that economy being broken, it's exactly what Neons need to do.
I mean, NYX is going for that mid take, so they figure out that Neons, they want to play towards main, move on to that B side, and it's been their bread and butter so far on the attacking side. But Kon able to channel
the timing.
The null command in time, so she gets it still. I was thinking about it, but even though suppressed, she's also a beacon of the same kind of suppression. Silence now here for both sides. Eventually though, Neons are just waiting for their opportunity to strike back. Yoki watching the screens here if ever. KitKat She has the lockdown like you mentioned, and Kyosei now ready to lead the charge. Dash is there, smoke to flash coming on to the overhead, but somebody finds Kyosei. This is good here for NYX. They're ready for more, but Felsi finds two. Effectively, they line up for her. 3v3 for the time being. The disengage is there, but here comes Kachao. She's on the flank. Even on the defense, Kondo looking to get a helping hand courtesy of Piety if ever, as KitKat now making her way towards the site. Yamroll around two, and Neons go for the dart, try and gather intel. Piety though spotted here, and Kon, she's known as well, but she is sharp, she is ready, and KO, and she gets 3! 11-5 as NYX, they're 2 away from elites.
What a round to come out of NYX there. The hold and the precision. That preemptive null command as well. Like you mentioned, Dax, the suppression kicks in, but she still manages to put it online, denying that lockdown to come in. And once that slowdown happens, she just tucks herself into the corner to find whoever remains for the side of NEONS. Now, only 2 rounds stand between NYX and that elite slot here. They can almost taste that victory, Dax. They have all the tools with which to do it, and NEONS, they're staring down that match points, but still having to be forced into a half fight just make things so difficult for them.
And is this desperation from NEONS? That's my biggest concern. Because if they lose this here, Zach, they're also gonna go for a force buy, basically, into the next round. You can see for NEONS, everything crumbling, all they've worked for. NYX, you say, on the other hand, a long day at the office, but they're working in overtime. They're working for more because they want to make it to elite truly. Kachao gets the first as she backs away towards the halls. Cloud versus there. Kachao keeps tabs on it. We hear it now, the Hunter's Fury, but Coyote with the overrun. So a bit of cover made here by NEONS. They'll get their post plant going. 4v4 for the time being, and Buddy, she's on the high ground. Piety also looking to play from Link here. So the closer angle being held by NYX. Coyote, make or break moment for her. Can she surprise NYX in time? Gets detected though, and the Nightfall making it even worse for Aware. The Prowler seeking that target. Flash is gonna be into play, and it's still Coyote with her eye set. With 3 for her so far. Somebody though at least gets that frag. It's 3v2 though. Such a long plan, such a better angle here for Neons, and they're ready to go for the pull once again. Getting on top of things. It's a screen here for the body shut on down. Piety with a defuse.
She's sticking it.
She's sticking it. She's going for it.
Like
And she will not get away with it. That was as close as can be. But Neons, they will get the round.
Too close for comfort, and sure, they lose all the rifles in the process, but my god, if Piety had just stuck the spike, that would be the moment to haunt Neons for eternity there. Finally, off the back of that win, they're also going to be able to break the economy for NYX, so they should be able to narrow the gap down a little bit further if they play their cards right. Slowly but surely, also building up those snowball ults. Only one off of another null command, this time from Yoki coming in, and Cosmic Divide as well, only 1 away. So definitely Neons, they had the tools with which they can really make the scoreline look a bit closer, but not if Kachao gets something with a classic. Excuse me?
Oh, critical pick here. NYX. They got ecoed in the last map to end it. They want to do the same here for Neons to put themselves on series point. But the lockdown's there. Yoki now waiting for anyone who may push. Low HP for her though. Wouldn't be surprised to see Neons actually go for null command if ever, just keep her topped up, but they're feeling confident instead. Now we get the null command. Here comes the buddy looking for the tap. Piety sure shutting her down to the floor, but it's still Neons with the kills instead. Kachao though still alive, kicking with 20 HP. The pulse is ringing. And you see here for Neons, they're waiting perhaps for any kind of contact from both sides here on site. Here comes the push after the dart. Veloci getting the third, and will be enough for Neons to get that round. 7-11. A bit inconvenience there for Neons.
Barely getting it to Dax. What if Felsi was on 14 HP by the end of it? So it's just really close. Too close for comfort, honestly. But that being said, it was enough for them to close it out. 11-7 right now, like you mentioned. And NYX are going to be calling a timeout here. They really want to close this out as soon as possible. You just don't want to let a team like Neons really get to build up, get comfortable on a map like this on that attacking side. And that's another reason why this timeout is being called right now. Momentum, I think we said the words enough that I feel like we should like define it for a physics book here at this point. But feel that NYX in particular, they're slowly but surely kind of being overwhelmed by the pressure that
Yeah.
Neon are putting on them, the speed of the executes, the kind of coordination that they're showing in these last few rounds.
I think my biggest concern here for NYX is the fact that they see the finish line. They're so close. And now NEONS is rallying against them. Is this where they trip up? Can this team handle the pressure? Or will NEONS find that recovery and that redemption they've been seeking from their previous outing in the upper bracket finals? It's still getting tense, Zach. And honestly, here for NYX Kyosei, I think the thing to say to them is, do it for Fifi.
do it for Fifi, indeed.
Yeah.
That is some solid motivation to have, especially, you know, when you look at that picture
Get out of my
when
way.
the victory screen comes out.
It's
How
right
can you
there.
resist?
It's always
It's the
there.
motivation.
It's always there, Zach, on the overlay. Well, it's all
I mean, they don't
business
see it.
now. Well, they don't see it, but we sure do. Jokes aside, it's time for business. It's time for the round. Main again, the position where NEONS is looking to play from. They have the blades, they also have the cosmic divide, so perhaps an Astra setup from Yamroll will be enough to cut a path towards the site for them. Fragment thrown towards Sagat. Doesn't clear things out. Coyote though, the blades don't connect.
Oh,
It's
no.
Kachao is able to crouch under them. And then also NYX getting the catch with the stars. Kachao again looking likely for a potential victory if this keeps up. It's 4v2 as the ops in hand from Delbisky on the other side. Doesn't matter because he can rely on Con. You rely on somebody to get the job done here on site. LC, Yamroll, Lion Lease. Flush out anyone hiding into those corners. Backside being peppered by the shock darts. LC going for the reconnaissance too. And eventually, this might be a sign here for NYX to just reinforce.
remaining.
Oh, no.
It's that one. They don't expect the corner held. Yamroll, the only one standing. And NEONS, it's looking perilous. The shot rings from the operator. Now they know it's in the arsenal of NYX. But with 12 HP, you know it's her destiny to effectively die. NYX! This is it! It's not just match point here, Zach. It's not just series point. It's elite points.
One more round. That is all that stands between NYX and Elite to be able to close it out. And what a story this has been for them so far, fighting it all the way through that lower bracket. And even today, Dax, the fact that they have played a best of three that went to all three maps extremely closely and then barely got like a breather before they jump back into this particular one. I feel like this is why they have a 7-member roster, so they can actually give some of these players a rest. But these 5 players on NYX, in this best of 5, they haven't gotten any rest so far. And it's a testament that after the day that they've had, they are still putting up these numbers. They look as energetic now as when they started out. And I feel like it's because they can really taste that victory. Doing it for Fifi for real.
The motivation is clear. And the arsenal is set. 3 ultimates here for NYX to work with, plus the operator to boot. And as NEONS are respecting the ops presence, they're playing towards mid instead to try and force any closer contact. Prowler though, that's big confirmation. Intel here for Piety.
Oh my god!
And already, one is gone. Yoki set back to the bench. 5v4 for the time being on such a big pick for NYX to begin with.
Already starting off with Yoki there. No more suppression gonna be available. LC does try to find a bit of a lurk here, but gets spotted out by the turret, so they know that this B site has been taken. A null command to boot. They know that Art is going to be heavily peppered in. The kills still come through, though. Coyote for 3 already somehow. The light up collateral almost happening. Now it's just going to be Con, though. Null command of her own triggered. All these players suppressed. Gets the fight, and it's a 1v2.
Yeah, behind the smoke, behind the wall. Here comes Delbisky. She's on top of things, and she's getting ready to go for the poke and prod. Goodbye, the Kit Kat. We go to a 1v1. Delbisky versus Felsi, as clutch as can be. Spike though is down, and Delbisky. This is NYX's destiny. They are going to Elite. They have endured it all, Zach. Playing 8 maps in a row, but they win the final decider. What a moment here for NYX Kyosei. What a victory to make it to the next level.
Absolutely insane. We've been here for almost 12 hours, Dax. And of that, NYX has been playing through most of them. Do it for Fifi was the tagline, and they do it indeed. They are your 8th and final team to qualify for Elite this year, and what a show they put on to push through it. Amazing performances coming out across the board, and this is a team that fired on every single cylinder. You can't just say that one player was, you know, the highlight throughout, because every single map somebody different stepped up. I think on Lotus it was Delvitsky, you know, the one before that it was Khan, and every single player, they had their clutch moments as well. Just a power-packed performance coming out, not just today, but also across the entire tournament from NYX Kyosei. Well-deserved victory, and they take down every single one of their major opponents in the way to do it, right? They defeated Hero KDA, who they lost to in that Swiss stage today, and now finally winning over NEONS. That's gonna be them making it.
A brilliant lower bracket run, and absolute congratulations to NYX. I'm just feeling that this team, they're gonna get a good night's sleep after such a long day of Valorant. And it's been a long day for us on the casting side. We thank everyone who's tuned on in, but of course, there's still the panel to break down what happened. There's still an interview also to our winners. So don't go away, because we're moving it over now to Mika and Black and Blue.
And don't sell yourselves short, casters. You guys also deserve a well-needed rest indeed for that epic 8-map cast. And speaking of 8 maps, it was NYX Kyosei to pull through for all of it. Amazing series indeed. And an amazing map. I mean, like Pearl, Black and Blue, we were mentioning how it was a big question mark at the very beginning, and we weren't exactly sure who would be able to take the momentum here. But NYX Kyosei looked pretty dominant on it, I should say.
And surprisingly so, in the way that we were able to. And I remember, like, coming in from the half, we were talking about Delbsky, who was such a huge player, right? Big time player making a big time play, and she makes the biggest one so far here at the end of things when it mattered the most to win it all. And they joined MLT Esports to qualify. But I think the real big story of this team is the tenacity of how much they've fought today. As you said, Mika, 8 full maps, a full best of 3 and a full best of 5. They got their full money's worth on the shift.
Yeah, it was amazing feat indeed. And I gotta admit, there were times wherein I thought that they might run out of steam, but I was wrong actually. Even on Fracture, even on the previous 2 maps, you had these explosive, like, you know, sparks, right? Wherein they would suddenly like have that momentum going. And it looks like they were just revving up at that time for Pearl, for the long run. You know, kudos to NYX Kyosei indeed. And kudos as well to NEONS, right? Again, this is a squad that was formed up pretty last minute, you know, with regards to like the entire tournament circuit, right? So this is amazing for them to have gotten this far in this tournament, right? Especially since you have players like Coyote, you have players like Felchi, who was just so amazing in so many rounds. I mean, I do hope that this squad stays together. I do hear that they do have a logo upgrade that they do owe everybody to be a counterpart to Fifi over there, Fifi and friends, and Nana and friends, right? So looking forward to that. Looking forward to seeing more of NEONS, perhaps in 2024.
Well, NEONS, they might have come in as one of, you know, one of the crowd favorites here, at least in this tournament specifically, but unfortunately just cannot convert it. They put up a great fight, and especially when you look at some of the players here like KitKat, who I think has been to an unsung hero. She has been by far the best performer, I think, on this squad, aside from maybe Coyote, who's a lot of people have their eyes on her, but it's really KitKat, I think, who was being that big piece that kept them together as that Sentinel many of the times, sometimes a Brimstone, and without her, they wouldn't be nearly as formidable nor reliable as they are as a team as a whole and consistent. But it's NYX who, once more, 2-site map, well, too easy for them.
Yeah, I mean, NYX Kyosei, I'm just in awe at the marathon that they had to run for the day, right? And how much energy they still had at the end of it all. You know, player like Khan, for example, that was still able to consistently pull out those 3Ks in such important rounds. I mean, she's been doing this for 8 maps. That is just amazing. I think that, you know, for of course, like as we see NYX Kyosei going up, with alongside MLT Esports, two elites. You know, there's a lot of time for this roster still to iron out the kinks, to iron out, you know, the little mistakes that, you know, they still have. So it's looking optimistic for them indeed. And yes, they will be up against like titans like Team SMG and everything, but you know, they do have an X factor. They do have something that is very appealing for them as a team.
Well, what's certainly going to be appealing is the fact that they are able to qualify into this, right? If you are NYX Kyosei, you definitely are going to be elated that even though it might have come through the hardest of paths, sometimes the most sweetest surprises await those hard paths. And well, at the end of the day, I'm sure it's even more worth it considering the journey they took in that lower bracket to get all the way here.
Plus, it's undeniable now, right? Nobody can question them now because it's like they played every single map possible today and they got through it. And like, yes, NEONS had some strong maps, and NYX Kyosei, they still were able to fight back, you know, in every single scenario. So I'm just incredibly impressed, and I'm incredibly happy as well. You know, just bringing out a little bit of that Pinoy bias for just a little bit. We do have an interview coming up, I do believe. So as we wait for our interviewee to get ready, Black and Blue, any thoughts so far on our LCQ as this is, you know, this is drawing to a close?
I mean, it's been incredibly competitive. I think this final series has been the most competitive one that we've seen from the entire kind of opens, really. Full best of 5 with one of them, the first map, going, you know, 6 overtimes. That's undoubtedly just a statement to how the level of competition has increased here coming into this LCQ. And for every single team that has won here, MLT and now NYX Kyosei, they're coming into Elite as the underdogs. And what we've known is that you can never catch these guys unexpected because they might just be the ones to show up these higher touted teams what they're made of.
Exactly. And you know, I'm pretty sure a lot of the teams, you know, they do know that these two teams, MLT and NYX Kyosei, they do have some players that are incredibly, you know, tenured. They will recognize some of these names. They will remember that these players gave an incredibly hard time indeed. So I do think that, you know, it's very much building up to the rich scene that we have here at VCT Game Changers APAC. So I love that the legends are continuing for these players.
I'm sure. I mean, they've written their own kind of legends right now, different stories, especially a player like Delpsky who comes off a clutch like that. How can you not have songs and hymns, praises of you? But I'm just at least happy with the fact that it wasn't a wash, because then you would be like, okay, there's these two teams and then everybody else kind of further removed, right, from maybe NYX Kyosei if NEONS just went down early without the fight, or same way for NYX Kyosei. But the fact that it came so close means that the future of Game Changers in APAC coming in next year, even after Elite, there's still a lot to look forward to. You got some players here who have built up their storylines. Maybe it doesn't necessarily hit its crescendo in this specific tournament, but moving forward, that raises their stock on which other players to look out for. And I know I've got my eye on a few, like KitKat, who we saw a while ago, Coyote, who we've seen in other teams as well, who have now kind of even bolstered their names even higher up than we ever would have expected.
Exactly. Stocks going up for so many names
Stonks
that we've seen here on LCQ. Yes, indeed. Like Felsi, for example. Oh my gosh. I'm so amazed with, like, you know, how consistent she is. And Con, of course, like, you know, I just can't stop singing the praises here for players like these, right? You know, these anchors on each of these teams. And again, like, you know, for all of the teams that we've had so far here on LCQ, there were so many players that were like that. Actually, for me, on a lot of these rosters, because I knew that, you know, a lot of them had these like last minute changes. Instead of like looking at the team overall, it was more on these individual players that really caught my eye. So I feel like, you know, it really says a lot. And as we move into Elite, of course, we're gonna see the very best of the best in APAC battle it out. And I cannot wait to see MLT Esports. I cannot wait to see NYX Kyosei go up against the Giants. We have Full Sense Sapphire, we have RQ Kaguya, we have Team SMG, and the rest of them. It's gonna be so exciting.
Well, It's been a long day, Mika. It's been a hella long day, and obviously props to everybody involved here. We went the distance, but nobody is more tired than, I guess, the team that made it all happen, right? Imagine putting that all-out effort, especially in the full 5-map series, in the best of 3 they played a while ago, right? With some of those kind of extending even further, and still pulling it out off guard. That is, I think, a testament to the endurance that they have, which is something that is actually kind of avoided from a lot of these kind of newer talented teams who maybe have less experience, right? They typically burn down quicker, they kind of burn out quicker rather, in terms of how long they can continue in a long-winded series like this. And yet NYX Kyosei are still able to make things happen, and I think that just gives us much more to look forward to. If anything, I'm happy as a talent that moving into Game Changers Elite, I have a lot more to talk about these gals than otherwise I would have.
Oh yeah, there's so much color that, you know, that the LCQ has given us, right? And of course, you know, all of these opens as well, since we have seen these players all throughout the entire circuit. Unfortunately, we have gotten word from production that we'll be skipping the interview. I can understand that. I'm sure that our players are extremely tired. So we're just gonna end it with NYX Kyosei. Congratulations, you ladies deserve everything. A good rest. I hope you guys get some dinner as well. I don't think these ladies were able to eat at all today. Somebody send them some pizza or something great for tonight. They do deserve it as well. And as we can see, we have MLT and NYX Kyosei here, our 2 representatives from the LCQ heading over to Elite.
Yeah, that's lovely. And tomorrow we're gonna see MLT versus NYX. No, I'm kidding. No more final matches. This is our final one of the day. They both qualify. No need, no reason for them to bout it out. We're gonna see them at Game Changers Elite instead. And if they don't have a pizza for either of these 2 teams, I'll buy them a pizza because they deserve it for the way that they've done it, especially NYX Kyosei today. 8 full maps cannot be understated. And even the most, I guess, the most hardened of cardio athletes would be impressed at that. Like, whoa, 8 whole maps, you are elite.
Well, good news indeed. It looks like the gods, the interview gods, have favored us, and we can actually have our interview. It looks like we were having a little bit of technical difficulties, but that is all ironed out, so we can bring Delbisky on board and to your screens for a very quick interview. Very interested to see how they're feeling, by the way. We're gonna make it really quick, by the way, because as we mentioned, these ladies deserve something nice. Probably gonna ask them like, hey, you guys have anything? If you guys don't, hey, I'm serious about this, send me a DM over on,
and we'll send you a pizza.
and we'll send you a pizza. Yeah. I'm not sure how to call it these days.
X.
But yes. Delbisky, hello, congratulations.
Hello, can you
guys.
hear me?
Hello.
Yes.
Congratulations to you and the rest of NYX Kyosei. I hope you can hear us.
Thank you.
Awesome. So I want to talk about the start of this day. Can you talk about how the team began this day? Like, what was the mentality like going into the very first match?
Before we woke up, at the start of the day, we all are stressed out. Some of our players cannot play because of Shuni cannot play because of her ear. She cannot hear through her left ear, and she needs to go to the hospital in the morning. So we need to look for a sub, and Sheena is not available since she already have an agenda today. So we tried to play at least, and then once all of us were ready, then suddenly somebody and Con suddenly got no electricity. So we all got our hopes up so that we can play, and hopefully we worked it out with Liz, Kachao, Kim, and me.
Oh my gosh, Delbisky.
Y'all work it out.
Tita Mika is so stressed for you
play.
guys. As you were saying that, I'm like, oh my gosh, what's going on? I cannot believe that you guys started out your morning like that, and now here you guys are qualifying for Elite. Black and Blue, you got a question for Delbisky?
I mean, we know, power outage, how it feels to be a Filipino, but good job, guys. Pinoy Pride once again. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you.
I do want to ask you guys, so like, you know, you guys, some of you with a few of your other teammates came from another team in Go Cyrene, and you kind of like the core stayed together and moved on over to this roster now. What does it mean to be able to do this as, you know, retaining some of that core from your old team, and also what change and what difference do you feel like you have now in this team compared to your last?
The confidence we have in our team and the mentality. We all from group stage. Honestly, we all have our mentality get down on group stage, and we all fix it up when we qualify to playoffs. And fortunately, we all manage it out even regardless of everything that happened today.
All right, congrats again.
And
Thank you,
finally,
guys.
Davisky, just one last question for you guys. There were several times wherein it felt like, you know, NEONS was making a comeback. I'm just wondering, especially on those last few maps where it was so close and you guys were, I'm sure you guys were very, very tired. I mean, it's 8 maps, right? How did you guys keep it together? How did you guys keep your cool throughout all that and manage to stay consistent, stay focused, and stay strong throughout these 8 maps?
We all just thought about qualifying to elite and just win.
Hooray!
We
Congratulations!
made
That was motivation
our
enough. Now you guys
inspiration.
did it. So congratulations to you guys. I hope you guys, seriously, I hope you guys get yourself something great to eat now. I don't know if you guys had time to eat, but you guys deserve it. So congratulations to you and the rest of NYX Kyosei. We're very, very proud.
Thank you, guys. Thank you also to everyone who supported us. Bye-bye.
Can you imagine starting out your morning like that?
I know, right?
Everything that can go wrong did go wrong for these ladies, yet they pulled through, and that makes the victory even more sweet. I mean, like Black and Blue, like, you know, you, for example, like, not when this LCQ started, you had some problems with your ear as well, and then that also happened over here. But what if somebody were to ask you, hey, we gotta play a best of 3 and then we gotta play a best of 5 while you're doing that?
Yeah,
Anyway.
I mean, we've seen it a few times, right? You know, where kind of early morning starts. Just because you have a bad morning doesn't mean you're gonna have a bad day, like when Dax broke my door. But they're able to pull through. And so, for this Team Kyosei squad, they're able to pull through, and in such a great way, they put in the fighting spirit.
Okay, I'm just bookmarking that in my head. I gotta clip this part and send it over to Dax. And that is it for myself and Black and Blue as well. Thank you guys for tuning in. We hope you guys enjoyed LCQ. We're gonna see you guys at Elite, so hope to see you guys all there. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you on the next VCT Game Changers APAC broadcast.